Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Deep within the mountains stood a lavish tent, its silk curtains fluttering under the warm breeze. Inside, a man in ornate robes lounged on an elaborate throne, his expression one of lazy satisfaction. Around him, several maids tended to his every need, one kneading his shoulders, another massaging his legs, while a third fanned him gently. Even the fruit platter beside him wasn't ordinary. It was carved from ancient jade, smooth and glowing faintly under the lamplight. Gem-studded furniture, embroidered curtains, and delicate perfumes filled the tent. Every detail screamed luxury and noble pride. And yet, this man was merely roughing it in the wilderness. He was a high noble of the demon world, and this was his idea of a casual outing. As he leaned back and closed his eyes, enjoying the maid's service, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. A burly guard entered, his face grim and his movements tense. He knelt beside the throne and whispered something urgently into the noble's ear. The man's relaxed expression vanished instantly. His eyes snapped open in disbelief. "What did you just say?" he demanded, voice sharp. "Say that again." The guard gulped, sweat forming on his forehead, and repeated the message in a low, trembling voice. The noble froze for a heartbeat, then leapt from his throne so quickly that his slippers flew off. He began pacing in circles, muttering to himself in a mix of shock and excitement. "Those 3 names, there shouldn't be anyone alive who even dares to speak them." He swallowed hard, face pale. Could it be an ancient one has returned? Then, with sudden determination, he turned to the guard. "Where are they now? Bring them to me at once." "No, wait. I'll go myself. A meeting like this, I can't afford to delay." A maid's startled voice broke through his thoughts. "Sir, your shoes, you haven't put them on." He blinked, then looked down at his bare feet. Right. My clothes, quickly." He barked. "Bring me my finest robes. I'm going to meet a legend. I won't appear like a fool." "Yes, my lord." The maids chorused, scrambling to dress him in his most resplendent attire. A short while later, far from the noble's camp, Yang Tiantian and Orpheus waited idly by a shimmering rock outcrop. The air grew heavy with energy. And then, with a flash of violet light, a teleportation circle flared open before them. From its glow stepped a tall man draped in rich demon robes, his polished demeanor hiding the nervousness in his eyes. Behind him followed a small retinue of servants and guards. He approached quickly, offering a courteous smile. "Esteemed ones, may I ask who summoned me?" he said, his voice respectful but trembling slightly. "Ah, forgive my manners. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Field Lucifer, lord of this region, a descendant of the great Lucifer line." Orpheus regarded him in silence for a moment. Then, without a word, she raised her hand. A small, glowing purple magic circle appeared in her palm, its pattern infinite, its aura unmistakable. "Do you recognize this?" she asked softly. "I am Orpheus." The noble froze. His eyes widened, his entire body stiffening as cold sweat slid down his neck. The name hit him like thunder. "I, infinite dragon god Orpheus," he stammered. "Of course I know you. Your name echoes through every corner of the world. How could I not?" Orpheus nodded slightly, her expression calm. "Good. Then listen carefully. I need assistance from your Lucifer family. Any of the 3, David Lucifer, Wallard Lucifer, or Broad Lucifer, will do. Tell them Orpheus calls for them." Field Lucifer nearly dropped to his knees. "At once, my lady. I'll summon them personally," he said hurriedly, bowing so low his forehead almost touched the ground. Even his guards exchanged bewildered looks. Why was their proud lord, a direct descendant of Lucifer, showing such reverence to a girl who looked barely 12? Yang Tiantian stood quietly beside Orpheus, watching the man's nervous politeness with mild amusement. "So that's how it is," he thought. In the original DXD storyline, Orpheus was always manipulated by shady people, the ultimate boss used as someone else's tool. And now, seeing how this guy acts, yeah, she's definitely the real deal. It was official. The infinite dragon god herself had just stepped into the political heart of the demon world, and Yang Tianxian was standing right beside her. And for the first time, he realized just how big the world of DXD truly was. The soldiers stationed around the camp could only stare in confusion. Their lord, Field Lucifer, the proud noble who always stood above them, was now bowing with almost ridiculous sincerity to a small girl who looked barely old enough to enter school. They rubbed their eyes. Was this really happening? Something about the way he smiled, bent over, and spoke so carefully felt familiar. Then it clicked. He looks exactly like our squad leader. Whenever he tries to please the boss, they exchanged awkward glances. Field Lucifer was many things: arrogant, powerful, and impossible to please. But humble was not one of them. So why was he suddenly acting like this? The girl before them didn't look threatening at all. Small frame, thin arms, soft, pale skin. She didn't even give off a trace of killing intent or magic. To the soldiers, she looked as harmless as a lost child. Is Lord Lucifer being fooled by some random little girl? One of them thought nervously. Of course, they couldn't possibly understand. The being standing before them wasn't just powerful. She existed on an entirely different level of reality. The infinite dragon god, Orpheus, didn't need to try to show power. Her mere presence was enough to terrify gods. When she raised her hand earlier and revealed her signature purple magic circle, Field Lucifer had seen and felt the truth for himself. That single symbol carried an unfathomable energy, a divine pressure that made his soul tremble. He had felt it instantly, that primal fear that told him he stood before something that could erase him from existence with a thought. No amount of acting or disguise could mimic that. If words and appearances could deceive, that kind of power never could. With just one glance at the spell, Field Lucifer knew beyond doubt. This really was the infinite dragon god herself. Once he regained his composure, Field Lucifer carefully began a conversation, steering it toward his family's history. He mentioned a few ancestors, watching Orpheus's expression for any sign of familiarity. And then Orpheus, calm as ever, cut straight to the point. "There's no need to test me," she said. "You want to know why I came here, correct?" Field Lucifer straightened instantly. I wouldn't dare, my lady. But yes." Orpheus nodded toward the boy standing quietly beside her. "It's because of him." Yang Tianxian blinked. "Me?" "Yes," she replied simply. "This child is the reason I came to the demon world." Lucifer tilted his head, confused. "Forgive me, Lord Orpheus, but why?" "I want him enrolled," Orpheus said, her tone as even as ever. "Your noble academy, the one that trains the elites of the demon race." Field Lucifer almost choked. You want this child to study in our academy?" "That's right." She folded her arms. "He's a humanoid dragon, recently born. His bloodline is unique. I want him to receive the most proper and complete education available in your world." The noble's eyes widened. "A humanoid dragon king?" He repeated in disbelief, his gaze falling on Yang Tianxian again. The boy looked ordinary, maybe even frail, but if Orpheus herself had chosen him, then he was anything but normal. To earn the favor of the infinite dragon god, that alone said enough. Field Lucifer felt a shiver run down his spine. If this boy was important to her, then offending him would be suicidal. Orpheus's cold, quiet voice pulled him back to reality. "I've stated my purpose," she said. "Since you are descended from that lineage, I'll ask you just once, can you arrange it?" She paused, her tone sharpening slightly. "If not, then tell me where the current demon king Lucifer is. I'll discuss it with him directly." The noble nearly jumped. "No need for that, Lord Orpheus," he said quickly, thumping his chest in assurance. "Please, allow me to handle everything personally." He bowed deeply, eager to please. "If you'll come back with me, I'll contact our finest noble academy immediately. Within 1 week, I'll guarantee this young lord's enrollment." Orpheus gave a faint nod, expression unreadable. Yang Tianchen, standing beside her, could only sigh inwardly. From dying in a plane crash to being enrolled in a demon aristocrat school by the infinite dragon god herself. Yeah, my life has officially stopped making sense. Although the infinite dragon god Orpheus is not a demon, as the infinite dragon god, her face is still very valuable. If it was just a simple admission quota, he was a lord of the Lucifer family. And what was so difficult to arrange for someone to enter? Such a simple matter. There was no need to alarm the ancestor of their family. And he, the Lord, could easily handle it. Although Yang Tianchen is not a descendant of the demon nobles, it is still a problem to give him a place like an exchange student at will. Besides, being able to help Orpheus solve the problem is no longer a simple face problem. Instead, it can rise to the question of the dialogue between the high level of the demon race and the dragon god to increase his right to speak in the demon world. And if he said, Thafield, Lucifer can personally help the famous Lord Orpheus to solve the request made by Lord Orpheus. Then, Orpheus owes him a favor, and a dragon god like Orpheus, her favor is very valuable and valuable. Also, if you help Lord Orpheus solve the problem this time, will Lord Orpheus, what about identifying yourself later, as long as Lord Orpheus, since he wants to help Yang Tianchen enter the Demon World Noble Academy? Does it mean that Orpheus will also live in the demon world in the future? If they live in the demon realm and encounter any problems in the future and want to find someone to help, is the first thing that comes to mind is themselves. If that's the case, his status in the demon world in the future is very likely, and he will also rise with the tide. Will he become one of the few envoys designated in the future who can communicate with Orpheus? If you really want to talk about it, this kind of high-level, aristocratic-level problem is simply difficult to explain all the mysteries in one sentence. This, probably, somewhat similar to the issue of diplomacy between two countries. Field, Lucifer. After chatting briefly with Orpheus for a moment, he flipped it in his palm and added an extra magic card. Then he bowed down respectfully to Orpheus and saluted. Lord Orpheus, your request. I will hurry up to handle it for you. Please rest assured. I believe it will not be long before you get a reply. It's just, you see, since you and this honorable young dragon king have arrived in the territory of my Lucifer family, how can you two still live in the wild? If this is passed on, won't it seem that our Lucifer family is very rude? Look, don't you come to the castle of my territory for a few days and let me enter the friendship of the landlord. Orpheus sees Field. Lucifer, with such a courteous appearance, did not shirk, nodded indifferently, and said, It's okay. Let's do as you say and live with you for a few days. Good, 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 good. It is my honor for Lord Orpheus to be able to enjoy his face and stay in my castle for a while. 2 adults. Please, please. Field. Lucifer smiled very flatteringly, and the magic card in his palm was thrown towards the void in front of him, and the card immediately turned into a stream of light and flashed. Then in front of Yang Tianchen and Orpheus, a spatial teleportation magic array appeared on the ground, with silver magic flowing. He stood on the edge of the magic array and made a gesture of invitation repeatedly, allowing Orpheus and Yang Tianchen to enter the magic array. As for its subordinates, Field, Lucifer just glared at him, and his subordinates immediately understood and stood beside them. Swish! As soon as the silver brilliance flashed, everyone was teleported to the front of a huge castle. As soon as Yang Tianchen and Orpheus appeared, the lineup that appeared in front of them was a rather luxurious welcome honor guard. The demon guards standing on both sides, and the javelins stood upright one after another, holding the spears in their hands in one hand. Then the other hand clenched into a fist, placed on the chest-heart position, and knocked the armor with a crisp bang. Then they all raised their heads, straightened their chests, and looked ahead with solemn eyes, shouted loudly, Greetings, Lord Orpheus. Lord Yang Tianchen is here to inspect us. In addition to these soldiers, there were 2 rows of maids standing at the gate of the castle, dressed in maid costumes, as well as several middle-aged men dressed as butlers, and more than 10 male servants who were also dressed as male servants and looked beautiful. Kai stood there facing Yang Tianchen and Orpheus, bowed respectfully, and said in unison, Welcome, Lord Orpheus, Lord Yang Tianchen. Wow, don't exaggerate so much. Isn't it a little too grand? Yang Tianxin's expression was slightly shocked, and he exclaimed slightly, suddenly seeing the welcome mode of such a big battle. Rao is Yang Tianxin, who has watched so much TV and animation in his previous life, and he was also instantly shocked to jump on the spot. Field. Lucifer stood beside Yang Tianxin, still smiling very flatteringly, and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, you and Lord Orpheus, how honorable their status is. This small welcome lineup, in fact, is far from reflecting respect for you two. It's really that when you two came to my territory, it came too suddenly, and there was not enough time to prepare otherwise. I think the welcome lineup could be a little grander." "No problem. Those empty heads, in fact, it doesn't matter," Orpheus said indifferently, under the solemn gaze of the soldiers of the demon realm. There were also maids who bent down respectfully to welcome them, and the valet walked slowly in front of them with a calm posture. "I have something to do tomorrow for a small business trip, so I sent 2 chapters in advance, so I'm sorry, I have to take a day off tomorrow." Seeing Orpheus walking over with an indifferent face, Yang Tianxin also felt that how he said he was also a guest of honor. He couldn't show his timidity. We were also people who wanted to face. Forehead, well, although he said that he did not understand anything about these aristocratic manners. However, with Orpheus proofing, you can learn from yourself. So Yang Tianxin coughed lightly twice, and then straightened his red suit that had become badly damaged because of hunting in the demon world. Trying to make a look, I am a VIP, I am very honorable, tense a small face, stride behind Orpheus and enter the field together. Lucifer's castle and field. Lucifer did not express much dissatisfaction with the performance of Orpheus and Yang Tianxin, but with a faint smile on his face, he also slowly followed in. There is no other reason. The strength is as strong as Orpheus, and the status is as noble as Orpheus's little henchman Yang Tianxin, who is qualified for this. Or rather, their performance like this is normal. If these two behaved, flattered, and even had never seen the appearance of the world, then field. Lucifer may be suspicious. Are these two, especially Orpheus, is it a fake? Since being reborn, he has suffered so much in the deep mountains and old forests with Orpheus. Until today, until just now, Yang Tianxin finally had a feeling of staying up. Entering field. Lucifer Castle. In the past few days, Yang Tianxin really realized what is the life of an aristocrat and what is the corruption of an aristocrat. In his previous life, because Yang Tianxin was a sick man, his parents had taken good care of him. At that time, his life could basically be said to be that food came to open his mouth and clothes to reach out. But this life, after arriving at this castle, what can only be said, it is even more exaggerated. Just like when eating, Yang Tianxin's eyes were just casual, sweeping a steak on the table and a little Nunu's mouth. That who's over there, I'm going to eat steak over there. Yes, Lord Tianxin, please wait. All right, my lord, please enjoy it slowly. A beautiful-looking maid would immediately walk to the middle of the long dining table, and there was a beautiful maid in that steak, who took action for Yang Tianxin, cut it into pieces with her own hands, and placed it on a plate in front of him. If you are thirsty, just look at the maid next to you, pout your lips, and say, "It's a little salty, I want to drink juice." "Yes, Lord Tianxin, come right away." "All right, please enjoy it. This is a variety of precious fruits of the demon world specially prepared for you, squeezed fresh juice." Immediately, the maid obediently brought a cup of sweet juice and handed it to Yang Tianxin. Not bad, delicious. Again, this juice can be 2 more glasses. Yes, Lord Tianxin. When the maid saw Tianxin concocting the juice for her, although she simply praised it, she was instantly happy, and quickly stepped forward and continued to pour a few glasses of juice for Yang Tianxin. Why is she so happy? The reason is simple, field. Lucifer had already explained that during the time that Orpheus and Yang Tianxin lived in the castle, they must take good care of these 2 adults. Good care is rewarded, but not good care. That's not just a simple punishment. Just Yang Tianxin just praised her. The housekeeper on the side, already in his eyes, smiled and nodded, casually waved in front of him. A specially made paper that emitted this magical brilliance appeared in front of him, and then recorded something on it. XXX Demon King Calendar, XXX Year Roman 20 Month Roman 20. The maid Dinar personally prepared the juice, which was praised and loved by Lord Tiantian. Hereby note the merit evaluation, 4 stars. How should it be rewarded? Waiting for field. Reviewed by Lord Lucifer. After writing this with a flick of his fingers, the magic paper immediately flashed and disappeared. A moment later, Field, who was in his room office, busy contacting Yang Tiantian and transferring to the Demon World Noble Academy. Lucifer, a magic paper suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing the contents of the letter, Field, Lucifer laughed and immediately replied, "Consider. The maid Dinar is rewarded with a monthly salary this month, and a one-time reward for half a year's monthly salary." Although Yang Tiantian enjoyed a lot, super VIP treatment during the day. At night, when lying in bed, Yang Tiantian was still talking, very unscrupulous, and sighed a few words. It turns out that this is the legendary aristocratic life. Gee, corruption, corrupt. It's really special, meow, so corrupt. This is still just a VIP treatment given to me by a local lord of the demon realm. And a district lord is so corrupt. So what kind of treatment will the life of a nobleman at the level of a demon king be? However, this product is just talking about how the demon race here is corrupt, and the kind of eating and drinking during the day. I haven't seen him and anyone polite. Eating that is called an addiction. After practicing hard with Orpheus for more than 2 years, he has not had a good day. And now since there is a free, super VIP treatment, Yang Tiantian will not refuse this VIP treatment at all. Don't want money like this. Even Yang Tiantian himself will feel, sorry Field. Lucifer die. I have something to do tomorrow for a small business trip, so I sent 2 chapters in advance, so I'm sorry, I have to take a day off tomorrow. Because Orpheus's face is big enough, Yang Tiantian is in Field. Lucifer's territorial castle really enjoyed 2 good days. Then, the next month was basically a matter of negotiation between Orpheus and the high level of the demon world. Because the demon world didn't know how many years ago, the war between the 4 demon kings belonging to their mythical system world and the main god of the heavenly realm accidentally involved the 2 heavenly dragons. Then the 4 demon kings and the main gods were all killed by the 2 heavenly dragons. And I don't know if these 4 demon kings and the main gods have a chance to be reborn or reincarnated in the world, the demon world and other worlds, and then start their cultivation again to reach the top. But at least in this parallel otherworld, in the current time period, there is not much news about those big people. To be more precise, it should be strictly blocked, and the average person cannot know at all. Therefore, because of the previous perennial war, the population of the demon world has decreased sharply, and the 4 major demon kings have lost everything. In fact, the demon world is facing a big crisis, and at this most fateful time, the infinite dragon god descended on their demon realm. A big man who surpassed the level of the Lord God and the demon king suddenly came to their demon realm. Can you imagine how much this shocked the high level of the demon realm? If you can't imagine it, then okay, just imagine. One day, suddenly a world's richest man or an international superstar comes to your residential community, saying that he wants to buy a house and settle down in your community. What will be the situation? Will it be very sensational? What kind of huge reaction will the residents of the community where you live have? Nervousness, excitement, joy, confusion, etc. All come up, right? Then, a month later, the matter of Yang Tiantian being arranged to study at the Demon World Noble School was handled very smoothly. And not only that, because of Orpheus' strength and identity, she was free of charge in the demon world and obtained a territory with a large area. All the inhabitants of the territory do not have to pay taxes and the like to any other power. They just need to serve Orpheus well, and all the income in this territory goes to Orpheus. However, this is so, but according to Orpheus's personality, how can he be willing to take care of these things? So the benefits that these high-level demon realms intend to give Orpheus very simply transferred to Yang Tiantian's name. Yang Tiantian also became a new great nobleman in the demon world because of this relationship. A man who, although not a demon, became a legitimate noble resident of the demon world. Then, Another half a month later. On this day, Yang Tianchen and Orpheus were taken by a man dressed as a butler to the front of a super spectacular, huge, and magnificent manor villa. The butler introduced himself. Lord Orpheus, young Master Tianchen, I am Fred, the butler arranged for you above. Lawrence, this is the estate arranged for you above. Please see if you like it, and if you don't, we can change it. In addition, this is the deed book for your territory, as well as the roster of all the people in the territory. This is the roster of nobles large and small in the territory. This is the roster of the poor people in the territory. Let's see, don't you want to take a look? Orpheus just glanced at it lightly, and the butler held a large stack of rosters in his hand, as well as contract books and other things, so he waved his hand casually and said, I don't want to care about these things, I told them before, and put all these things under the name of Tianchen. When the butler heard Orpheus's words, he immediately turned around very respectfully, bent down and handed a large number of things in his hand to Yang Tianchen. Yang Tianchen knew that these things were all wanted to be given to Orpheus by the high level of the demon world. And after reading the original work, he knew that part of the situation in the demon world was now, and they were trying to win over and appease Orpheus. These high-level people in the demon world should not be stupid enough to do anything on this. If someone dares to use their brains on this, I am afraid that those high-level people in the demon world will not let go of those daring guys first. Besides, Yang Tianchen, who has seen so many online novels and TV, movies, and animations, already knows that these things are actually used by cats and cats. The most important thing is to have enough strength, and not enough strength. No matter how large the territory in your hands, no amount of money is useless. As long as you encounter a powerful enemy, it will be finished immediately. Therefore, he didn't bother to take a closer look, just simply waved his hand. Fred is foul. Since you are the exclusive butler arranged above the demon world, I think there should be no big problem. I don't worry if you do things. You can find a safe place to put these things away. Just help me put them away. Also, those things in your hands, the title deed, how many nobles and poor people in my territory want me to manage, these things will be discussed later. If this manor is only on the surface, I still like it very much, and your first task now is to take me inside and have a good look. Take a visit. After Yang Tianchen said this excitedly, he turned his head to look at Orpheus and asked excitedly, Did you say yes, Sister Orpheus? Orpheus just nodded faintly and said, Tianchen is right. Yes, young Master Tianchen. Lord Orpheus, please inside. The butler bent down respectfully and nodded. The magic light in his hand flashed. The things in his hand disappeared, and then made a gesture of invitation and walked in front to lead the way. As soon as the gate of the manor castle opened, what greeted Yang Tianchen's eyes was either the golden rich decoration or the jewelry decoration. Furniture full of antique atmosphere, precious carpets on the floor, red carpets, everything that Yang Tianchen had seen on TV in his previous life. And what he had not seen, the furnishings of the nobles' homes, they were all here. Just this moment's effort, Yang Tianchen's titanium alloy dog eyes are going to be blinded. Wow, whoa. So beautiful. This. What is this thing made of? How does it look like it's worth a lot? It's worth a lot. This sculpture must be valuable. Worth a lot, right? Is that right? Is it made of gold? Yes, my little money. Lots and lots of small money. Yang Tianchen opened the gate, and everywhere he entered his eyes, he said brilliantly. After adapting to the luxurious decoration here, the first thing Yang Tianchen noticed in his eyes was a precious sculpture with a golden body. With a swoosh, he rushed over. That speed. Fast, even the afterimage is about to appear. And this goods, as soon as they went up to the golden precious sculpture, they were slammed into it, as if they had never seen money in their lives. Fortunately, this golden sculpture is carved with a golden monster. Otherwise, his performance at the moment may also cause some unnecessary and indescribable misunderstandings. Fred, the butler assigned by the demon world to Yang Tianchen, although there was a little reaction to Yang Tianchen's excitement. Some are speechless. Ahem, to be precise, he has some desire in his heart and despises this little master. With some doubts in his heart, he thought, this kid, is it poor and crazy? Or what's wrong? Haven't seen money or what? How do you open and close your mouth for money? Huh, it's not right either. Something seems wrong. According to the information transmitted above, he and Lord Orpheus had lived together before Field, Lord Lucifer's castle. In terms of the ornate decoration of the castle and the various precious items placed inside, there is not much worse than here. He at that time. He doesn't seem to have such a big reaction. Strange. How strange. What's going on? In fact, what should I say about this idea of Fred the butler? This is actually typical. Growing up in a very wealthy family, people who are accustomed to seeing gold and silver jewelry have misthought. His thinking with the general public will be fundamentally different and incomprehensible, but it is actually normal. Yang Tianxin's living environment in his previous life, although his life since he was a child was not poor, but he was definitely not very rich, compared with those legendary family tycoons in the previous life, or super local tycoons. His family situation, at most, can only be regarded as a relatively prosperous and well-off level. It is more than enough compared to the top. In the eyes of Fred, the butler, the so-called wealth is not rich in the general sense. In the eyes of Fred, the housekeeper, the well-off level of life is actually no different from that of the poor. And as for the kind of person who throws thousands of gold, tens of thousands of gold, tens of millions of gold, there will be no change in the complexion, and he can be regarded as a truly wealthy person. How to describe the life of such a person in the eyes of Fred the butler? Let's put it this way, just like in Yang Tianxin's previous life, when ordinary people ate ice cream, willing to spend hundreds of dollars, only eat such a small cup. A famous brand of special ice cream for the average family is already very willing to spend money, right? But for the so-called rich and aristocratic, how expensive is the ice cream they eat? I'm afraid that if you say it, it can scare people to death. The small bowl of ice cream they eat casually, even if it is just a small spoonful, is worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, which is not a new thing. As for Mao will be so expensive. Is it really that expensive? Hee. The devil knows, why is it so expensive? In short, just hearing about the ingredients used to make that ice cream, nothing is a bargain. There is no one ingredient, not expensive to take out any of the same, can scare the baby to death. What's more, what else do those materials have to go through? The legendary Grand Chef. What many tedious processes go through, and how much essence is concentrated to make. Yang Tianxin's standard of living in his previous life was equivalent to a life where he could only eat a few hundred yuan of ice cream once a week, or a month. And the big people Fred was accustomed to seeing and serving, and any dessert he ate every day was definitely far more than that price. Therefore, the corners of his eyes naturally twitched a little, and the little master Yang Tianxin was under a little contempt. It's just that an excellent demon world butler appointed by a high-level demon world also has his professional qualities. It's just because of the quality of an excellent demon realm butler appointed by the high level of the demon world. Since the little master Yang Tianxin raised questions, then he naturally had to answer accordingly, so he was respectful on the surface, but with a little contempt in his heart. He replied, "Back to young Master Tianxin, that sculpture is not made of gold, but young master, if you want to ask about the value of that sculpture. I heard that you and Lord Orpheus have lived in the human world for a period of time, and you must be familiar with the values of the human world. Then, it is converted according to your values in the human world, and the golden monster sculpture you are holding in your hand now, according to the value of the human world, is equivalent to the value of 300,000 gold coins. Poof, what is SHSHSH? How much more, how much? You say 330, still, 10,000. Groove, slot. Groove, what kind of sculpture is this? How valuable is it? Hearing this answer, Yang Tianxin's pupils in his eyes instantly turned into the appearance of gold coins. Surprised and delighted, first almost not, choked to death by his own saliva, coughing and lips, almost unable to speak. Then he immediately transformed into a small wealth fan mode, moved his fingers stupidly, and began his calculation. A little bit of the state that Yang Tianxin watched in his previous life, in the TV series of a certain apartment, that Magia's sister was possessed. I'll do the math. 300,000 gold coins, converted into soft sister coins. How much is it? 1 gets 1. 1 2 gets 2. 2 3 gets 6. Just counting for a long time, he didn't count clearly. How much is 300,000 gold coins worth when converted into the monetary system of his previous life? Anyway, he knew one thing, that is, 300,000 gold coins. If they are all placed in front of them, I am afraid that they can pile up a small gold mountain. If all of them are exchanged for soft sister coins, then Cayenne Shan's volume, 80% of him buried alive, there is surplus. And that's not the end of it, it's just the beginning. Listening to Fred's introduction one after another, everything in this villa is extremely valuable. The Warcraft sculpture he was holding before turned out to be, it's not the most valuable one. More valuable than that Warcraft sculpture, in fact, there are many, many more. This can make Yang Tianchen happy. The happy one almost fainted. Fred, what about this? How much is this painting worth? Stop, don't use the currency of the demon world to describe it, or convert it to gold. I like gold more. I like gold the most. Yes, Master, you said this. Back to young Master Tianchen. This is probably worth about 250,000 gold coins. What about this? What about this screen? Back to young Master, 450,000 gold coins. That and that, what about this? This sword hanging in the main hall. It's swarthy and it looks like it's sharp and sharp. There seems to be a faint murderous aura coming from above. This one. This is worth a lot, at least worth more than 50 million gold coins. And it is said to be a magic sword once used by a certain demon king. Oh, is it so powerful? The magic sword used by the demon king. If you have the opportunity, you must try it. Ugh, Master, it's better not to have that sword. I'm afraid you can't control it now. Moreover, there is a powerful seal on it, and if you don't unlock the seal, it's actually no different from an ornament. Is that so? All right. Let's talk about it later. What about this? This vase looks very good at the carving and texture. This, it's cheaper. It's only worth 100,000 gold coins. Oh, is it so cheap? What about this one? Value. The more he got to the back, the more strange Fred became before Yang Tianchen in the field. When Lucifer Castle lived, when he saw the baby and the intelligence, he didn't seem to be so excited. His doubts rose uncontrollably again. Is it swollen? In fact, where did the butler Fred know that at that time, Yang Tianchen was unmoved when he saw the treasure? It was entirely because Yang Tianchen knew that everything there did not belong to him, Yang Tianchen, but to the original owner of the castle. To be able to enjoy the life of an aristocrat, there is to take advantage of one more day. Day by day, food, clothing, and housing do not need him to be responsible and worried. And naturally, there will be no psychological burden. After all, when others have it, it feels completely different from when you have it yourself. For example, if one day someone suddenly told you that you won the lottery for 50 million, how would you feel? Or suddenly one day, a lawyer brings an inheritance worth hundreds of millions of dollars, fines you, and asks you to sign for it. The feeling of being hit by a huge amount of money is really difficult to describe and difficult to experience. Only those who have experienced it will know. That fluttering and a little dizzy feeling, the feeling of inexplicable happiness in the heart, is really indescribable. Although Yang Tianchen had read the Demon High School novels and animations in his previous life, he had long known that the nobles of the demon world were all rich and rich. I didn't see the anime of the original book of Demon High School, when Issei Hayato, a lucky guy, lived with Liz. Lovely sister Liz, did she give Issei a complex, perfectly decorated house to Issei's family without saying a word. All the appliances and furniture inside the house, the best and best. If that kind of house is replaced by the house price of Yang Tianchen's previous life, there are no tens of millions or even tens of millions, and you will definitely not be able to buy that house. And now, Yang Tianchen feels that in the future, I am afraid that he will have to live a fairly and corrupt aristocratic life. Foo. I really woke up laughing when I thought about dreaming. The housekeeper, Fred, took Yang Tianchen and Orpheus and turned the entire villa castle. And the smile on Yang Tianxin's lips during this period never stopped. Even if the muscles at the corners of his mouth that were already laughing cramped and his muscles stiffened, he couldn't stop. Just silly laughed silly. Good, good, good. Hey ha ha ha. This is good. This one is better. Ha ha ha. This one can have. This can be had. Ha 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 ha. After visiting this villa castle, Fred took Yang Tianxin to a hall in the castle and then lightly snapped his fingers. Syllable. Not far in front of Yang Tianxin and Orpheus, a series of teleportation magic arrays immediately began to appear, and suddenly there were hundreds more. Fortunately, this villa castle has no other benefits. That is, the decoration is good enough, the area is large enough. Even if this hall suddenly has hundreds of more people, it can be easily installed. As soon as these people appeared, the lineup and formation, looking really spectacular, maids, cooks, and valets, guards, bodyguards, gardeners, and so on, all stood in line. Hundreds of people faced Orpheus neatly, bowed to Yang Tianxin, and said in unison, "Lord Orpheus, young Master Tianxin." Wow, oh, this scene is spectacular. It is really worthy of being educated by the nobles of the demon world, and he really knows how to be polite. Yang Tianxin was slightly shocked by this spectacular scene, and his heart was quite useful. Orpheus just looked at everyone calmly, and then waved his hand gently. Fred, the butler, agreed, bent down respectfully, and replied, "Yes, Lord Orpheus." Then Fred turned to hundreds of people and ordered, "You are all carefully selected from above, selected from the families of various demon nobles, and the rules that the lower people should obey. You don't need me to do anything more, right? No matter which demon nobleman you were under before, but since you have been arranged here today, Lord Orpheus and Lord Yang Tianxin will be the masters of Urgi in the future. You must remember that the words of the master are everything, and you must serve the master with all your strength and make the master satisfied. If any one of you serves badly, don't blame me for punishing you severely. Do you understand? Lord Orpheus, Lord Yang Tianxin, I don't know what I said. What do you two think, may I ask? Do you have anything else to say?" Orpheus will be a little, the original she feels. Her expression is very calm and shook her head slightly, and then looked at Yang Tianxin. In Yang Tianxin's previous life, there seemed to be maids and male servants in that world, but those were the treatment of the legendary rich and rich people. This time, it was finally his turn to have maids, valets, guards, and private cooks under him. Now, I even have the opportunity to ask myself if I want to speak and speak by myself, standing in front of a large crowd and giving a speech. Yang Tianxin's psychological vanity at this moment was instantly greatly satisfied. He coughed lightly twice, learning the appearance of a high-level speech on a TV series in his previous life, and pretended to reach out first. Raising his hand high, the nobleman Fan was full of fan and greeted the people on the left, center, and right. Ahem. That one, hello everyone, hello everyone. Then he made a look like I am a good master, and said with a kind demeanor, I have not been in the demon world for a long time, and I am actually not very clear about how to be a qualified nobleman for the nobles of the demon world. How can I be a good master if I have never been a master? I thought about it. I will try to be kind to everyone, as long as you don't do it, such as betraying me, or breaking the laws of the demon world. I promise everyone will follow me, and the more they live, the better. When you go out in the future, you will all be proud to be the next person in my family. And proud. As for serving me and Orpheus, what new rules you have to obey, and let's wait for everyone to grind in the future. I will keep the reasonable rules, and I will abolish the unreasonable ones as appropriate. And most importantly, I promise that you will never be owed for the wages you work for me. If it is a task I posted, if everyone completes it well, there should be a reward. Believe me, I don't want to be colorful. Although Yang Tianxin has not been an aristocrat or a boss in his previous life, he has not read TV, movies, anime, and online novels. How do you do it on the internet? It doesn't matter if you don't become a nobleman, just be the boss. As for how to be a good boss, that's the reward for meritorious service. There have been penalties. If it should be given to the people below, do not default. Then the people below, even if they do not die, should not betray it. En way and she, the way of the king, is said on the internet. I don't know if it works. As for how to truly implement in the future, take in all the subordinates in front of you and become your own die-hard fans. Forehead. Or take your time. Take your time. Being a small master of so many people for the first time, I have no experience, and I need to slowly learn how to collect the loyalty of others. Ahem, what's the other thing? Ahem, I'm sorry, ha. The first time I spoke to so many people, I was a little nervous, and I didn't know what to say next. Speaking of this, Yang Tianchen suddenly felt a little embarrassed and actually blinked his cute big eyes and looked at Fred, the butler beside him. That means it is clearly asking him, I'm done, what should I do next? Being looked at by Yang Tianchen like this, Rao as the housekeeper Fred is experienced, and he also feels that he is instantly speechless. Yang Tianchen this product. It's really hard for him, a sick cat in his previous life. In this life, even if he mixed the title of a demon nobleman, it's also, how does he not look like an aristocrat? How can he not have the majesty of an aristocrat at all? Yang Tianchen, such a cute little boy. Being the master makes the people below feel. It doesn't feel majestic anymore. Good fellow, now Yang Tianchen speaks like this. The male servants, private chefs, and guards below are better, all trying to hold back, not daring to make any disrespectful moves. But the maids, as well as some of the women who arranged to work here, did not hold back, and after the first person laughed a little, the other women also laughed. Poof, cluck, poof, poof. The little host was so lovely. How could any nobleman admonish like this? That's it. This little master has a really good personality. It seems that we don't have to worry about serving in the future. Aha, serve such a little master, who will betray him. Only a fool would betray him. A little master with a good temper, who looks so cute and does not owe wages. I don't know if you will betray, I won't betray anyway. You are a little leprechaun as far as you are shrewd. You deliberately say that you will not betray so loudly, and deliberately show loyalty in front of the little master. I will too, Ariana officially take a stand. From now on, loyal to the little master, loyal. These maids who spoke boldly did not know under which demon nobleman they used to do things. At first glance, he is a very shrewd kind of person. Unexpectedly, after accidentally laughing, his brain turned in an instant, and he deliberately spoke out to show loyalty. Yang Tianchen's performance at this moment, just like Leah's and Sazik's, they belong to the kind of master, no shelf and gentle temper. Becoming a subordinate of a noble family like this is the most desired place for people under the demon world. It is easiest to serve this type of host, as long as you do your job. Don't worry at all, the owner will suddenly have a whim, and he will either hit and scold himself and others, deduct wages or something. A male guard on the side really couldn't stand these shrewd maids. It is not yin or yang and hums in a low voice. Hey. Enough is enough, enough is enough. I said you maids, can you still behave a little more shamelessly? So soon began to try his best to befriend the little master. A maid immediately turned to the guard, her neck raised. How? Not convinced. If you have the ability, you will also show your loyalty. I'm afraid of you, this honor of yours, he. Even if you show loyalty, the little master can't look at it. Are you calling me ugly? HMPH, at least you don't look good as my wife. It's an indisputable fact. How? I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, you go to transsexuality. Just like you, even if you use transgender magic, it's not half as beautiful as the old lady. Lie down. Can't bear it. Brother, you know, I'm not a provocateur. This product actually hurts you like this. After work in a while, find an opportunity to kill her. I'll cheer you on. Get out. Who doesn't know you? You are famous for this goods. You like to pick things, pick others to fight, but you are watching the liveliness. The little master's speech, in some ways, is considered successful, at least as soon as he spoke. He let everyone know that he followed a little master with a good temper. If there is no accident, the people below will not easily do any betrayal, stupid things. But in other ways, there are also unsuccessful things. That is, It is not majestic enough. You must know that the group of subordinates below is divided from various high-level subordinates of the demon world. Say what sounds good, call it over, say it is not good. These guys are all various nobles, the eyeliner distributed over. It was arranged to spy on Orpheus. Even Fred, the butler, had received similar orders. Among these people, some of the masters who had followed them before were in harmony with each other, and some were in bad relations with each other. If the little master shows a little more majesty, it is better, maybe it can be suppressed. But now, even the butler Fred felt that the team was too big and the personnel were too mixed, so it was not easy to bring. The butler Fred first looked at the people below, and then turned his head to look at Yang Tiantian. Good fellow, this little master, not only did not stop the following, but the words of the people under the individual were scaring each other, and even Yang Tiantian seemed to be faintly expect them to fight here. The look in their eyes and the excited light that they were looking forward to, Fred could feel it even if he was standing 10 meters away. Belch. All right. He knew that the little master he was going to serve was not the nobles he had served before. But that's too much worse, right? He didn't have the consciousness of being a high-ranking nobleman at all. Also, Lord Orpheus, who said that you are a big man of how powerful you are. Why don't you care about yourself and hang high? You just watched young Master Tiantian mess around like this, fooling around how to do things. In order not to happen, in front of Lord Orpheus and the little master Yang Tiantian, it was a very rude thing. For example, there were some foolish subordinates on the spot who saw Yang Tiantian's tacit attitude and even expected them to fight. In front of the master, these guys are really unrestrained, fighting each other and scolding each other to greet each other's ancestors for 18 generations, and so on and so on. The butler Fred had to stand up again, coughing hard twice, and a powerful magic was released from his body. A powerful coercive pressure is formed to press down. All right, you fucking guys, what are you doing? What do you do? Be serious, give me seriousness. I tell you, warning you, Lord Orpheus and Lord Tiantian have good tempers. That's the two of them, don't deal with you lowly guys. But don't forget, they're still my husband. One by one, no rules, this is still in front of the owner. Laugh out loud, speak loudly. Threaten to fight. You guys. Are you guys doing this when I don't exist, or what? Now go down. Give the old man me to go down and do things. Do whatever you have to do. Do what you want. Don't make any trouble for me, otherwise, the old man and my means will still have some. Rumble. After saying this, the magic power of the butler Fred burst out violently again, and the people below who were shocked shrunk their necks one after another, bowed their heads in unison, and did not dare to say more. Yang Tiantian looked at Fred as if he were curious about the baby. Secretly thought of Fred, the housekeeper, look at it, not very old, in his early 40s, he actually calls himself an old man. That's right, too. The demons of the demon world, especially those with high strength, can control their appearance at will, and they can maintain their appearance at whatever age they want to maintain. The hundreds of people below bent down in unison and respectfully replied, "Yes." Then it is very orderly to retire. The one who should go to clean goes to the cleaning. The one who should go to the kitchen goes to the kitchen. The one who should be in charge of patrolling goes to patrol. And the one who should guard the door goes to guard the door. In short, the coercion of the housekeeper is still very useful. Everyone is very conscious. They are very attentive to do things, and no one needs to worry about it at all. And Yang Tiantian also let the butler Fred take him and inspect all his territory from this day. First, to familiarize yourself with and understand how big is your territory. What are the main profitable projects? Second, in order to familiarize themselves with their own jurisdiction, how many lords have a little acquaintance with their own people, so that the people here can see who their top boss is. However, fortunately, the time period of the demon college that Yang Tiantian came to was quite appropriate. Unlike the demon world a long time ago, there are no territorial people, and when they see their noble superiors, they must kneel and so on. You just need to bend down and salute politely, which makes Yang Tiantian look very comfortable. To be honest, he was still quite disgusted by the rule of kneeling as soon as they met. Yang Tiantian sat in an open-top carriage, waving to the surrounding territorial people from time to time, learning from the big figures on TV in his previous life, and maintaining a kind smile. Greeting. Ha ha ha. Hello. Hello, everyone. Ha ha ha. Everyone has worked hard. Do you have any problems in your work and life recently? If you have something, remember to report to Fred. If you can solve it, we will try our best to help everyone. Everyone remember. From now on, the name of our territory will be called the Dragon God Domain. Be sure to remember it. Dragon God Domain. And I, the Lord of the Dragon God Domain, Yang Tiantian, and the people of the territory on both sides of the carriage, some of them were genuinely excited, and some of them may be cooperating with the acting. All of them made a very welcome appearance of welcoming the new Lord. All of them were very enthusiastic, waving their hands and shouting, Lord Orpheus, young Master Tiantian. Whoosh! I have seen our Lord, Lord Orpheus, how beautiful and cute. Young Master Tiantian is also very beautiful. Now he is already so beautiful. He must be a super handsome guy when he grows up. Young Master Tiantian, I love you. Lord Orpheus, I love you. The leaders below, the level of education should not be very high, although they still look very enthusiastic. It's just that their welcome is shouted with those words. And after Yang Tiantian and them passed in the carriage, the discussion behind them, just sort of In short, it made Orpheus frown slightly, which made Yang Tiantian twitch some corners of his mouth. After Yang Tiantian was truly familiar with his territory, he and Orpheus also inspected for 3 months, during which they showed that they were a good lord who was close to the people and loved the people like a son. Yang Tiantian also learned from the big figures on TV in his previous life, went to some poor families in his territory, and personally sent warmth to the door. They bought a large amount of food that was convenient for long-term storage, as well as edible oil, and the ordinary people of the demon world who needed it the most were given to poor households. Of course, during this period, they also asked what help they needed, what difficulties they had, and what specialties they were good at. In addition, Yang Tiantian also deliberately held several more practical training courses, spent some money to let Fred's housekeeper, invited some teachers, and trained some poor households for free to help them have the ability to support themselves. To be honest, what Yang Tiantian did in all this was not a few news that he saw on TV in his previous life. But in this period of time, the demon college world was concerned. There are not many good lords like Yang Tiantian. Therefore, although it was only 3 short months, Yang Tiantian won the love and support of the dragon god leader and all the people in the demon world. In addition, the reason why Yang Tiantian changed the name of this territory to the Dragon God Domain, first of all, was naturally because of Orpheus beside him, and he knew that without Orpheus' help, he alone would never be able to obtain such a good territory. If it is an ordinary demon, without any background, he wants to obtain such a large territory as him. If there is no special reason, he is working to death. According to the average lifespan of the demon race of at least a few hundred years, he does not even have the qualifications to obtain Yang Tiantian's territory, 1/1000th of the size of the land. As for the second reason, Orpheus also agrees with this name. In Orpheus's opinion, this territory is indeed only qualified to live in the dragon god in the future. Because Orpheus believes in the unknown future. She had the confidence to witness the birth of a new dragon god, and watched Yang Tiantian grow into a powerful existence like her little by little. Then, someone will be able to walk with her all the way and make her no longer feel lonely. And Tiantian will not ignore her like the Great Red. Do not talk to her. In addition to fighting with her, he only knows to watch those boring dream worlds anyway. Because of her own strength, Orpheus's realm has been reached, allowing her to almost reach the point of immortality and immortality. She had time to wait, watch with her own eyes, and witness with her own eyes that Yang Tiantian grew up little by little. When Yang Tiantian really grows up, there will be 2 dragon gods in this dragon god domain, and calling this place Dragon God Domain, is there anything wrong? As for 3 months later, in the noble class of a noble school located in the demon world, when the class time was about to arrive, The noble students sitting in their seats had already begun to talk quietly. Hey, have you heard? We're going to transfer a transfer student in our class today. Well, I heard a little. It seems to be some kind of dragon god's child. I'll go. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. That is Lord Orpheus, the infinite dragon god. She looks so cute and beautiful. Where will there be any children? That kid was a descendant of the dragon clan she fancy, not her child. Oh, how do you know that Lord Orpheus is cruel and cute? Have you kid ever seen her? Hum. That, of course, my father, but personally received, one of the few nobles of Lord Orpheus. So my father got the opportunity to take a magical portrait with Lord Orpheus and other nobles, and my family now has a portrait that can be called a historical moment. Listening to the lively chat of the nobles in front, Seraflu, who had just entered school today, blinking his cute big eyes at Sazix, a red-haired boy sitting beside him. He pressed his elbow against Sazex's arm. He asked, "Na, Sazex, I heard that your father is also one of the nobles who received Lord Eugen. Is Lord Orpheus really that cute? Is it so cute to have me?" Sazex recalled the portrait he had seen at home before, nodded, and smiled gracefully. Looking at Seraflu, who was trying to make a cute expression in front of her, she said, In terms of appearance and dress, Lord Orpheus is indeed quite cute." Astarte sitting on the other side, Beelzebub, shrugging his shoulders, added, "Lord Orpheus looks very cute, but he doesn't seem to like to laugh very much, and he feels a little cool. And there are also some cold feelings. If I were to say anything, it would be our Seraflu, this kind of more lively girl, more cute." Seraflu nodded thoughtfully, clasped her hands to her chest, and said, I also think so. It's not enough for girls to look good. If you want to master the essence of cuteness, you need to maintain a lively and cheerful attitude." Just when the aristocratic students among the teachers were talking about it, suddenly a cute-looking female teacher with round-framed black-rimmed glasses and cute cat ears walked in with a black-haired boy wearing a red suit. As soon as the teacher came in, he first clapped his hands to calm everyone down, and then asked Yang Tianchen to introduce himself. Yang Tianchen turned around and first wrote his name on the blackboard. Then he turned around, nodded slightly like everyone, and made a gentleman's bending etiquette, then introduced himself. "My name is Yang Tianchen. I am a humanoid dragon king who has just been born a few years ago, the current lord of the dragon god domain, and I will ask everyone to take care of me in the future." Yang Tianchen's self-introduction was very simple, and he didn't say too much. For example, Orpheus is his own backer of this kind of information. The noble classmates here, according to their background and the speed of well-informed transmission, I believe they may have known for a long time. As for the bloodline and physique in his body, not too many people in the entire demon world know that when Orpheus brought Yang Tianchen to the demon world, when he negotiated with the high level of the demon world, Orpheus didn't explain much, just said that Yang Tianchen's bloodline was very, very special, and she was very, very fond of the descendants of a certain dragon king. How strong is Yang Tianchen's bloodline? How big is your potential? Orpheus felt that it was better not to talk nonsense, or not to talk nonsense. As for Yang Tianchen himself, even if he did not have Orpheus' deliberate advice, he himself would not be stupid and go around to publicize nonsense. As for the high-level members of the demon race, are there any special means? For example, divination, using crystal balls, and unfolding special magic to trace his past. That is their ability, which is not in the consideration of Yang Tianchen and Orpheus. After Yang Tianchen's introduction, the beautiful cat-eared female teacher first took the lead in applauding and said, "Okay, Yang Tianchen has already introduced himself. Everyone applauds together. Welcome the new students." Snap. The welcome applause is not warm, but it is still passable. Those who wanted to befriend Yang Tianchen naturally applauded enthusiastically, with a blazing look flashing in their eyes, looking at Yang Tianchen. As for Seraflu, Sazex, Beelzebub, and even some real nobles with backgrounds, either it's just a faint applause that doesn't matter, or even just coping with 2 blows, or simply no applause. After the cat-eared female teacher finished applauding, she bent down very respectfully and asked Yang Tianchen, "Tianchen, since you have finished introducing yourself, go down and find a seat at random." We are all children of the nobles of the demon world here, so the seats that everyone sits in are random and not fixed, and there are not too many rules. You go down and choose the seat yourself, and you can sit wherever you want. Yang Tianchen nodded slightly, and then glanced at the seats of all the students present. Just a simple glance, I saw a few acquaintances, who made him very interested and interested. Said to be an acquaintance, it is because when he watched the original anime in his previous life, he still remembered these people. For their appearance, it is simply familiar that it cannot be more familiar. Although after he was reborn, this is the realistic version of the demon high school, parallel to the other world. The live-action people I see are a little different from the animation, but the general appearance is still easy to identify. The red-haired one must be the teenager Sazek's, and the cute-looking little beauty with a double ponytail must be Seraflu. The elegant and handsome boy next to him must be from his youth, Astarte, Beelzebub. As for the silver-haired girl sitting next to them, not far away, it must be the silver-haired witch who killed the witch when she was a girl, Gryphia. Lucifigus can't be wrong. And at this time, Gryphia, Lucifigus, right in front of Sazek's and them. In the original book, Gryphia accepted the family's order to be responsible for contacting and monitoring Sazek's, and only then would he get along with Sazek's day by day. A little bit of long-term love. Yang Tianchen had already inquired about the situation here long before he enrolled in the Demon World Noble School. Now Sazek's, Seraflu, they have just entered school, and Gryphia just transferred in yesterday. In the original book, she was responsible for monitoring Sazek's, but as soon as he entered the classroom today, he had already found out. His favorite Gryphia when watching anime in his previous life, her eyes have never stopped observing and staring at him since she came in. Just this discovery made Yang Tianchen feel excited enough. I thought to myself, Masaka, do you say, could it be because I am the humanoid dragon king that Lord Orpheus fancy, let Gryphia's surveillance target shift? Is this the butterfly effect that the traversers often encounter, the surveillance target of Gryphia? Should it be, from the original Sazek's, changed to me in this world, right? As soon as this thought rose, it lingered in Yang Tianchen's mind anymore, secretly trying to calm his mood, and took 2 deep breaths. Then he made a relaxed gesture and walked slowly towards Gryphia's side, which happened to have a vacant seat beside her at the moment. The heart says, okay, all right, I want to calm down. Calm down, Yang Tianchen. Since you're going to spy on me then, all right, I'll just follow your mind and let you keep an eye on me. Anyway, I can do it right, sit up straight, and I don't have anything unseemly, so I'm not afraid that you will spy on me. Belch, probably. While thinking about various questions in his mind, Yang Tianchen slowly came to Gryphia's side and bent down very politely to salute. Very gentlemanly asked, hello, this beautiful lady, excuse me, can I have the honor of sitting beside you? Gryphia looked at Yang Tianchen with calm eyes, and then nodded gently, and said with an indifferent and cold expression, sit, it's just a seat, and no one is stopping you. Instantly, Yang Tianchen had a Q version of him in his heart, crying on the side and saying sadly, sure enough, it was still cold. The atmosphere is slightly awkward. However, Yang Tianchen also began to be a little curious in his heart. How did a woman like Gryphia, the original Sazek's, chase her? This faint indifference, Gryphia in his youth, doesn't seem to be so easy to contact. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Yang Tianchen had to use his fingers and scratch his nose gently, then smiled, made a very sunny smile, and thanked me politely. Oh, is that so? Then thank you, this beautiful lady, then you are welcome. Yang Tianchen was very careful, slowly sat down, and on the first day he entered the Demon World Noble Academy, he achieved a small goal, and the favorite character in his previous life became the same table. The Q version of Yang Tianchen in his heart is running wildly, scattering flowers in the sky and cheering. Oh, yes, I'm Gryphia's table mate. Gryphia is my table mate. The location Yang Tianchen chose was not only Gryphia's table mate. At the same time, just sitting in the row behind him, it happened to be Sazek's, Astarte, Beelzebub, and Seraflu. This seat for Yang Tianchen is simply, it's the most perfect and most wanted position. However, he had the opportunity to get this seat thanks to Seraflu. The Seraflu of this period is compared to the Seraflu in the later part of the original book, the demon lord who wants to shine all the time. In other words, this parallel world, Seraflu in her youth, compared with the original, is a little different. After Seraflu inherited the position of Demon King later in the original book, she generally rarely used people unless she fought. Not only will not be rough, but also like it, always pretend to be cute, sell cute or something. However, in this world, Seraflu in her teenage years, there are not so many scruples. As long as it is someone who annoys her, there is nothing she does not dare to clean up, except for Sazex, Shuka, whom Seraflu approved, and Greffia, whom he had known since childhood. The others did not dare to sit in this area at all. Therefore, basically the people sitting in this area are simply a small group of small transcendents, and ordinary nobles dare not approach. Although they are also descendants of the demon nobility, Seraflu, Greffia, Sazex, and Shuka are all transcendents. The magic power and potential contained in the body of every transcendent are very, very terrifying. If they reel them off, even if they are high-level demons, they will be killed in seconds. Of course, according to Yang Tianxin's origin, as well as the potential contained in his body, he is also a transcendent. It's just that because he is a natural dragon clan, he is already almost invincible at the same level just by relying on the strength of his flesh to fight. As for the huge magic power in his body, it was now like a super huge treasure trove, and he could not fully exert it until he really mastered his own power. However, if someone really provoked Yang Tianxin to break out, as exciting as the original book, he is also possible to run away, and the power of the state of the Tyrannosaurus, he can also make it. It's just that because Yang Tianxin was an ordinary person in his previous life, plus the relationship of a sick cat, even if he was reincarnated and reborn, and was cultivated by Orpheus for several years, his heart is actually a relatively kind of person. If it weren't for someone who really provoked him, generally speaking, Yang Tianxin still belongs to the kind of person who is very easy to get along with. Just like Sazex, although it has great potential and strength, it is not a last resort, but it will not easily erupt. Regardless of the cat-eared female teacher who has already started lecturing above, Seraflu, who was sitting in the back, looked at Yang Tianxin sitting in front of her with great interest, and stretched out her finger to poke at Yang Tianxin's back curiously. Trying to put on a rather cute smile, he said, Hey, you are the legendary humanoid dragon king that Lord Orpheus fancy." Yang Tianxin turned his head slightly to look at Seraflu, nodded with a kind smile, pretended not to know them, and asked, "Yes, hello, may I ask you?" Seraflu raised her cute little head and said, "You don't know me. Listen to me, old lady. I am the most super invincible and cute beautiful girl in this class, Seraflu. City." Then Seraflu pointed to Sazex and them with her finger again, and introduced Yang Tianxin one by one. "This red-haired over here is Sazex. Gimonri. That glamorous-looking slut. Don't look at him so good-looking, but he's actually a man named Shuka. Astarte, that silver-haired, ice-cube woman next to you is Greffia. Lucifergus." Hearing Seraflu's introduction, Sazex just sighed helplessly, and then smiled slightly. He also had no way to take Seraflu. Shuka listened directly. Her eyebrows jumped slightly twice. A few tic-tac-toes appeared on her brain, and after glaring at Seraflu, she turned her head unpleasantly and hummed softly, and no longer paid attention to Seraflu's appearance. The heart said, "HMPH, what is it called charming? Do I call this good-looking? This kind of beautiful and handsome appearance is not something that any man can get." As for Greffia, because she has known Seraflu since she was a child, the two seem to be a little mistaken at each other. The relationship is not good, but it is not bad, and the two beauties have fought since they were young. Yang Tianxin, who has read the original work, only has a slight understanding of some of the states between them, although the specific situation is not very clear. However, Yang Tianxin can understand. After all, he has seen too many film and television animations in his previous life. Beauty, sometimes like this, their thoughts, is generally difficult to understand. And Greffia heard Seraflu call her an ice cube woman, and said that she was a super invincible and cute beautiful girl, expressed disdain and contempt, and glanced at Seraflu with disdain. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he snorted coldly. HMPH. Super invincible, cute, beautiful girl. Do you really dare to say it? Hearing Greffia's cold snort and seeing the other party's disdainful eyes, Seraflu suddenly became angry. If it weren't for the fact that she was still in class, she wouldn't be able to do it, and she would have rushed up to fight with Greffia. His eyes spewed fire like anger at Greffia, gritting his teeth and angrily. Greffia, what do you say? Have the audacity to tell me again. Greffia snorted disdainfully and said with a smile, just say, do you think I'm afraid of you? You rub, clothing, bored. Where is it cute? Yang Tianchen, who has read the original work, knows that the two in front of him are said to have a stiff relationship when they were teenagers. He suddenly thought more about himself in his heart, but he really didn't expect it. It could stiff to this point, and also, does it turn out that Greffia is also so vicious? How come I don't know? Or is it because I came to a relationship in another world? This parallel world of Greffia, under her cool and cold surface, the mouth is so sharp. Such a poisonous tongue. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the sharp spit of kitten sauce. It's a nest that pierces people's hearts when they open their mouths. Greffia snorted disdainfully and smiled at Seraflu. Just say, do you think I'm afraid of you? You rub, clothing, bored. Where is it cute? Don't look at the original anime, Seraflu, who has inherited the throne of the Demon King, although her body is a little smaller. But at that time, she was already an adult, so although she was small, her figure was quite good. Of course, this does not rule out that as an adult, Lord Seraflu, she has used magic to transform or something, changing her body shape. However, in the other world that Yang Tianchen is now traversing, when he first met her, Seraflu, Greffia, Sazex, and they were only in their teenage years. Therefore, their bodies have not fully grown. The original book does not know. But in this other world, there is one, which belongs to the restrictions that even high-level demons must be subjected to. That is, no matter how heaven-defying your bloodline is, how powerful is your potential, and how powerful is your magic. As long as you are still a teenager, then they do not have the ability to change their appearance and body shape. Or they can't change their appearance as they do as adults. For example, if the use of magic is slightly wrong, it will cause the transformation to fail, such as after transformation. The eyes are large and the eyes are small. The ears become rabbit ears. The teeth are turned out and turned in, and the small nose becomes the big nose. And this is only the consequence of the failure of the change on the face. If it is replaced by the physical, it is likely to be even more terrifying, such as after transformation. The appearance is cute and beautiful, but the body is as strong as King Kong. It is not impossible for a woman's head, a muscular man's body shape, or simply become a fat man weighing up to several hundred pounds. Forehead, perhaps because of the innate heredity. Seraflu's teenage years, in terms of figure, compared with female demons of the same age, had to suffer a little loss, especially compared with Greffia, who is not much different in age. The two are undoubtedly the one who was crushed in terms of height and figure. Greffia also liked it the most, in this regard, to poke Seraflu's heart socket. Therefore, when Greffia said this, Seraflu would subconsciously look at Greffia, and when she looked at herself, she suddenly had a feeling of sadness coming from it. A nameless fire, and sad and indignant emotions will burst out from the heart. In Seraflu's mind, there will also be a Q version of Seraflu, who is holding a handkerchief in both hands and biting the corner of the handkerchief viciously. His face was full of grief and indignation, and he burst into tears. Woo, I'm so unwilling. Abominable, abominable. Maybe killing Yang Tianchen would not have thought that when he watched the original animation. Seraflu, who had always been beautiful and often pretended to be a cute, beautiful girl demon king. It turns out that when she was a teenager, she was also bullied by the cool Greffia like this. So he was also wide-eyed, full of shock and curiosity, watching the fierce collision between the two women. Seraflu pressed her palm on the table. Her eyes glared at Greffia, and likewise, Greffia did not show weakness in the slightest, and glared back at Seraflu. And at the same time, at the table where Seraflu pressed, You can already see that there is a speed visible to the naked eye, and white frost is spreading. Saraflu gritted her teeth and said angrily, "What did you say? Who do you say is a washboard? That means you, what's wrong? Not convinced." Greffia, who was also a transcendent, was not at all afraid of Saraflu's angry look and replied with a calm face. Rumble. Receiving such an answer, and seeing Greffia's arrogant eyes, Saraflu only felt that her whole person was about to burn, and she was almost angry. In front of the eyes of the two women, there seemed to be faint electric sparks shining and colliding. Behind each other, there seemed to be a roaring flame burning. Women, no matter what world or era, the most concerned about the few taboos that cannot be touched. One is their appearance and figure. The second is weight. The third is age. If you're daring, look at any young girl. You scold her for a washboard, princess taping. Are you too fat? Or do you scold her for an old woman to try? If she runs away in minutes and fights with you, Yang Tianchen will dare to write her name upside down. Greffia dared to scold Saraflu for being a washboard. This is really what the uncle can endure, and the aunt can't bear it. The atmosphere here instantly dropped to freezing point, and the cat-eared female teacher who was in class above naturally felt it in an instant. Don't see that she is in the blackboard book. The sweaty hairs all over her body are standing up at the moment, and the hair on the cat's tail behind her is exploding. It's terrible, it's really terrible. The body of these two female classmates, that aura, that magic, good, it's terrible. Really, really scary. She slowly turned around, with a slight trilling in her voice, looking at Greffia and Saraflu, who were talking to each other there, reaching out, and a little afraid to stretch out. I want to stop them from continuing to deteriorate the atmosphere. The cat-eared female teacher was afraid, and whispered, "Ah, that, excuse me, I'm in class. Saraflu-san, Greffia-san, aren't you?" Saraf turned his face, suddenly glared angrily and said angrily, "Get out." Greffia turned her eyes glared sharply, and her tone was cold and indifferent. "Teacher, can you please not disturb me?" Suddenly glared at by the two female classmates like this, the cat-eared female teacher was instantly stunned. The cat's ears immediately pulled down, and the tail behind it was rolled up in fright, and tears immediately shone faintly in its eyes. Pitiful, his little hand covered his red lips and said, "Algabi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The teacher is wrong, the teacher is wrong." Woo-hoo, Saraflu-san is so scary. Grufia-san is also terrible. Suddenly seeing all this happening in front of him, Yang Tianchen was also instantly surprised, and the three views were subverted. Would has, when a student dare to scare the teacher like this? The two of them, aren't they afraid that the teacher will talk to their parents afterwards? Could it be said that this is the norm for the nobles of the demon world? If this is really the case, then the teachers of the demon world noble school are really not easy. Which of these children who came to study in aristocratic schools was not from a family background? And ordinary teachers really did not have the courage to take care of them. However, fortunately, in the small group of this seat, all of them were transcendents, and when they saw Saraflu's face, something was wrong. They also dared to be angry with the teacher. They know that Saraflu and Greffia are probably a little out of control emotionally. Sazex and Achuka immediately struck, and at the same time used powerful magic powers, holding Saraflu's shoulders together, preventing her from continuing to burst out of magic. Yang Tianchen was also taken together, subconsciously made a move, and pressed Greffia's shoulder with one hand, suppressing the sharp momentum that erupted from Greffia's body. At the same time, Sazex was still beside Saraflu, whispering, "Don't be impulsive, Saraflu. This is not the place where you go to war. Do you want to expose the secrets of our transcendent to everyone?" Achuka also persuaded from the sidelines, "Hey, even if you want to do something with Greffia, you shouldn't be in this place at this time. At least, you have to find a suitable place to let go of the fight." Yang Tianchen was also at this moment, with a little bewilderment on his face, and persuaded, Yes, Saraflu, Greffia, look, the students around you are looking at you. And the cat-eared female teacher over there, looking at your previous fierce appearance, what scared her into? The cat-eared female teacher, seeing the members of the small group of transcendents over there, looked at the eyes, and was slightly startled. The body subconsciously trembled and carefully whispered, That, in fact, I don't have anything. You can just watch and do it yourself. Just watch and do it. The cat-eared female teacher may be really timid or afraid of Seraflu, and the family behind Greffia, she can only smile bitterly. And the students of the surrounding nobles of the demon world also watched the excitement one after another, and continued to watch the development of the situation with great interest, and even wished that they would fight on the spot. Seraflu gritted her teeth at this moment, although she hated it. But she still knew that she and Sazex, their secrets of the transcendent, could not be casually revealed in front of people, no matter how much the high level of the demon race behind them knew about the secrets of their transcendence. At least they couldn't show their secrets here so easily. So, Seraflu glared at Greffia in front of her with a murderous look, gritted his teeth and said, Greffia, you have an ice cube face that can't smile. If you have the courage, wait for me. Dare to go out with me after school today. Look at the old lady. I won't turn you over today. Greffia glanced at Seraflu with disdain and replied without fear, HMPH. Then what do you dare not do? Who does it over is not certain. Yang Tianchen touched his chin, looking back and forth at the state of the two women, not without some imaginative speculation, thinking, Seraflu, who became the Demon King in the original work, the reason why she likes cosplay magical beautiful girls so much, always likes to pretend to be cute. I don't know if there is any special reason to pinch. Could it be that she was stimulated by Greffia when she was a teenager? Maybe. It's really possible. Although it is said that the future Seraflu in the original book will grow up with good appearance and figure. But if you want to compare beauty with Greffia, it seems a little or better than not winning. So you just went the route of cute, beautiful girls. A woman's intuition is always so keen. Seeing Yang Tianchen looking back and forth between herself and Greffia, Seraflu seems to have sensed something. What malicious speculation. Unexpectedly, some of them were annoyed for no reason, glared at Yang Tianchen fiercely, and said angrily, What to see? Are you like Beelzebub, who always likes to laugh at me in secret? Look again, believe it or not, I'll even beat you up after school. Seraflu glared at Yang Tianchen angrily and said in annoyance, What to see? Even you dare to laugh at me, believe me or not, I will even beat you up after school. Oh, what about that? All right, I don't look at it. Hey, you are the boss. Hey. Yang Tianchen hurriedly smiled, not daring to confront Seraflu at this time. Although it is said that if it really fights, Yang Tianchen should not be afraid of Seraflu's magic attack by relying on his strong dragon physique. Forehead. All right. This is actually just Yang Tianchen's guess. However, whether it is the film and television animation watched in the previous life, or seeing the relationship between parents in your own home, it will always prove a truth. Don't go against a woman when she is going crazy. If you dare to go against her at this time, it will generally not end well. Although beating is affectionate, scolding is love. The more affectionate kicks the foot. Belch, it seems to be a little wrong. That is to describe the mode of getting along between husband and wife. But no matter what, Yang Tianchen will not go at this time, touch the mold of Seraflu. In particular, when they first met, it didn't seem like a very wise choice to get involved with Seraflu. Seraflu and Greffia can anger each other and pinch each other. That is, they have known each other since they were young, and they are not afraid of pinching. But Yang Tianchen can't, at least not yet. At least until he gets acquainted with Seraflu. When everyone is really acquainted, don't say mutual intimidation. That is, even Yang Tianchen dared to scold her princess taping. That's also can drop. Probably. At least get acquainted and complain to each other, but it will enhance each other's feelings and friendship. The one-day course of the Demon World Noble School was slow and fast. Anyway, in Seraflu's eyes, it was really a little slow and finally survived to the day. All classes were over, and school was over. As soon as school was over, Seraflu couldn't wait, stood in front of Greffia, pointed at the school gate with her thumbs, pouted, raised her eyebrows, and signaled, If you have one, follow me. HMPH, just go, I'm not afraid of you, lead the way. Greffia packed up the books, put them in the subspace with him, stood up and looked at Seraflu coldly and said, Good balls. The one over there, the black-haired one, you come with you. Give me a testimony and see how I abused her today, old lady. Sarah Flu looked at Yang Tianchen, who also stood up, and pointed to Yang Tianchen and said, so what? Sarah Flu-chan, are you talking about me? Please don't call me that who's who, okay? I have a name, my name is Yang Tianchen. I have already introduced it just now, haven't I? Yang Tianchen couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart. After a long day, as long as he was after class today, he would talk to her, and he wanted to have a good relationship with her. But she didn't remember her name at all. It's really a little depressing. Are all beautiful women like this? After a day of getting along with Sazix, Yang Tianchen is not very clear about this history of the original work, and there is not much content describing this period in the book. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, this is a parallel world. If there is something different from the content in the book, it is normal. I only saw Yang Tianchen, Sazix, Achuka, Sarah Flu, and Gryphia and their group after leaving the noble school, and met at the door, waiting for the housekeeper or maid who picked them up from school. At the door, these housekeepers and maids all gathered around, respectfully bending down and saying, Young Master Tianchen, Master Sazix, Miss Sarah Flu, Master Achuka, Miss Gryphia. These subordinates bent down to salute, intending to guide them into their respective families' carriages. But at this time, Sarah Flu's small hand stretched out to the gray and gray domineering. Raising his cute little head, he said, Stop. Don't worry about it first. Today your young master and young lady are not in a hurry to go back first. Go home with me first. Today I'm going to invite them home as guests. As soon as they heard Sarah Flu say that they wanted to treat them, these housekeepers and maids were in unison. Their eyebrows jumped, and the expressions on their faces immediately began to become unnatural, and the expression was indescribably strange. They are all subordinates of the upper families, and they don't know the truth about the temper, rumors, and personalities of these noble ladies and young masters. If these subordinates who specialize in serving the young master do not even have this bit of information, I am afraid that they will not be able to mix with their current status. As soon as they heard Sarah Flu say this, these subordinates knew what Sarah Flu wanted to do. So they turned their heads one after another and looked at the young master and young lady of their family. Sazix nodded helplessly. Achuka nodded slightly with an indifferent expression, and Gryphia had a cold expression and did not object. Yang Tianchen looked left and right, also like a learner, and nodded to Fred, the housekeeper of his family. Seeing his young master and young lady nodding, the next people immediately gave way to a road, and Sarah Flu had an arrogant expression, walked forward and waved his little hand. What are you guys waiting for? Keep up. Poof. Ahem. Forehead. Nothing, I just suddenly had a little discomfort in my throat and didn't mean anything else. Yang Tianchen didn't hold back for a moment, smiled, but was turned back by Sarah Flu and glared fiercely. So he quickly raised his hand to make a surrender gesture and explained with a smile. Equals, there was no word all the way. And soon, these young masters and young ladies arrived at Sarah Flu's house. The gate slowly opened, and luxurious carriages followed Sarah Flu's carriage in. The group stopped in front of the magnificent, huge castle villa, and Sarah Flu was the first to jump down and throw it at the maid who welcomed her. A small noble school bag was taken out of her subspace, and then threw it to the maid on the side and ordered, Put my school bag away, it contains my homework today. Just find someone to help me do it. Yang Tianchen, who got off the car with Sarah Flu, suddenly looked at his eyebrows slightly and asked Sazix, who had already got off the car. Sazix, I am a nobleman who has entered your demon world. So it's not very clear about the lives of your demon world, noble young masters and young ladies. Can the homework assigned by the school teacher also be done by random people? Won't the teacher have any opinions? Sazix shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. The teacher is not very strict with the problem of homework. After all, we are all children of the upper aristocracy. If it is not necessary, the teacher will generally not be too strict with us. As long as you have the ability to get the same good grades as Sarah Flu in important school exams, you can get full marks in all exams, and you can also do no homework. Even if you sleep in class, the teacher will not care about you. When passing by Yang Tianchen's side, Gryphia glanced at Yang Tianchen coldly and said coldly, Oh, so what? All right, I think I'd better do my homework when I go back. Yang Tianxian had just arrived in the demon world, and he was not very familiar with the words of the demon world. In addition, he recalled his previous life. It seems that the exam results are only at most the middle of the class, slightly above the level. If you don't study hard, Orpheus's face suddenly flashes in your mind, and you shiver for no reason. According to Orpheus's strict requirements for him, even if the exam does not need a full score, it can't be too bad otherwise. If you go back and don't get it well, you will be punished. Achuka stretched out her hand, gently patted Yang Tianxian's shoulder, looked at Seraflu and Greffia who were walking in front, showed a playful smile, and said with a smile, "Brother, I don't know how good you are learning. Anyway, as far as I know from childhood to adulthood, if you talk about reading books and exams alone, the two women who walk in front of you are all pervert-level monsters. Hey, I really obeyed. Greffia is also a thing. She is the kind of girl who studies very seriously. Seraflu is crazy all day long, likes to play everywhere, find trouble everywhere. She can even always get a full score when she takes the exam. It's really a special place to reason." Groove. Could it be that the two women in front of me are the legendary super students? Yang Tianxian looked at the two women walking in front, and then looked at Achuka and Seizex in disbelief. What Yang Tianxian didn't expect was that Achuka and Seizex actually expressed their approvals and nodded helplessly. Yang Tianxian immediately felt that his three views of the world were destroyed, and he had a feeling of collapse, just as Seizex and Achuka said. He really didn't expect that Greffia was a top student, and he wasn't surprised that he had. What surprised and unbearable to him the most was Seraflu. He couldn't imagine that a girl like her was also a schoolboy. "I can't see it." Yang Tianxian thought for a while, then turned his head to look at Seizex and Achuka and asked curiously, "The two of them are top students, but they don't know about Achuka and Seizex. What about you? How did you do before?" Achuka seemed to want a laugh and tried to deliberately pretend to be very modest and said, Generally speaking, if it is the total score of the exam, I can't compare to Seraflu and Greffia and Seizex, who are always a few points lower than them every time. But I'm very confident in my magic exams. If the teacher comes up with a playoff question, I will be the first to solve it the fastest." Eileen, flaunt. This is definitely a show-off of eating fruits. It's all messy stuff. Why is this meow all the top students? Lao Tzu, I usually hate people like you the most. Yang Tianxian thought so badly in his heart. At the same time, he glanced at Achuka unpleasantly, then turned his head to look at Seizex, and then looked at Greffia who was walking in front, and thought in his heart. It seems that Seizex in the original book is so afraid of his wife. Even if Seizex is a demon lord, he will be killed by Greffia. Could it be because in their youth, Greffia left some shadow over Seizex? No, since I have already come to the demon college world, and when I entered the classroom before, Greffia's surveillance target seems to have become me. How could I be afraid of her? All right, since Seraflu and Greffia are both super female students, it seems that I can't be too weak in my studies. At least it can't be much worse than Achuka and Seizex. Otherwise, if you want to be in this small group of transcendents in the future, I'm afraid you will. It's going to be hard to mix around. I don't want to be despised by them, especially in front of female students, so I can't let them despise me. I want to fight for the dignity of men. Yang Tianxian thought about it in his mind, but he was a little off track, and he actually began to cheer himself up. It's just that learning this thing, sometimes it's not just about cheering yourself up. Sometimes talent is important. As the two transformation light curtains dissipated, Seraflu and Greffia both changed their clothes and put on a beautiful battle armor. The armor of their bodies is not the full-body armor like Issei, but the kind of armor similar to the holy clothes of Saint Seiya. It's just that on them, in addition to wearing outer armor, there is a set of armor that is very similar to each other. Similar to some high-tech animations, some mecha pilots wear tight-like tights. If you look carefully, such as their arms, waist, those positions that cannot be protected by outer armor, the position where the joints need to move. The surface of this combat suit can also emit graphics with special light pattern magic, just like the combat suit on the mecha pilot in the high-tech animation. Echuka's arm gently hooked Yang Tianxin's shoulder and raised his head proudly. Motioning for Yang Tianxin to look over, he said with a smile, "Isn't it strange? A transcendent like us still needs to wear 2 layers of protection, special armor to fight. I designed the suit and armor. Can you guess why I designed them?" Looking at the 2 women in front of them setting up a position and preparing to fight, although Yang Tianxin is still not very clear. How will they fight? But the role of these protective armors, he can still guess some of them. After all, he has read so many novels in his previous life, as well as TV movies, anime, and whatnot. Practice may still be learned, but the theory is rich. So he looked at Shuka with a smile and said with a smile, although I may not know exactly how they work, I can guess some of what they do. Why do they wear 2 layers of special armor on their bodies, huh? I think it won't be the first time you've competed against each other. After all, you are all transcendents, and when you fight and practice with each other, you can't control your magic to perfection at any time, right? As powerful as the magic power of a transcendent like me, as long as you hit it in any position on your body, as long as the armor is slightly weaker, or attack the same position multiple times, the instant collapse is light. Also, if it is a battle between a man and a woman, although it is not a life and death fight, but there is always a difference between men and women, and I think that second layer of tight combat clothing is to ensure that after the armor is broken outside, the protection of girls will not be. What is the role of the ocean? Only with adequate security precautions can Greffia and Seraflu really let go and fight in front of us. Otherwise, where do they dare to fight casually? Make a show of oneself. Yang Tianxin, this is still a more implicit statement. If to put it bluntly, it is, therefore, when it comes to fighting between men and women, girls will generally have a lot of inconvenience. The corner of Echuka's eyes twitched slightly, and he said with a little embarrassment, "Forehead, this one. Is that? What about the role of that battle armor? You did guess some of their functions. You have to know that the world that Yang Tianxin crossed through is a parallel world of the demon university. Truly elegant nobles of the demon world, they all prided themselves on being gentlemen or young ladies. If it's not a real death battle, they want to show their graceful side as much as possible, even in battle. If it's just for fun, they don't want to worry about their armor and clothes when they fight. Just like inside Dragon Ball, hit at every turn, the clothes all over the body are holes. Like that. That would be very rude, and the male nobles of the demon world would feel disrespectful. So what about women? They will only be more concerned about this problem. So this special protective combat suit will be manufactured, right? Listening to Shuka's admission of his guess, Yang Tianxin couldn't help but turn his head and look very seriously at Greffia and Seraflu's body, 2 layers of protective special battle armor nodding constantly, thinking secretly to think, aha. Although the protective design of Shuka is not of much use for the truly vicious battle in the future. But for me in the future, this is really a very good idea to learn from. Although I am not the kind of woman who wants her future, the clothes she must wear, and the whole body is wrapped. But I also don't want my woman to have something bad happen for some reason, such as fighting, such as some force majeure reason, such as something like the original Issei. What kind of broken move? My future women, naturally to protect well, my future women want to wear beautiful clothes in life. Go out, if they encounter enemies fighting, they can also have strong protective armor, can protect them from all aspects. After all, as my future women, they also have the power to chase beauty and fight passionately. If you just let them make a beautiful vase, you will be a little wronged by them. Also, as the Lord of the Dragon God domain, in addition to my future women, there will only be male subordinates, right? There will be female subordinates too, right? As a qualified lord, should I also prepare to refine a well-fitting battle protection armor for them in the future? The more I think about it, the more necessary it is. I need to put it on my work schedule. There can be no sloppiness. Or, after going back, I also try to design armor. The more Yang Tianxin thought about it, the more he felt that it was necessary to say that he was still nodding and thinking frequently. I have to say that this product is really thinking. How much? He has only just succeeded to the Dragon God Lord now, and it is only after he grows up, and even when he finds his own woman, It's still early, and you actually start planning. How to plan how to protect your future women and future female subordinates. Just when Yang Tianchen was thinking in his mind about what style of all-round protective treasure clothes and battle armor he should design for his future woman, Greffia and Seraflu over there were already ready for battle, and as Sazex's right hand was raised high, he said in a deep voice, 2, please be ready for battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Sazek's right hand gently tapped on the stone platform next to him, and the magic scoreboard on the stone platform suddenly released a sky-piercing beam of light, which exploded in the air with a bang. Then the magic elements that exploded began to magically recondense together, turning into a 3-meter-high magic hourglass. In this magic hourglass, in the middle of the upper vessel, something like sand begins, little by little through the middle hole of the hourglass, towards the vessel below. Yang Tianchen curiously looked at the magic hourglass from the corner of his eye. His eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose and thought, lock card, so it is. So there is a timing design. With the appearance of the magic hourglass, the two daughters of Greffia and Seraflu, the beautiful figures rushed forward at high speed. Greffia clenched a handful in each of her hands, and the lightsaber condensed by the silver magic power slashed towards Seraflu. Seraflu gently rubbed her hands, and then pulled, and a magic wand condensed by the magic of ice, and as long as her height appeared in her hand. The ice magic wand in his hand smashed towards Greffia's head, and it smashed down mercilessly. Bang! Rumble! Hoo-hoo! The two women's silver lightsabers and ice magic wands collided fiercely, and then used their magic weapons to collide together as the center of the circle. There was a dull sound, and a wave of Kai formed by a strong wind spread out towards the surroundings. Blowing against the waves, Yang Tianchen, Sazek's, and Achuka's clothes and long hair flew backwards. Achuka didn't even have a heart or lungs and grinned. Ah, ha 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 ha, good enough. This wind blows so cool. Sazek's also nodded slightly, showing a warm smile and said, not bad, their strength has really made new progress. Yang Tianchen, on the other hand, jumped slightly at the corner of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely twice. Not without a belly in his heart, he slandered. Lie in the groove, fights between women. This explosive sound wave, this fierce collision momentum. No way. If any man marries her in the future, oh my God, I really don't dare to think about it. Hey! But what? Facing the future so beautiful G, and the cute and lively Seraflu, as if as long as it is a normal man, as if risking some danger, marrying their family, or it's still possible. Yang Tianchen was in his mind, and he couldn't help but imagine that if it was himself who married them, would he live happily and happily. Forehead. All right. This kind of thing, let's go with the flow. If you can marry Greffia or Seraflu go home, a happy life maybe there will be. However, their fierce fighting style from the fighting style, you can guess some of their handling styles. If you do something wrong in the future, if it is your wife, how will you punish yourself? Can't help it, Yang Tianchen remembered his father in his previous life, how his mother forced his father. Kneeling keyboard, kneeling washboard, kneeling extrusion board. Just think about it. What if, I said what if, in the future, if Greffia becomes his wife, will she also kneel on the washboard by herself, even if he has a strong dragon physique and is not afraid of washboard? What if Greffia finds a special magic weapon that can suppress the dragon family and clean himself up? For example, the legendary dragon-slaying knife, dragon-slaying sword, dragon whip. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Tianchen's back seemed to have a cool breath, slamming upwards from the soles of his feet towards the heavenly spirit cover, and there was a feeling of yin wind gusts on his back. Just thinking about it, Greffia chased after him with a dragon whip in his hand, pumping his own appearance wildly. Yang Tianchen didn't even have a reason, and directly snorted and withdrew from the imagination of fantasizing about a better life. Then calmly, continue seriously, and watch the battle between the two women. At present, they should not have the strength to comprehensively suppress them. Then first, let's take a good look at the enemy situation first. Let's get acquainted with their fighting style and the magic they are good at. In this way, When I have the honor in the future, and the fate of one of them arrives, I will have a psychological preparation. It was only briefly in Yang Tianxin's mind, when he was spinning with various thoughts. Greffia and Seraflu had already had a beautiful face cold, wielding the magic weapon in their hands fiercely, and collided I don't know how many times, from heaven to earth, and from this corner to that corner. The sound of fierce weapons clashing was heard one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of air continue to blow over, beautiful figures, constantly changing positions. Ice assault. Drink. Suddenly, Seraflu raised her magic wand in both hands, and then slammed it hard towards the ground in front of her. Boom, click. A magical halo containing powerful ice blue magic began to spread very magically. One after another sharp ice picks began to drill out one after another in front of Greffia, chasing and stabbing towards the key points around her. Greffia's face did not fluctuate for half a minute, calmly watching the ice pick in front of him rise, his toes gently twitching on the ground, and his figure quickly backwards. While retreating, two silver lightsabers in both hands danced at high speed, smashing all the ice picks that rose in front of him. Kill the demon sword, sword dance. Bang, 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 click. Kill the demon sword, sword dance. Bang, 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 click. In the face of Seraph's endless magic ice pick attacks, Greffia was very calm, and her steps were not affected by the suddenly rising ice pick. She controls her body perfectly, the moment the ice pick rises, or when multiple ice picks attack. Change the center of gravity of the body, shake from side to side, or accelerate or roll over, all perfectly dodged. At the same time, while her beautiful fighting figure dodged like a dance. The silver magic lightsaber held in both hands was also in her hands, dancing like a spirit snake. Yikes, or chomp, or crosspick, or forward stab, or tap. In short, the sword net around her, the wind and rain that resisted the dancing. One by one, the magic ice picks were chopped by her sword light, the scattered crushed ice, as well as the blue magic light points produced by the explosion of the magic ice pick, exuded a special brilliance around her beautiful figure and silver hair. That brilliance was paired with Griffia's beautiful face, soft and beautiful long hair flying. It's really eye-catching to watch, and don't say anything about beauty. Wow, pretty. Yang Tianxin looked at Greffia's elegant body and gorgeous and powerful sword technique, and directly couldn't help but exclaim. I thought to myself, it's really worthy of being the silver-haired killing witch of the future, this sword technique, this body technique, this magic power, this figure and elegant fighting stance, this calm and unhurried demeanor. That's awesome. I haven't seen such a powerful sword technique for a long time. Wow, whoa, wow, wow. So beautiful, it's so beautiful, so dazzling. How many carats does Griffia's beautiful fighting style have at this moment? Oh beautiful Griffia, if I grow up and marry you home, I will live 10 years short. Yang Tianxin, this product is really, it's so beautiful to think about. With only 10 years of life, you want to exchange it for marrying Griffia in the future. Your future is to become the existence of Lord Dragon God. Your lifespan is almost limitless. If the admirers of Greffia in the demon school knew that this thought was in his head, Yatsheng would immediately spray him in the face. Another bah. Don't face. Lord Griffia's beauty, in your eyes, is only worth 10 years of life. Just when Yang Tianxin was impressed by the beauty of Grifia. On the other side, although Sazex and Itshuka, they were also amazed by Griffia's elegant and beautiful fighting posture. However, it has not reached Yang Tianxin's performance, so exaggerated. It looks like he has never seen such a beauty, such a stunning battle of dirt buns. After all, they are all from the upper aristocratic families of the demon world, plus the real adult upper-level demons, who have the ability to transform into all kinds of beautiful women and handsome guys. What kind of beauty do they look like? Handsome have you ever seen? Just like the original Lessa. Phoenix, the beautiful lineup he has after seeing the original essay of the book, but fierce, envious, and jealous. In the original work, Leah's can be regarded as the top woman in the demon world, right? Kolsa. What about Phoenix? Does he really like Lee's? No. At least the ingredients he cares about are more in terms of interests. What he wants more is to get closer to the Jimonri family and reach a cooperation between the two families. It was then used to improve the status of his own nobility and increase his and their reputation in the Phoenix family in the demon world. Use a little more ingredients. Let's just say that the nobles of the demon world have long seen many beautiful women, and there is never a shortage of beautiful women around them. So the degree to which they care about beautiful women will be much smaller than that of ordinary people. The reason is very simple. The identity, power, and money of the nobles of the demon world are not comparable to ordinary people, and they want to get beautiful women. It is too easy. Unlike Yang Tianxin's previous life, those hanging wires want to chase a girlfriend, especially the pursuit of beauty that is called a hard work. It is expensive and laborious, and it is not shameless, and it may not be able to chase people and beauties. Although Yang Tianxin did not have much time to go to school in his previous life, most of the time was spent in the hospital, but he also has girls he secretly likes, and he doesn't watch less of those who chase TV movies on the internet. There was a lot of preparation for confession, and he also knew that beautiful women were difficult to chase, but unfortunately he was crossed before he had time to confess. 1,000 words into one sentence. This is the difference between Yang Tianxin, a hanging silk boy who has crossed over, and this noble child of the demon realm in another world, in some aspects. Let's get back to business. In other words, while Seraflu was fighting, the corner of her eyes was also looking at Yang Tianxin and their side. When she saw Yang Tianxin, Sazek's, Achuka, and saw Gryphia's elegant fighting posture, the stunning eyes she revealed, and the praise that was endless, Seraflu's heart was unhappy. The cute little tiger teeth crunched and roared angrily in his heart. Bastard, bastard. Men are really not good things. Men are really pigs' heads. Super big pig's head. Dead face control looks great. Isn't it remarkable? Especially Yang Tianxin, that bastard. You are the most bastard. The most annoying thing is you. You are still clenching your fists there, watching Gryphia secretly, making a lip shape that shouts cheers. Bastard. Bastards don't think that if you don't shout and shout, I won't see your little movements. Bastard. And also, Gryphia, that bastard, do you want to fight so exaggerated? Isn't it just a ranking game? Do you want to put a pen like this? HMPH. Women who love to perform, the most annoying. Dislike, hate to die, you fucking bastards, all hate to die. Good, do you like to behave as a fell? I let you perform, I'll put you in the limelight. Look how I clean you up. Oh woman, this is the woman. Whether it is a teenager girl or a mature woman, they always have a variety of complaints about men in their hearts. There is also a strong psychology of comparison with beautiful women other than themselves. Yang Tianxin secretly cheered for his goddess and did not shout out, "You also complain about this." The more Seraflu thought like this in her heart, the harder she swung the magic wand in her hand, and the stronger the various ice magic released was when she made a move more ruthless than a move. Ice magic, ice burst, iceberg topping, ice thorn assault. Boom, 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 one by one the powerful ice magic did not want to fight like money. Ice magic, ice burst, iceberg topping, ice thorn assault. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the powerful ice magic hit Gryphia like money. Facing Seraflu, who was almost stuck in crazy mode, no matter how fierce her ice magic bombardment was, Gryphia still responded with all her strength. Even Gryphia, in the face of Seraflu and the state, needs to deal with it seriously and dare not be sloppy. Continuous bombardment of ice magic. Although she relies on superb swordsmanship and elegant and beautiful body skills, can only solve 7 or 8% of the bombardment. The other 2 or 3% can only barely dodge, or can only choose to resist hard, or try to avoid injuries in key parts. After more than 10 minutes of bombardment, almost the entire site was blown up with potholes, and the ground was full of broken ice or thick ice, and ordinary people were afraid that they would slip when standing on it. However, in the face of such smooth ground, Gryphia could still calmly cope with it, standing firmly on the ice, holding the silver magic lightsaber with both hands, and making a defensive posture. Slightly panting, he still maintained a cool face and looked at the opposite side cautiously. Although Griffia survived with difficulty, and Seraflu's bombardment was furious. However, it does not mean that there is no damage on her body. Before the demon game was launched, many parts of her armor had shattered. In contrast, after the armor-shattered position was damaged, the game magic scoreboard. Belonging to Seraflu's score position, her score number is also rising continuously. Obviously, this is similar to a boxing match. How much the armor on the opponent's body is broken, the score will rise accordingly. Thankfully, under Gryphia's first layer of broken armor, it's a bit similar to the high-tech close-fitting combat suit worn by the driver in the mecha anime. However, there was a faint magic halo circulating on it. Large and small magic runes were faintly glowing, and the battle suit was not damaged in the slightest, which protected Grephia's body and safety very well. If it were not for such protection, I am afraid that, after the continuous bombing just now, according to the powerful magic output of the transcendent Seraflu, I am afraid that even if Greffia is not injured, the costume on his body has long been bombarded. A girl, if her clothes are bombarded, then how embarrassing should the scene be? Can you continue to fight? This also proves from the side how important it is for women to wear a good quality and good close-fitting combat protective clothing when fighting. Only with solid and safe absolute protection can such female transcendence be more at ease to compete and fight. And at the moment, because the magic of ice is great, falling into some fatigue, and Seraflu, who chose to stop the bombing, she was not comfortable. The crazy release of ice magic power before not only made Gryphia uncomfortable to deal with, but also consumed Seraflu herself. Even if they are transcendents, they are only their own latent magic content, far beyond ordinary people, which does not mean that they will not be tired. Seraflu gasped slightly, and her body felt a little weak, but looking at Grephia's eyes, she still did not relax her vigilance in the slightest. With a soft smile on his face, he said, "How is it? Gryphia, do you admit defeat? I tell you, I can use a magic burst like the one just now. I can use it at least 10 times, and while you are not injured yet, I advise you to admit defeat early." HMPH, what is the use of only brainless bombing? It's just a waste of strength. If you use all the magic power you just released on a more accurate attack, I don't know how much stronger than the battle results you have obtained now. In the face of Seraflu's arrogant words, Greffia mercilessly launched her educational spit mode. As soon as Seraflu heard it, Griffia's educational spit was unhappy. Pointing at Greffia, he said angrily, "Mess with things, who do you think you are? Teach me how to fight. Miss Ben can fight as much as I like, that's my business. You can't control it." Then Seraflu swept up and down, and Greffia was bombarded by her own magical power, and the eldest lady was full of mode. The little hand covered his lips, and the corners of his mouth rose with a mocking smile. "Yo-hee, you are kind enough to educate me. I see that you just defended against my magic bombardment. It seems to consume a lot. And look at the first layer of armor outside your body. HMPH. All have already been destroyed by me by a third. Why are you educating me? If we hadn't all worn it, the protective clothes to protect the body, you are now, face lost. Oh, live. HMPH. It's not a life and death struggle. I wasn't prepared just now. Otherwise, with your brainless attack, your attack can get to my side. Also, I'm going to tell you now, on what basis am I qualified to educate you? That's it." Swish. Suddenly, under Greffia's feet, the silver magic halo erupted wildly, and her beautiful figure suddenly disappeared in front of Seraflu's eyes. Almost instantly, she flashed behind Seraflu, her hand's silver magic lightsaber, and at the moment Seraflu did not react, bang. Hit it hard and slashed at Seraflu's back. On the armor behind Seraflu, a long sword mark was left, slashing the armor behind her back by an inch. Then, another flash, catching up with Seraflu, whose body flew forward because she was slashed by her sword light. Yes, damn it, how could it be so fast? Nay, so fast. Bastard, you still dare to come, Ice Scythe. Look, I don't hack you. Seraflu felt that someone was chasing behind her, and at the tip of the ice magic wand in her hand, a powerful ice magic suddenly surged out, condensing and conjuring a sharp blade like a sickle. Then anger welled up in his eyes, and he turned around with a scythe and slashed over. Swish! Seraflu thought that her reaction speed was already fast, but when her ice blue scythe slashed back, it cut into the air. What about people? Just when Seraflu, who turned around and cut the void, showed a surprised expression. Idiot, where do you look? I'm here. Over here. Behind Seraflu, a voice suddenly sounded at the same time, and a silver sword light slashed at the armor behind her back. Bang, 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 click, 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 click-lala. Gryphia's attack all hit the sword marks that had been cut out before on Seraflu's back and armor, continuously slashed out more than a dozen swords at high speed, slashed the armor behind Seraflu, chopped it apart, and then jumped into pieces and flew out. At the same time, on the magic scoreboard next to Sazek's, the score belonging to Gryphia is also rising rapidly. Yang Tianchen naturally also saw the rapid change in the score, and after a little thought, he probably understood the rules of score change. It seems that the outermost armor worn by the two women is equivalent to the target of the score, and the more fatal the position hit, and the greater the degree of armor fragmentation, the higher the score of the other party. As for the other kind of close-fitting protective combat suits they wore, with a high sense of high technology, on the one hand, it was to protect them from the battle, because they withstood the high-intensity attacks of the other party, and there were some indecent pictures. On the other hand, it is also the protection of their own lives. After all, this is only the predecessor of the future demon ranking game, and the technology in all aspects is far from reaching the exaggerated and mature of the original. Therefore, the restrictions and protections they give are relatively comprehensive. Yang Tianchen could see that the sword light of each move of Gryphia slashed behind Seraflu, although every time he slashed a sword, it would make Seraph grin with pain and anger. However, the place where the armor on Seraflu's back was shattered, the position of the close-fitting protective combat suit, there was not the slightest real damage. Not only will it not break, but every time the sword light is cut on it, the magic runes there will suddenly shine several times, and then the surrounding magic runes will also shine with it. Obviously, that kind of special close-fitting protective clothing, for magic attacks and sword slashes, all have the effect of absorbing, transmitting, and weakening attacks. Seeing such a powerful protective effect, Yang Tianchen thought endlessly in his heart. Aha! This close-fitting protective suit is well designed to allow them to fight with peace of mind and protect them from injury to the greatest extent. I love this idea. In my future Dragon God domain, I must also implement this training method, protected by a special close-fitting combat uniform. In the future, whether it is my women or my female subordinates, they can safely fight and find someone to talk to. Even if they are looking for strong male subordinates to compete, they don't have to worry, safe in every sense of the word. Forehead. We can only say that Yang Tianchen's idea is very good. However, it seems a little too difficult to actually achieve it, right? If nothing else, just wait for Yang Tianchen, a transcendent like Fea, the kind of strength they really grew up to. It was almost impossible to be able to make them, the incomparably powerful protective clothing. Even if it can be manufactured, I am afraid that the cost will definitely not be cheap. You imagine that Yang Tianchen, Sazek's, and the like who can bear it. The shot is the treasure clothes of the heaven-destroying level attack, the materials required for manufacturing, refining techniques, etc. That kind of treasure clothing, if it is really to be refined, I am afraid it will be difficult and difficult. Of course, Yang Tianchen had seen so many online works in his previous life, and naturally thought of this problem very quickly. At the same time, he was still thinking about it. In the original book, in the demon ranking game, when Issei fights their opponents, it seems that there is no protection measure. Come to think of it, the reason why you dare to implement the kind of protection measures that force the player to teleport out when the opponent is beaten to death, or when it is enough to threaten and attack fatally. It's because you can't afford the manufacturing, development, maintenance, etc. of that kind of personal combat protective clothing, right? After all, whether it is materials, cost, time, and energy spent, it is not a small number. Just when Yang Tianxin's mind was spinning with all kinds of thoughts, Seraflu, who was continuously slashed by Greffia, was also completely hurt by Greffia's sharp and powerful slash. Yes, the close-fitting protective combat suit back position, after the outer armor is chopped, although it can protect her from real injury. However, the sword light slash transmitted through the battle suit, even if the attack power, has been weakened and absorbed by a large part. But the aftermath of the powerful attack power of the Transcendent can still cut her back to the point that it can't work. How to describe that feeling? The aftermath of the power transmitted by the sword light, slashing at her back, felt a bit similar. It's like someone holding a baseball bat and pounding her in the back. This is Seraflu's strong physical fitness and the protection of close-fitting combat protective clothing. And she spared no cost, frantically pumping huge magic power behind her back, strengthening the muscles of her back and the resistance of bones. Otherwise, even if you wear a close-fitting protective suit with strong defense, you will suffer a lot of damage. In front of him, he was still pressing Greffia to beat. How did he become pressed and beaten in an instant? Seraflu was beheaded, and there was fire in her eyes. Gritting his silver teeth in pain, crunching, the icy magic power all over his body suddenly exploded. He roared, "Maid! Greffia, I'm not done if I don't fight back. Endless, did you cut enough? You're a jerk. Drink. Yikes." Suddenly, from Seraflu's body, there was a dazzling ice-blue magic flame which burst out violently. The space around her suddenly froze rapidly, and an ice-blue spherical ice ball wrapped her in it. At the same time, on the top of the ice ball, countless ice picks quickly grew, quickly extending towards the ice ball and bursting out. Seeing Seraflu's outburst and the sudden change in front of her, Greffia's eyes suddenly froze, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he laughed in a low voice. "Come to this trick. He, but I'm not afraid." A silver lightsaber in Greffia's hand first thrust forward. The silver lightsaber in his hand stabbed out hard, exerting an explosive sword technique power similar to an inch. The tip of the sword was on one of the ice picks, and a huge countershock force was transmitted along the sword body, allowing her to quickly fall backwards. At the same time, for those ice picks that were separated from the ice ball, they actually broke away from the ice ball and rushed towards her at a rapid pursuit, like tracking missiles. The two swords in his hands immediately danced like windmills, blocking all those ice picks and chopping them apart. Ding-dong, thump-bang, constantly popping up. "Look at me! Shot, icicle." Seraflu erupted again, and her whole body was covered in ice. Wrap yourself inside a giant puck surrounded by ice picks conjured up by high concentrations of mana. These ice picks are as if they don't want money, continuously breaking away from the ice ball, and then bursting towards Greffia like a position-tracking missile. Although the ice picks are of different sizes, the large ones are the size of oversized Coke bottles, and the small ones are as big as nails. And the scalp that makes Yang Tianxin look the most is the density of the attack. So many ice picks of different sizes are like raindrops, and they are raindrops of heavy rain. 360 degrees without dead ends from all directions, shot towards Greffia. Some ice picks, even aimed at Greffia's, were aimed at the vital parts. With such a powerful and ferocious attack move, this is like a game and competition. This is already a super killing move. If you change to an ordinary demon, I am afraid that it will be beaten into a sieve and turned into a hedgehog in an instant. This is that Greffia has reached a considerable realm in terms of magic, swordsmanship, and body technique. If this is replaced by an ordinary demon, even if it is a superior demon, I am afraid it may not be able to withstand it. HMPH, it's just this ice pick. Do you think I can't deal with it? Look at me. Sword skills, silver light guard. Greffia suddenly burst out of magic under her feet. Her hands brought up a blazing silver sword light, and her beautiful figure immediately spun at high speed, like a top. The sword pressure brought up by the sword light, and the aura of silver magic power rotated up to form a magic light mask. Really, it's really beautiful. And how does Yang Tianxin see it? How do we think the tricks of the two women? Seems a little so familiar. although it is very pleasing to see the two women fighting so fiercely. But Yang Tianxian still remembered and lightly pounded his right hand on the palm of his left hand. I couldn't help but feel some amazement in my heart and a complaining tone, thinking of lying groove. Can Nima help? This is a parallel world of the demon high school. How come the tricks the two of them made are, but it's a big move in Hawkage? This is plagiarism. You guys are plagiarizing red fruit. Or plagiarism. Well, if not plagiarism, but at least very similar, okay? Seraflu Carbon used this love, the hand of sand sure I can rain art, but from sand to ice escape. No. It's the devil's ice magic. As for Greffia's rotating sword protection technique, relying on his own hand, the sword pressure and sword kai magic power he brought up formed an impermeable guardian enchantment. This is not, and the gossip of the Hyuga clan in Hawkage, or Hinata's sister, is the gossip guardian 64 palms very similar. For a time, under the slash of Greffia's high-speed sword net and sword kai magic, the ice picks around her were like popcorn in the oven. Bang Bang is constantly being slashed by the sword light. Then those ice picks exploded, turning into ice powder in the sky and being blown away by the sword wind, combined with Griffia's elegant and beautiful fighting posture. That scene is so beautiful, there are no words to describe it. In fact, Yang Tianxian wanted to say that they were copying the trick inside the fire shadow, which was not right. This is actually all his own subjective thoughts. For this confrontation, whether it was Seraflu or Greffia, they all gave their strength to fight. Any combat techniques they use in battle, or attack methods that come to mind on the fly, are the logical result of their own practice. They don't have the lucky opportunity like Yang Tianxian, and they can travel to other worlds to reincarnate again after death, and they still carry the memories of the previous life. Although the avenue is 3,000, in fact, no matter what kind of power, when it comes to cultivation, it is actually the same way. This point in Yang Tianxian's previous life has seen so many animations, comics, and novels. In fact, there are many power tricks or release methods are very similar. This is the truth. For example, in Dragon Ball, the Genki bomb used by Sun Wukong is very similar to the spiral pill in Hawkage. The gossip in Hawkage is also very similar to the protective enchantment in the game. Just when Yang Tianxian had a little, all kinds of thoughts in his heart. Seraflu over there, seeing her ice pick rainstorm attack, was also very unhappy with Greffia for a long time. This is also Seraflu and Greffia. Such a high intensity of mana to release and maintain attacks, defenses, relying on their own huge mana reserves, can still hold on. If this were to be replaced by an ordinary demon, even if it was an ordinary superior demon, I am afraid that the magic would have bottomed out a long time ago. With such a fierce battle of high intensity, if the magic power suddenly bottomed out, then the person who did not have the protection of the magic power, even with that high-tech feeling of being very high, protected by a close-fitting combat suit, the end will definitely not be good. Of course, even if it is Seraflu's magic power, the reserve is quite large, and the consumption of useless work for a long time is quite uneconomical. Seraflu looked through the ice ball at Greffia outside. The corners of her mouth sneered, and said to herself, "If you think that I only have this level of attack, you are naive. HMPH, look at my next move, can you take it?" As soon as she thought of this, Seraflu put on the corners of her mouth and put an evil smile on her face, stopping the attack of the ice pick rainstorm. Then, while Seraflu froze herself, the ice inside the puck and floated in the air. But Yang Tianxian, Sazek, and Itshuka, the three of them, could still hear Seraflu's weird laughter. They felt that the cold air around them seemed to suddenly become a little colder. How did they suddenly feel it? Suddenly, I felt inexplicably, a very dangerous feeling was brewing. There seems to be a voice in his heart which is constantly warning himself, "Danger. Dangerous. Something dangerous is coming. It's about to happen. Fast. Get out of here." This is perhaps what people often say, the sixth sense. Legend has it that only a few people possess the talent to foresee certain dangers in the future. Listening to the weird laughter that belongs to Seraflu, he said, "HMPH. Humph, hum, hum. Griffia, you won't be proud for long. I thought of a new attack again, see if you are still dead this time. Yang Tianchen, Sazix, and Itshuka had no reason, and they felt that their scalps were a little fried, and the sweaty hairs on their backs stood upside down. How to describe that feeling of danger and weird laughter? By the way, although I don't know how Sazix Itshuka feels, but in this, the laughter full of weird feelings is very scary, very, very oozing. As soon as Yang Tianchen heard it, he had a very bad feeling of memory. I remember that it was a little sister of his own relatives in his previous life. Forced to bring herself to watch ghost movies with her, it is said to be a ghost movie that is very well received by ghost movie lovers. Say what is the shock index, can get more than 5-star praise of the film, although the sister herself is also a ghost film lover. But when she heard the description of her partner's feelings, even she didn't dare to watch it alone, so she pulled Yang Tianchen to watch it together. Anyway, no matter what other people think, Yang Tianchen has not dared to watch ghost movies since that time, after watching that film with his relative's sister. Even when walking at night, they dare not walk on roads that are few people or too dimly lit. Even once after watching that ghost movie. For a short time, even going to the toilet in the evening was terrified. Syllable, just when Yang Tianchen fell into some kind of bad memory, a palm did not know when, and put it on his shoulder. Following Yang Tianchen, I felt that behind my back, it seemed that I didn't know when there was an extra one, a figure. At the back of the neck, there is also the air flow from the person's breath, blowing the feeling of the back of the neck. Others are calling their own names. Tianchen. But what no one who patted him on the shoulder expected was that Yang Tianchen's reaction seemed to be a little too big. Ahem. Can you imagine that? When you fall into a very, very bad memory, especially when you recall a ghost movie that makes people remember a bad memory. At this time, behind your back suddenly, what would it be like to suddenly have someone tap you on the shoulder? Anyway, Yang Tianchen has a kind of a feeling called ghost patting on the shoulder. Therefore, Yang Tianchen, who was frightened, suddenly shouted subconsciously in horror, and then put his legs on the ground and subconsciously kicked the ground hard. My mother. Yang Tianchen was really frightened at this moment, and his body reacted subconsciously. I don't know if it was this ingenious coincidence, very, stimulating his physical potential. While he screamed and rushed out, he stepped under the stone to create a magic stone slab. Unexpectedly, he stepped on 2 footprints deeply, and the ground around the footprints instantly shattered like spider web cracks. The whole person snorted, and I didn't know how, and flashed in front of Greffia. It was not a very tall figure, so it blocked in front of Greffia. At the same time, in front of Yang Tianchen, Saraflu had already prepared her full strength and launched a fierce attack towards Greffia. In order to pursue the one-hit effect, Saraflu wrapped the ice ball around her for several laps larger than before. A puck the diameter of a bus head, on which there are still countless sharp ice cones. It was too late and fast, and it was spinning at high speed in front of Yang Tianchen, and it was crushing towards Yang Tianchen in a rotating manner. Greffia, get ready to take it. Watch my hell hockey. Roll on. Groove, Yang Tianchen, you are a bastard. What are you doing here? Want heroes to save beauty. Even if you come, the old lady will dare to destroy you. I bump. Yang Tianchen himself has not figured it out. Is it swollen? I saw the fierce in front of me, and suddenly there was a very dangerous, oversized ice ball crushing towards him. Yang Tianchen even only had time to be frightened in his heart and complained, "Lie down. You're still here. This time it's the ice escape version, a Kimichi Dingji's meat bomb chariot." Yang Tianchen didn't have time to think about it, but he subconsciously clenched his right fist and punched forward with fierce force. This punch happened to be in the state of the explosion of the potential of the fright stimulation before. Therefore, he only felt that this punch was compared to his before, when Orpheus was in the demon realm mountain forest, fighting with the beast. The power contained in the fist is many times stronger, because this punch, under the previous frightening situation, let him actually contain a very magical power that he had hidden in the heart in his body, which Yang Tianchen could not see. the card that gave him another powerful, mysterious, noble dragon god bloodline. I don't know what stimulus I received, or I was responding to Yang Tianxin's instinctive, subconscious soul call. Suddenly, there was a small, colored, mysterious power, which turned into tens of millions of colored silk threads, which followed the heart veins of the heart and instantly spread out, enriching the meridians of Yang Tianxin's whole body. Then, it was Yang Tianxin's right fist that subconsciously closed his fist. The colored power that flowed into his body immediately condensed on his fist like 100 rivers and a sea. This caused Yang Tianxin to bring a faint colored halo from his forearm to his right fist. Following is Yang Tianxin's subconscious sinking waist, squatting, a horse under his feet, a right fist with a colored halo, and blasted out with all his strength. These situations are laborious to talk about, but in fact, they are only instantaneous. Rumble, jump, click, click, click. Just a punch. When Yang Tianxin punched, he even closed his eyes, not daring to look at the ice ball that collided. It was completely a subconscious punch defense. The huge ice ball that wrapped Seraflu and rotated at high speed was instantly blasted by a punch, and immediately exploded into broken ice in the sky. At the same time, Yang Tianxin had previously slammed the strange power that had entered his fist, and while it exploded the ice ball, it had not completely dissipated. It turned out to be very miraculous, and the moment it exploded through the ice ball, it had been transmitted to Seraflu's body. Then Seraflu only felt that her little belly suddenly seemed to be bombarded by a heavy hammer. Then that power spread rapidly and spread throughout her body, directly blasting her out. I wipe this. What is this? Sazex, does this count as a hero saving beauty? Achuka blurted out subconsciously. Should count, right? I saw Yang Tianxin rushing out and blocking in front of Greffia, and even punched to resist Seraflu's huge ice ball. Achuka's eyes widened subconsciously, and he blurted out and asked, I'll wipe this. What is this? Sazex, does this count as a hero saving beauty? The corners of Sazek's mouth twitched, and his eyebrows trembled wildly and subconsciously replied, should count, right? Then, at the same moment as the ice ball exploded, Seraflu was blasted out by Yang Tianxin's power, flew out at high speed, and slammed into the wall of the huge room. At the same time, there was a sound from Seraflu, a low snort of pain. Oops. Then Seraflu, as if embedded in the wall, the outer layer of armor on the body has begun to show spider web-like cracks at this moment, cracking inch by inch, like snowflakes, falling downwards with a rumble. Fortunately, she also had a special and close-fitting magic protective suit on her body, which protected her intact. The magic runes on the protective suit kept shining. Then there's Seraflu, dressed in a similar close-fitting magic suit in high-tech animation, in large fonts, inlaid into the wall. These things are a lot to talk about, but they all happen in a split second, because it happened so suddenly, and the unfortunate appearance of seeing Seraflu being bombed into the wall. So everyone except Seraflu fell into a state of shock and shock. It wasn't until several seconds passed that Achuka woke up from her shock, when she heard the sound of Seraflu's shattered armor falling to the ground embedded in the wall, and Seraflu's snorting of pain. Boom! Achuka swallowed a mouthful of saliva and instinctively closed it because of the shock of his over-opened mouth. Some stuttered and said, Lie down, trough. Groove. Groove slot, groove, groove. What is this power, unexpectedly? It turned out to be so strong. It's just a crazy, handsome, cool bully hang the sky. This force. What is this power? It actually made me feel secretly frightened. Sazex was also a little shocked and whispered to himself in a slight daze. SHHH. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Achuka, Sazex, you bastard, nay, it hurts. What time is it? You still have time to be surprised there. Don't hurry up and get me out. Bastard. Seraflu, who was embedded in the wall, was in a bad state at the moment, although because of the special close-fitting protective clothing, and the protection of the armor that had already died gloriously, it offset the colored power that Yang Tianxin had punched before. However, that special force is too special. Although it didn't really hurt Seraflu, It also made his whole body, which was shaken by that force, still faintly painful. If you say that when Seraflu and Graffi fought before, when Greffia's magic lightsaber frantically smashed the armor on her back, it felt like someone was smashed dozens of times in her back with a baseball bat. Then Yang Tianchen blasted out his punch before, and the colored power that came through the fist directly gave her a kind when it hit her. It was like being all over her body, and there was a feeling that someone had used countless iron hammers to bombard her whole body, and I don't know how many times she had bombarded. Hearing Seraflu's roar, Achuka subconsciously replied, "Huh, ooh, I'm sorry, Ha. It's really the power that Tianchen just blasted out. The results of the battle, it's amazing. It's amazing. Here it comes, I'm coming." Sazek, on his side, also put away his shocked expression, and when he passed by Yang Tianchen, he showed him an affirmative look, nodded at Yang Tianchen, and said with a smile, "Sure enough, he really deserves to be a man who is favored by Lord Orpheus, and he is really strong." Then, Sazek also walked quickly towards Seraflu. As for Greffia, she had already mobilized the magic power of her whole body, and the silver magic condensed by her hands was above the lightsaber. The silver flame of light was still in the dark swallowing, ready to resist Seraflu's attack with all its might. But who would have thought that he would kill Cheng Yanjin halfway, was cut off by Yang Tianchen, even if he was conceited and strong, and his heart was as arrogant as Griffia. He had to be shocked and admired by the power of the punch that Yang Tianchen had just thrown, because she knows that, with her current strength, if she is allowed to deal with it. Dealing with Seraflu's ice hockey attack just now, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the effect after Yang Tianchen's punch. While blowing up the ice hockey with one punch, it can also blast Seraph out of the whole person and bang into the wall. Griffia put away the silver lightsaber in her hand, recognized Yang Tianchen's strength, and nodded slightly towards him. He said with a serious expression, "You are very strong, but although you are very strong in the face of the situation just now, I don't need you to help me. Seraflu's move just now, although powerful, I can still handle it." After that, Gryphia no longer cared about Yang Tianchen and walked towards Seraflu with her own care. The goddess in her heart said this, although Gryphia did not say anything on the surface. But from the meaning revealed in her words, it is clear that he is a little blaming. It's like saying, "What's so much going on with you? I can handle it myself." After sobering up, Yang Tianchen scratched his nose a little embarrassed, spread his hands, and said to himself, "Hey, blame me. But I'm also innocent, and I don't know what happened just now. Am I also a victim of good felling?" However, when Yang Tianchen also walked over, he saw Seraflu being blown away by her punch and embedded in the wall. The outer armor was shattered, although it seemed to be broken and fell very seriously. But fortunately, there was a close protective treasure clothing to protect the body, and there were no serious injuries. Then it was Seraflu's resentful eyes, who were glaring at herself fiercely. Seeing his own attack with his own eyes, he was able to punch the future demon King Lord so badly. Yang Tianchen himself had to be shocked and thought with a little pride in his heart, did I really do it? Is this the power of my punch? I lean on it. Could it be that I also mastered the talent of plagiarism, and the punch I just made was simply a punch Superman? If I can really master this power in the future, and if I can crush it like now, it is Greffia. HMPH, humph ha ha ha, so what am I afraid of? Even if you can be my wife in the future, I am not afraid of you. Woohoo-ha, if I can really master this power in the future, and if I can crush it like now, it is Greffia. HMPH, humph ha ha ha, so what am I afraid of? Even if you can be my wife in the future, I am not afraid of you. Woohoo-ha, just when Yang Tianchen suddenly lost his mind and thought that if he had the strength to write in the future, he could wave his hand and suppress Greffia. He didn't even notice that he didn't stop and walk to Sazek and them, in front of Seraflu. Still did not wake up from the beautiful dream, but subconsciously stopped next to Sazek. Maybe the dream is too beautiful, and he is smiling very cheaply without knowing it. Seraflu's appearance at the moment, although a little embarrassed, but in general, it was not too bad. There were no serious injuries on the body, and the armor worn on the outer layer, although it had been shattered and fell. But fortunately, She is still wearing a close-fitting magic protective combat suit with a strong sense of technology, which protects her in various senses and will not appear any indecent pictures. With a treasure robe on the body, there is no problem with life safety. But her cute little face, except for a little more dust, was all depressed and annoyed. The originally beautiful double ponytail long hair was also bombarded by the previous force at this moment. The headband was broken, and the long hair became very messy. Several people who are familiar with Sarah flew and have grown up together since childhood. It is the first time they have seen her, and they can be cleaned up so miserably. To be honest, in addition to shock, everyone's hearts are a little dark. Sazek's is a little better, at least on the surface. Sazek's behaves like this. Whether it is the eyes or the facial expression, it is very well hidden. People can't see that in his heart. He has already laughed. However, as soon as Achuka came closer, he saw Sarah Flu's miserable appearance. So he turned around, covered his mouth with his hand, and kept shrugging his shoulders up and down. Poof, poof, humph ha ha, listening to the suppressed laughter. You can imagine that this product is probably about to laugh at this moment. Gryphia, who also came to the front, did not smile in her eyes, with a lot of amazement at Yang Tianxian's strength. There was also a deliberate look in his eyes, with contempt and mockery. That look to Sarah Flu seemed to be directed at her. What are you doing looking at me like this? What to see? That's right, old lady, I'm laughing at you right now. Looking at your unlucky appearance now, my heart is very, very happy, old lady. What's wrong? Do you have anything upset about? If you have the ability, you will come down now, old lady. I can still accompany you. Then fight again. But that's not what makes Sarah Flu the most angry and annoying. Gryphia was his own identity, and his old enemies from childhood to adulthood had long been accustomed to each other. That bastard in Sazek's, although he didn't say it on his face, but in fact, he already laughed in his heart, right? As for the bastard of Achuka, when he gets out of trouble, there will be time to clean him up later. Now the most irritating seraph is angry. But it is not long after this first contact. Yang Tianxian, that bastard, I don't know what kind of power this bastard just punched out with his fist. Although did not hurt himself, but don't know why. After starting from the trick, he couldn't get out of trouble. The feeling on the body is as if someone has applied a body-fixing method, completely immobile, fixed in the wall. In addition to being able to speak, you can't even move half a finger. You say that the evil door is not an evil door. And, moreover, the strength of this bastard, it is not enough to fix himself. He even dares to laugh so much in front of himself, so nasty. That kind of smile, how to make her angry, there is a kind of... It made her feel like she wanted to slap the goods to death. Don't know what's going on. Anyway, just look at his nasty, smiley face. And that kind of smiling, the kind of smiling face that seems to be because of the pit of herself, makes her very angry. Perhaps this is what belongs to Sarah Flu, and the woman's big female pride is at work. Wronged, this is really a black heavenly injustice. In fact, Yang Tianxian at the moment did not laugh at her thoughts at all. In the end, Sarah Flu couldn't help it. Staring at Yang Tianxian below with his eyebrows jumping wildly, Achuka roared angrily. What laughter? Laugh what laugh? You two bastard stuff. Don't hurry up and put the old lady down. Dare to stand there and laugh at me, and think of something to laugh at me, old lady. I can use my life as a guarantee. You will live very, very quite miserable. Ugh. Yes. Ooh, aha. Sorry, ha. Excuse me, what's that? I just absolutely nothing to laugh at you, I swear. Yang Tianxian was yelled at by Sarah Flu loudly and immediately sobered up from his smug smile mode, from the dream of fantasizing about his future, how to have a place in the family, and turning the group under the command of Gryphia. He woke up in order to show his sincerity, and the meaning of laughing at Sarah Flu that he absolutely did not. Yang Tianxian hurriedly put up 3 fingers and swore, and Achuka, naturally, also learned, put up 3 fingers and vowed, I also swear there is absolutely no plan in the future how to spread your embarrassment today. Absolutely nothing was planned. Facing Yang Tianxian and Achuka's, this kind of statement that there is no silver here 300 taels. Even Sazek's, who was frightened by Sarah Flu's roar and stopped snickering in his heart, did not believe them. Sazek and Greffia both looked at Yang Tianchen and at Shuka with a strange expression that I believe you guys have. Seraflu was even more angry, and her pretty face was as red as a tomato. Gritting his teeth with hatred, his back teeth crunched, and he glared angrily at Yang Tianchen and at Shuka. Being stared at like this, especially Seraflu's angry murderous eyes, suddenly made Yang Tianchen and its Shuka feel uncomfortable. Being stared at like this, especially Seraflu's angry murderous eyes, suddenly made Yang Tianchen and its Shuka feel uncomfortable. Yang Tianchen had to be embarrassed first, scratching the back of his head with a smile, pretending to be embarrassed. Deliberately diverting from the topic, he laughed. Aha, ahoha. That one, what's that? We don't seem to be talking about this now, are we? First get the Seraflu sauce out is the point. Is that right? You say right. Aha, aha. Yang Tianchen scratched the back of his head and pretended to smirk at the topic. Seeing Yang Tianchen's smiling smirk, Seraflu was cute, wrinkled her cute little nose, spat out her little tongue, made a cute grimace, and glared at Yang Tianchen angrily. Then the cute hum turned his head and made a look of ignoring Yang Tianchen. HMPH. The little face was bulging, puffing up a cute bun face, and at the same time, in the imaginary picture in her mind, there was a Q version of Seraflu, wearing a Demon King costume, grabbed Yang Chen, who was in the Q version, with both hands, and first gave him a violent beating. Then he threw the Q version of Yang Chen on the ground. The high heels were fierce, on the hateful dead face, constantly stepping on it. The heel rotated in various ways, crushed fiercely, stepping on the dead face. While stepping on it, he was still venting his anger and snorted angrily. I'll trample you to death, stomp you to death, trample you to death. I'll trample you to death, you deadhead. I step on. Step, step, step. Just when Seraph showed his mind, fantasizing about how the Q version of himself would clean up the Q version of Yang Tianchen. Sazek, Atshuka, and Greffia all huffed and spread their demonic wings. With a click, they slowly flew up. As for why they reacted so quickly, of course, it was to save Seraflu. After all, they were all small, and they couldn't always watch her embedded in the wall. Seeing Sazek and them, they could fly so easily. Yang Tianchen was really, really envious. Although he has been following Orpheus for several years, but Orpheus didn't teach him much. But often, he let himself understand and learn the tricks of using power. Let him be in the deep forest of the demon world, either fighting those fierce beasts or fighting with the magic dummies she condensed. So, until now, he is still a non-flying humanoid dragon king, and he will only stupidly use brute force and the strength of the flesh to fight. As for Yang Tianchen once asked Sister Orpheus, if according to what you said, I am not suitable to learn the magic of the dragon race now, so can you teach me some magic of other race systems? Orpheus, however, was just so calm that he replied, Oh, you said this. Because of your special physique, the dragon magic I know is not suitable to teach you, lest you use it badly and run away with strength. As for other races, or the magic of other systems, what I want to give to you may not be suitable for you. You are gifted. You have a noble dragon god bloodline in your body, and you are a child with the qualifications to become a supreme dragon god. Instead of letting me teach you magic, it is most appropriate for you to learn by yourself and explore your own path of growth. Because, on the road to becoming a god in your underworld, what you need to learn must be found and touched by you when you need or want to learn. Yang Tianchen swore that when he heard Orpheus, when he said this, he was dumbfounded. He could only subconsciously, and the corners of his mouth twitched and replied, Huh, yes, B. Is it sauce-like? Good, so esoteric. Why am I a little confused? Don't understand, right? Otherwise, do you think becoming a god is so easy? Orpheus turned and left, leaving only an unfathomable back for Yang Tianchen. So, for the current situation, Yang Tianchen can only watch dryly. There is no way to fly up, and there is no way. Sazek and Atshuka, Greffia, up and down, left and right, looked at Seraflu. If they hadn't flown up to inspect it themselves, they wouldn't have found it. Now, after flying up and taking a closer look, there were things like colored thin lines outside Seraph's exposed and intimate magic protective battle suit. On her forehead, There's a small, colorful halo flowing seal word. It is also from this seal word towards the outside of her body, the outside of the intimate magic protective battle suit, along the torso, limbs, all the way to the past. If you look closely, you will also see small colored points of light the size of needle points on the shoulders, elbows, wrists, knees, and ankles. Faced with such a strange phenomenon, Achuka was also very curious and amazed. The palm subconsciously touched his chin, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow! Oh! What kind of power is this? How I can't feel it. What is the power of its attributes?" "Bastard, what power do you call it? Don't hurry up and pull out of this damn wall. Hurry up and disarm this thing that is a bit like a body-fixing technique." All right, listen to you. But if there is any accident, don't blame me." Saying that, Achuka also reached out curiously and grabbed Seraph's shoulder, trying to sneak Seraphlu out of her embedded in the wall. However, Achuka's palm had just touched Seraphlu's shoulder, and the palm habitually unfolded a small detection magic array, wanting to lift Seraphlu's body-fixing technique. However, what they never expected was, at the position of Seraph's shoulders, the tiny colored light spots of the needle tips suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. Streams of ice blue magic were like a tide, rushing out madly from those few colored points of light. Following Achuka's palm, almost instantaneously, it was transmitted to Achuka's body. The furious ice blue magic swallowed Achuka in an instant. Achuka even only had time to exclaim, "Huh, groove. This is how." Belch. Click, click, click. Then Achuka's body was instantly frozen into a large ice lump. With a bang, it smashed on the ground below, and the special magic floor was directly smashed out of a small pit. Not long after the ice lump landed, he saw that on the ground outside the ice lump, a magic array suddenly flashed. The magic array flashed, and Achuka's figure disappeared into the ice lump. When he reappeared, Achuka had already appeared above the magic array. Only seeing Achuka at this moment, he had already been frozen so much that as he breathed, he could spit out a cold breath that was visible to the naked eye. His hands were rubbing his arms, and his hair, eyebrows, and face were all covered with white frost. The lips and fingers were slightly blue, and the nose and ear roots were also frozen red. It wasn't until after a while that Achuka slowly eased up. Then, Achuka looked up and pointed at Seraphlu. Frightened and angry, he jumped to his feet and cursed angrily, "Seraphlu, are you an idiot, this woman? The vengeance is too heavy. Didn't I just laugh at you twice when I started? As for laying a dead hand on me, secretly count me. Me. I wasn't going to do anything to you just now. What bad things? Is it saving you? Even if you want to take revenge on me, you won't use frozen magic, right? And so powerful frozen magic. Also, fortunately, young master, I reacted quickly enough. The moment you released the magic, on the surface of the whole body, condensed enough magic power for protection. Otherwise, I would not have been frozen to death by you today." Poof, ha ha ha, Seraph smiled. "Groove, lying groove, Seraphlu. You're a jerk, you even laughed embarrassed." Good. You laugh. Would you like to give me another laugh? If you want to be like this all the time, embedded in the wall, believe it or not, I don't care about you. Bastard. Freeze me. It's cold. Cold me to death. Stuff, Seraphlu, when I said you were plotting against me just now, how much ice magic have you released? How could it be so strong? So cold, It is rare to see Achuka look so embarrassed. Seraphlu, who was originally a little angry with Yang Tianchen, was immediately diverted and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Poof, po, sorry, Achuka. Poof, ha. Actually, I don't want to laugh at you, but the way you look now it's really fun. Giggle, Seraph's tears came out of her smile. In the end, I finally managed to hold back my laughter, and there were tears from laughing before in the corners of my eyes. Using the eyes that showed his sincerity as much as possible, but with a slight smile in his tone, he said, "Poof, excuse me, Poof. That one, so what? Poof, I really didn't mean to hurt you just now. Poof, I swear. What happened just now was absolutely an accident, and I didn't have any thoughts of unleashing any magic on you. You're coming less. I see you did it on purpose. I swear there's a hairy use. I believe you're weird. Tianchen also swore just now, do you believe it? Yang Tianchen immediately came to Achuka's side and punched Achuka's shoulder, smashing him at Achuka. I'll go. You said that the grudge between you is going to carry me for Mao. I wasn't plotting against you just now. Hiss. No way. Tianchen, can you lighten it? My shoulder will be smashed by you. Don't know if I'm a sick number now. I'm very fragile now. Maybe I've been secretly calculated by Seraflu's ice magic, and I've already caught a cold. Did you know that a cold in the demon realm is a serious illness? Very troublesome. Seraflu heard Achuka say this, and suddenly her lovely eyebrows rose. Glaring angrily at Achuka, he said, "Get out." Who plotted against you? All said that's not what I thought. I didn't know why just now, but I felt that the ice magic in my body was uncontrollable, automatically converged towards my shoulders, and then you were hit. Achuka didn't believe it, rolled her eyes and pouted. Cut. As if it were true, I believe you and I am a big fool. Seraflu also had a temper, turned her head cutely and pouted. Believe it or not. Who cares about you? However, Sazex and Greffia, without the same idea as Achuka, looked at each other and then nodded. The silver magic power in the palm of Greffia's hand condensed, and then turned into the appearance of a silver spear. And then he kicked hard in the air under his feet, and the demon wings behind him flapped hard. The tip of the spear flashed with a sharp silver magic aura and aimed towards Seraph's bare knees. Here, there is also the power that came out from Yang Tianchen's previous fist. The colorful seal word on Seraflu's forehead diverged and extended out outside her intimate magic battle suit, forming a point of light similar to the meridian path. The point of light in this position has begun to be the size of a broad bean over time. It is because Seraflu has a special close-fitting combat protective suit protection on her body, as well as Greffia's superb weapon control ability, that she dares to attack like this. It seems that Greffia wants to use her magic attack to test it. If her guess is correct, these points of light and light extending along the word seal should have some special connection. If you attack the light points at the knee, there will also be magic reaction. Then it means that these light points and thin lines may be similar to the human meridian point theory. Maybe after using her silver magic to smash one of them, will the knee of Seraflu's leg and the body-fixing technique on the calf be lifted in part? Burst, bang, rumble. It was just that Seraflu's eyes widened, and what Greffia didn't believe was that the tip of the spear that Greffia blasted out had just pierced the point of light. Seraflu suddenly felt that the ice magic in her body was like a completely uncontrolled flood beast, converging towards the point of light at her knee. Then the huge ice magic power slammed towards the tip of Greffia's spear. Greffia also felt that from the silver magic light gun condensed from his hands, a huge and incomparable power suddenly came out, and it recoiled. In the face of Greffia's silver spear bombardment, Seraph's point of light at the knee position erupted instantly, and a huge and incomparable ice magic power erupted madly. Grabbia's body and the silver spear in his hand slammed and flew out. While being blasted out, Greffia's eyes flashed silver. Almost at the same time that his body was shocked out, he threw the silver gun in his hand towards the ground of the fighting room without hesitation. The silver magic light gun slammed into the floor the moment, and immediately there was a violent explosion. With a loud bang, the floor of that place was instantly blown open, a large pit 5 meters deep and more than 10 meters in diameter. And this is not the most surprising and terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that at the same time that the crater exploded violently, the explosion crater in that place was frozen at the moment of the explosion. Not only did it fill the big pit that exploded in an instant just now, but it also turned into a small iceberg. Such a terrifying sight, Achuka, who suddenly saw it, opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, "Wow, stop up, that's awesome." Greffia, on the other hand, looked at Sazex's brows slightly furrowed. Then they turned their heads to look at the colored spot of light outside Seraph's knee-length protective suit. They all whispered in amazement in their hearts, Griffia whispered. What exactly is that power? How could it be easily transferred to Seraflu's magic without Seraflu's consent? Sazex frowned even more and whispered. Not only did it transfer Seraflu's magic, but also, it seems that there is also an effect that enhances the magic of Seraflu. This makes her ice magic attack power even stronger. Seeing the small iceberg that was transformed by the explosion, Greffia was also slightly relieved, and her hands were slightly open and then clenched her fists several times. Let yourself feel a little numb in your hands just now because of Seraflu's ice magic power explosion, and ease up. Then he looked at Sazex with a solemn face and said, that kind of power is very troublesome, and my killing magic power is not very effective against it. Sazex, if you can't solve it anymore, I think I'll have to go out and ask for help. What help? No. I definitely don't. If you go out for help, then today's events will surely spread the iron. I, Seraflu, grew up. No matter what noble school I studied in, I am not a famous big person. It's just the first day of school, and Graphia and I have a private competition. Then he was suddenly intervened by Yang Tianchen, and was punched against the wall by a guy who couldn't use any magic. You say, such a huge scandal if it gets out. How do you want me to mess around in the high-level aristocratic academy in the future? You all listen to me. If you dare to say today's events, you all have to keep it secret from me, and if anyone dares to leak it to me, I will be with him. Shuka listened to Seraflu. It was not threatening, and then looked at her cute, unreasonable look. I just couldn't help but laugh and joke hee-hee, desperately. If even Sazex can't figure out your situation. HMPH. If you can't even get down the wall. How else to find us to settle accounts and desperately? Yes, beat me up. You're going to give me a try. Aha. Being poked directly by Ichuka in the sore spot in her heart, Seraflu immediately became angry. His face turned red with anger, and his eyes were angry, and he glared at Ichuka and shouted angrily, You, Ichuka, if you dare to laugh at me again, when I go down, I will tear that smelly mouth of yours. Sazex smiled helplessly bitterly, shaking his head slightly, feeling for these two people then turned his face, looked at Seraflu, and said with a serious face, There is no way, I can only try it first. Seraflu, my next move may be a little heavy, you bear with it. Seeing Sazex say so, Seraflu, who was in trouble as soon as possible, also fought hard, knowing that Sazex was likely to amplify his move. Therefore, Seraflu also nodded very, very seriously and said, Good, Sazex, come on, I'm ready. Good, I'm coming, you're ready. Saying that, Sazex controlled his figure and flew a little farther away from Seraflu, opening a certain distance. Then the right hand stretched forward flatly, and the 5 fingers were spread to aim at Seraflu, and the red magic of destruction began to permeate the whole body. Gathering in front of his palm, it slowly condensed into a ping-pong ball-sized, dark red ball of destruction magic light. As soon as the ball of light was condensed, Sazex shouted at Seraflu, Get ready! It's coming. Seraflu, destroy the magic bullet. Launch. When Seraflu saw Sazex's, when the destruction bullet was condensed, there were several large cold sweats on her forehead, dripping uncontrollably. But Seraflu nodded her head seriously and responded loudly, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. As to embolden herself, Seraflu shouted loudly, Close your eyes and wait for Sazex's doom bullet to attack. Because they are all family friends, Seraflu and Sazex also grew up together and are friends who know each other. They are also familiar with each other's strength and moves. To say who knows the most about Sazex's destructive magic, Seraflu is definitely one of them. Usually, if you want to play against Sazex, do battle practice. Seraflu will definitely not be stupid, waiting to be hit by Sazex's destruction bullet. Either she'll dodge, or she'll unleash powerful ice magic to fend off. Absolutely will not allow Sazex's destruction bullet to come. That kind of magic bullet full of destructive energy if it hits her body. Even if it is worn on the body, it has a high magic resistance, and it is protected by a close-fitting battle treasure clothing. That kind of ball of light that is full of destructive magic will explode on the body, although it will not explode the combat suit. However, every time I will be blown up by the power of the explosion to the point of pain. It hurts more than having someone use a giant hammer on their body and hit it dozens of times. Forehead, that kind of pain was even a little more painful than the strength that Tiansheng had just played. But there is no way to do it now. The strange power that Yang Tianchen unintentionally released was given a figure embedded in the wall. As long as Sarah Flu doesn't want to spread today's events, she must get out of trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, they must go out for help. So even if it is, when the Sazek's destruction magic bullet explodes on the body, it hurts again. She can only endure it. While waiting for Sazek's destruction bullet attack, Sarah Flu had already made up her mind in her heart at the moment. After she goes down, she must find Yang Tianchen to settle the account. And also, she must clean up Achuka fiercely, who let him dare to mock and laugh at himself like that. Just as Sarah Flu tried to divert her attention, Sazek's destruction bullet no longer knew when. His attack position, tentatively at first, hit her talisman, destroying part of the colored light and points of light. Gradually, the target of the attack was shifted. Suddenly, a big shot came, and it hit the word seal on the brain door colored streamers. Bang, burst, moisturize. Sazek's destroys the magic, really worthy of being one of the supernormal existences in the demon college world. And it is really as strong as a BUG. Before that, Griffia had to return to the strange energy-colored light point in vain. Even if Achuka only touched Sarah Flu's shoulder slightly, it was about to be frozen in the energy light. His destructive magic power was able to destroy those colored rays of light and points of light. And now, Sazek's went one step further and bombarded the word seal on Sarah Flu's forehead, the source of those strange, mysterious rays of light and points of light. At the same time as the demon bullet of destruction hit, the colored seal word also launched its counterattack. The colored seal word, the color light emitted at this moment is very, very dazzling, and the ice magic in Seraph's body also began to run away completely uncontrollably, and the storm walked. Rumble, a bang, an ice-blue magic power, mixed with a trace of a powerful beam of colored energy, collided violently with Sazek's destruction magic bullet. Then, the ice-blue magic, very little colored energy, and the dark red destruction magic immediately became entangled with each other. The three magical forces began to collide with each other, dissolve, and devour, until finally they slammed and exploded, turning into points of light and dissipating in the air. Because Sazek's also began to charge after seeing that his destruction magic bullet had an effect on that colored energy. I also began to have confidence in lifting Sarah Flu's body-fixing technique. On the index finger of his right hand, he began to accumulate powerful destructive magic, little by little. The dark red magic power actually began to become brighter and brighter, and the danger level emitted from it began to get higher and higher. At the same time, he comforted and said, "Sarah Flu, get ready. It may well be a bitter battle, a tug-of-war. You're going to be hard." "Ugh, good, all right." Well, my magic, it's starting to get out of control again. Sazek's, be careful not to be accidentally hurt by my magic." "Good, I know, don't worry, Fleur." Sazek's nodded and said with a serious look. At the same time, the colored seal on Sarah Flu's forehead seemed to feel threatened. A strong threat from Sazek's. It really began to exert its strength. And the colored points of light and light that originally spread to Sarah Flu's combat suit immediately began to shrink back. At the same time, along with the colored points of light and light contracted back, there was also the massive amount of ice magic in Seraph's body. Obviously, that sealed word is returning support, ready to prepare for war with all its might. "It's coming. Sarah Flu, get ready." "Okay." This time, Sazek's did not shoot the demon bomb of destruction, but leaned on his index finger a little ahead. A dark red beam full of destructive aura shot towards the word seal on Sarah Flu's forehead. Not to be outdone, the word seal also shot out an ice-blue magic beam mixed with colored energy. Burst. One blue, one red, the two beams of light collided fiercely. Then there are two beams of light, constantly melting and devouring each other, continuously, endlessly. And as the colored light and points of light recovered, Sarah Flu also began to find her hands and feet, as well as other parts of her body, began to regain their freedom little by little. This is the talisman being lifted. However, Sarah Flu's face did not look excited and happy because she had regained some of her freedom. On the contrary, her face showed expressions of dissatisfaction, unwillingness, unhappiness, depression, and so on. That changeable expression, it's fast, but no matter how Sarah Flu's expression changed, it showed one thing, that is, she was unhappy, very upset. When those colored rays of light and points of light all converged into the seal on the forehead, Sarah Flu still hasn't completely regained her freedom. Her body is still fixed inside the wall, but her hands, feet, waist, and other places can already move. Lie down, this. What the hell is this body-fixing technique? Obviously the body can move my head. Damn it, why can't my head move? Darn, get stuff. And then that's how it goes. Because Sazex doesn't want to hurt Sarah Flu but is trying to find a way to free her. Therefore, he did not dare to export too powerful destructive magic and controlled the mana output within a reasonable range. Afraid that he would not be able to control his power by accident, causes the magic of destruction to collide with the magic of ice, resulting in an unnecessary explosion. You know, this destructive magic attack target, but the word seal on Sarah Flu's forehead. If it accidentally exploded, it hurt Sarah Flu or her face. Sazex bet that according to Sarah Flu's personality, he would definitely be endlessly with himself, and he would be annoyed by her when the time came. Therefore, Rao is Sazex's destructive magic, a bug-like existence, still can only grind like water, slowly, little by little, and the abominable mysterious energy is consumed. When the energy of that seal word was exhausted, he and Sarah Flu were relieved. Then, little by little, the time slowly passed. The three people who had been waiting below, watching the lively Achuka, Greffia, and Yang Tianchen slowly, also began to feel bored. Hey, I say Sarah Flu, oh Sazex, we don't seem to have anything to do here now, right? Just leave Sazex to focus on saving you, right? Can I go home first? Achuka suddenly raised his hand and proposed. Seeing that Achuka wanted to leave, Sarah Flu immediately became angry, glaring at her eyes and starting to roar. You dare? Did you dare to take a try? If you leave before I get out of trouble, then you can wait for later and see how I take revenge on you. I promise to take revenge that you will regret for the rest of your life, believe it or not. Yang Tianchen, don't laugh, you are all the same. You are not allowed to leave until I get out of trouble. Achuka, a guy with no heart and lungs, really couldn't stand it. And at the same time, because under the threat of Sarah Flu, no one was allowed to leave here until Sarah Flu got out of trouble. Finally, Achuka actually yawned, came to Yang Tianchen's side, hooked his arm around Yang Tianchen's shoulder, and asked with a smile, Hee, brother, do you have any good entertainment projects? After waiting endlessly like this, I felt like my whole body was going to be moldy. Yang Tianchen looked to the side and yawned at Achuka, who showed a bored expression to himself. Then raised an eyebrow and said, Entertainment? What entertainment can I have here? You think you're bored. What else I want to ask you? It seems like you're the native, right? I'm just an outsider. What kind of magical knowledge? As well as the common sense and rules of the nobility, I still can't understand the little white good war. Achuka was immediately stunned by Yang Tianchen's words, pulled down his head and sighed. Hey, I also want to be entertained, but this place used to be used as a venue for competition, so what fun can there be here? In addition to walls and floors, it is walls and floors. I don't know if it's because it's really boring, or because Griffia also wants to be angry with Sarah Flu. She suddenly conjured a chessboard and pieces from the subspace she carried. It's just that chess in this time period. The style looks at it. So that Yang Tianchen always has some strange feelings. It seems that even the shape of chess takes time to evolve. Gryphia turned to look at Achuka, shook the chessboard in her hand, and suggested, It's boring, isn't it? How about we play the next game? Anyway, there is nothing to do left, and right now, if you don't play chess to pass the time, it's good to have a boring time. Achuka saw the chessboard in Gryphia's hand, and her eyes shone with a little wisdom. Shrugging his shoulders, he nodded and said, Well, it's okay left and right anyway, then let's kill a few sets. The two walked to a quiet corner in the middle of nowhere, and Ichuka waved beside him casually, and suddenly a round table and 2 chairs appeared on the ground. Greffia casually placed the chessboard in her hand on the table, and then the two sat down quietly and began to arrange the chess pieces. Seeing the actions of Ichuka and Greffia, Sazex shook his head with a wry smile and sighed in his heart. Hey, what a careless dating. I'm doing coolies here, but they playing chess there. And Yang Tianchen, the initiator, accidentally put Sarah Flu and the guy who slammed it on the wall, actually came over unscrupulously and stood next to Greffia. This product turned out to be, unexpectedly, she was so faceless and skinless, standing next to the goddess in her heart and watched her play chess. While watching, I still exclaimed in my heart, "Ah, Tilda! Beauty. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. She really deserves to be the eternal goddess in my heart. Even if it's just standing next to you, watch you lay out your chess, watch you think about the strategy to play chess, your serious face, your silver hair movement. I swear, Griffey, you are so beautiful. Even if I were to be around all the time, watching you play chess for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't feel tired." As for Sarah Flu, this is the moment of anger. Although her body can move, as long as the seal on her brain door is still there, she still can't get off the wall and her head can't move. At the same time, she also has to endure the ice magic in her body, which is pumped out by uncontrolled madness and used to resist the destructive magic that Sazex unleashes to save herself. This made her feel very depressed. Moreover, this is not what she is most depressed about, and what makes her even more depressed is the actions of Greffia and Ichuka. And also, what made her more uncomfortable and unbearable, Yang Tianchen, that bastard. He even leaned over to watch them play chess. What's even more infuriating is that Yang Tianchen's way of watching Greffia play chess is like he is like looking at a goddess. The eyes are shining. From time to time, he would also exclaim a few words of admiration. Griffia's step is wonderful. Good, this step is even more genius. Sarah Flu didn't know what was going on in her heart. Anyway, it's not happy, inexplicably very unhappy. As for why she is so upset, if you're going to say that Sarah Flu is jealous, then, that's not enough. Among the many boys of noble families in the demon world, Yang Tianchen is very good looking. But it is not so long that Sarah Flu took a fancy to Yang Tianchen. Her mood at the moment probably still belongs to women, and the emotion called jealousy is at work. If you can hear Seraph's heart, you will hear her sauce-like voice, Nima. Can you still not be faceless at all? Are beautiful women that good? It's beautiful. Lie down. Hello, is it also a young dragon king? As for such a faceless and skinless one, go and shoot peoples. Mess stuff, rotten eggs, big bad guys, and there's more. Is Gryphia's ice cube girl really that good looking? To see. You won't look at the old lady and me more. Old lady, I look so good, so cute. Yang Tianchen, the bastard of the bastard, actually left me in deep trouble and instead ran to Greffia's side. HMPH, me off. You bastard with questionable aesthetics, a super big pig's head, who doesn't know how to pity Xiangxiang and cherish Jade. The more Sarah Flu thought about it, the more angry and depressed she felt, and she puffed out a bun face cutely, looked at Yang Tianchen's direction, and rolled her eyes. In his heart, Yang Tianchen was about to turn the sky upside down. Forehead. Of course, Greffia, who was jealous of Sarah Carbon, was not less scolded in her heart by Seraph. Even Yang Tianchen himself would not have thought that I was just standing next to the goddess and watching her play chess, and I had inexplicably attracted such an unprecedented resentment from Sarah Flu. Sarah Flu turned her head and huffed, not for a moment, and she didn't know what was going on. Turn your face and see if Yang Tianchen is still there, still watching Greffia seriously. Sarah Flu cursed in her heart, and she was also secretly planning to wait for her to successfully get out of trouble. How should she clean up Yang Tianchen and then teach Gryphia a good lesson? Actually, the reason why Yang Tianchen mastered the skill of selling cute expressions was really forced. In the time when he was forced by Orpheus, in the demon forest, fighting the beasts. In order to fully cultivate him, Orpheus forced him to learn the skills of dragons relying on instincts, strong flesh, fists, and feet to fight. He often looks for many places where dangerous beasts gather, and then throws them in to face the fierce and violent beasts. Yang Tianqian out of the instinct of self-preservation. In some special circumstances, he had to learn to rely on some special means to let those fierce beasts spare his little life. Selling Mo was one of the important life-saving skills he learned during that period. Some ferocious beasts were when Yang Tianqian really couldn't beat the other party. He will pretend to betray his cute expression, blink his eyes full of pity and look at the other party, so that the other party will have feelings of love and pity in his heart, so as to let him go. This life-saving technique is also a little funny to say. He still learned it from watching it in his previous life, in some animations, in those film and television animations. Isn't there some cute-looking little beasts, or monster children, selling cute to the animated protagonist who wants to slaughter him, and then the protagonist lets them go, and even keeps them around? It's really not Yang Tianqian boasting about it. His current physical appearance after being reborn, especially at this moment, he is in the most adorable period of a teenager. As long as he is willing to put down a little face and sell cute to any creature, there are generally not many creatures that can resist. Especially those female creatures full of maternal talent are the most difficult to resist his cute expression. Even if it is a fierce male beast, when he sees his cute expression, his killing intent will be greatly reduced. Even if he is as calm as Orpheus, sometimes he can't resist his cute expression, and in certain periods of strict training of himself, he agrees to give him the conditions to take a few days off and rest. Yang Tianqian knew that, after being frightened by his previous actions in Ichuka, he accidentally entered the battle between Seraflu and Greffia, which not only ruined the battle between them. At the same time, he was also careless, and Seraflu was hit by himself, and even he didn't know what kind of power it was, and he gave his figure. Ichuka, Greffia, Sazex, and the three take turns trying to save her, but none of them can save her. He just thinks with his toes, and he can know that Seraflu doesn't hate him at the moment. Therefore, in order to melt Seraflu's hatred for himself, Yang Tianqian put down a little bit of face and sold cute to his angry girl. Is there anything wrong with it? Besides, if he did it properly, maybe after Seraflu was rescued, he might let himself go. All right. Even if Seraflu will not let herself go, but what if her own selling cute really melts her? When she cleans herself up, will she also start a little lighter? After all, this is one of the strongest life-saving skills he has learned after many days and nights, fighting with fierce beasts in the demon world forest. After Yang Tianqian was woken up by Seraflu, he actually didn't have so many thoughts in his mind, but he suddenly blessed his soul and thought of selling cute. Anyway, when facing beautiful women, you will sell cute if you have nothing to do. For you, there are only benefits, there is no harm. Of course, Yang Tianqian also knows that if you want to achieve the highest realm of selling cute, you also have to look at the person and the appearance conditions. Change to the appearance conditions of your previous life, make the same expressions and movements. That is not called cute, that is called disgusting people. The most important thing is that after selling cute, you immediately go to the woman and put away the selling cute expression, and do things seriously, which is the most important. You can't let your previous selling cute and the favorability value that you have won with great difficulty decreased. Otherwise, it is likely to backfire. So Yang Tianqian immediately ran to the bottom of the wall where Seraflu was trapped, looked up at Seraflu, looked up and down, left and right, and deliberately made a difficult but serious expression, raised his hand and replied, "Report, lovely Seraflu-sama. I can't fly, how should I get to you? I don't know what's going on." Before I obviously caused Yang Tianqian my own predicament, and Seraflu, who was deeply resentful. After seeing Yang Tianqian's series of performances, his anger and resentment towards him turned out to be much less. Look at it. This is where Yang Tianqian's selling method comes into play. Looking at Yang Tianqian's somewhat cute raised hand to speak, the corners of her mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, and she almost laughed. But she immediately noticed that something was wrong with her, so Sarah Carbon quickly changed her expression. Coughing lightly twice, his expression was serious. "Poof! This one. This one. It's just a small problem. What's so hard? Look at me." Saying that, Saraflu's small hand gently swiped in the air, and her 5 fingers spread out towards the ground in front of Yang Tianchen, shooting an ice-blue magic beam. Under Yang Tianchen's feet, an ice-blue magic array suddenly appeared, and in this magic array, a long ice vine suddenly rose flat. A blade of ice at the top of the vine began to rise as if standing on a lift towards Saraflu. In less than a moment's effort, the ice vine had grown to a sufficient height to send Yang Tianchen to the position where he was at eye level with Saraflu. Maybe it's the wrong position of the station, or maybe the ice vine grows in a position, and Saraflu doesn't control it well enough. The ascent speed was a little too fast, which reminded Saraflu of Yang Tianchen, and the scene where she punched her away before, she subconsciously made defensive movements. Saraflu raised her hand to block a wall of ice. It suddenly appeared in front of the two, and at the same time, under Yang Tianchen's feet, the ice vine did not stop rising. Therefore, Yang Tianchen is a cup. Bang. "Ah, yikes!" Yang Tianchen exclaimed. Yang Tianchen's whole person came into close contact with that side of the ice wall that appeared out of thin air. The whole person crashed into the ice wall just like that. The effect. It's a bit like the variety show he watched in his previous life. The fast and slow wall made of plastic foam, hitting the guests playing the game. It's just that the guest in the show hit a plastic foam wall, but he hit an ice wall. After crashing into the ice wall, the ice vine under Yang Tianchen's feet also stopped rising. Ugh, it hurts, it hurts. Even if Yang Tianchen is a young dragon king, his physique is different from ordinary people, and he has a strong resistance to magic attacks. At the same time, it is also resistant to any physical attack, but that's only if he's mentally prepared. It's like if you are suddenly punched by someone without being mentally prepared, even those real Qigong masters will be injured. Cluck! Hee giggle giggle, sorry ha, I didn't mean to. It really wasn't intentional. He. When Saraflu saw her subconscious move, she actually made Yang Tianchen ugly, and she couldn't be more happy when she smiled. With another flick of his hand, Yang Tianchen was embedded in the ice wall, and the ice wall outside instantly shattered, turning into a point of light in the sky and dissipating. As soon as the ice wall shattered, Yang Tianchen's body immediately softened, and then he sat down towards the ice. Poof, this is an unprepared seat, and the posture seems to be not quite right. Just when the tailbone lands on the ground, the sourness of the tailbone landing on the ground, even Yang Tianchen, who is a young dragon king, can't eat it. Yang Tianchen snorted, bounced up from the ice, held his butt, frozen. His face was still a little red, and cried out in pain. Ah! Groove, lying groove. Oh hey, my ass, my tailbone. It's going to break. It almost broke. Hey, freeze me, I'm going to freeze to death. It's so cold. Yang Tianchen's sour feeling at the moment. It really can't be described. First, he didn't want to drop his butt, holding his ass and jumping his feet. Then, suddenly, from all over his body, a cold that penetrated people's hearts rose, and he quickly rubbed his hands on his arms and rubbed his body. After the ice wall hit just now, the ice magic power obviously attacked on him. Seeing Yang Tianchen's playful appearance at the moment, Saraflu and Greffia, who was flying in the air, did not hold back their mouths and chuckled. Giggle. Saraflu was even more merciless, rolled her beautiful and good-looking eyes, and hummed, HMPH, you little idiot, super big idiot. Now I know how good I am. He giggle. Suddenly, I saw Saraflu and Greffia laughing, although it was a joke about the way they had just appeared, but with a smile. Yang Tianchen thought that his small loss of face was actually not a big deal. When the painful tail bone no longer hurts, the cold magic effect on the body recedes. Yang Tianchen only then had time to rearrange his clothes and change his expression. Embarrassedly reached out and scratched the back of his head, and then smiled awkwardly and said, "Aha. In fact, it was all an accident just now. Accidentally. I will definitely not be hit again next time. Besides, it's you, Saraflu, who sent me up. If you hadn't suddenly conjured up an ice wall and was frozen by the ice magic, causing me to sit on the ground, Sarah Carbon." You're the last thing you should laugh at me. That's right, that's right. As soon as I say this, I don't have to ask. You said that my rise is good. Why did you suddenly conjure such a thick ice wall to secretly calculate me? You asked me to come up and save you, but why did you plot against me? I was inexplicably secretly calculated by you. Am I wronged? Hearing Yang Tianchen say this, Seraflu was immediately unhappy and immediately turned her eyes to look at Yang Tianchen angrily. Glaring at him with his hands crossed at his waist, he said, "What is wrong? What have you wronged? Who was killed by me for my current situation? Who did the magic I was pinned to the wall? It's you, or you. Just now accidentally let you. The speed of the rise is too fast. I naturally remembered the scene before you punched the scene. In order not to be punched by you again, do I want to defend? I'm just blocking you on one side. It's already very polite. If it weren't for looking at your cuteness, I would reward you with an ice spear and pierce your heart to call revenge." Percent groove. It turns out that Seraflu also has a talent for broken thoughts. In order to stop being counted down by Seraflu, Yang Tianchen immediately raised his hand and surrendered. He pulled his head down and said, Yes. Lord Sarah, it's all my fault. I beg you to stop talking about me. All right." Seeing Yang Tianchen surrender, Seraflu immediately showed a victorious expression, and her eyes rolled around. Suddenly staring at Yang Tianchen, he said with a smile, "HMPH. If you want me not to count you, yes. Answer me a question. If you answer it well, not only will I not count you, but even if you hurt me this time and be hit by the fixing law, I cannot think about you." As soon as he heard that Seraflu was possible and did not care about the method of fixing Seraflu's body, Yang Tianchen nodded repeatedly. With a glint in his eyes, he replied, "Oh, is there such a good thing?" Yea, please, Lord Sarah, please ask. I promise to know everything." Seraflu will be fixed. His head is fixed by the body-fixing technique. Otherwise, I am afraid that he will have raised his head and become arrogant. Yes, I mean what I say. I only have one question, you listen to me. Who is the more between me and Greffia? Beauty, yes. This one, that one, this. Can I choose not to answer such a difficult question? I want to abstain, can I? Moreover, after Seraflu asked this question, she began to look at Yang Tianchen fixedly, with a bad smile at the corner of her mouth, and the threat in her eyes was very deep and deep. Encountering this kind of problem, Yang Tianchen immediately felt cold. Cold from the back of the spine. He looked at Seraflu in front of him in embarrassment, and then at Greffia, who was in the air, who had flown to his side. In my heart, there was a sigh to the heavens. It's hard to be human. It's hard to be a man. It is even more difficult to be an ambitious, self-motivated, and good man in the new world. This is a proposition. How do you tell me to answer such a fatal question? This is simply, mother and daughter-in-law fell into the river. Who do you save first? If you answer badly, you will die. It's really going to die. Yang Tianchen turned his head to look at Greffia, who flew to his side, and Yang Tianchen wailed in his heart again, "Lie in the groove. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Greffia also seemed to be very interested in this question. "I beg you, please, okay. Can you please look at me with this kind of very interested eyes? Don't you know how stressed I am right now? In good conscience, it's better than beautiful. Of course, one of the eternal goddesses in his heart, Greffia is even more beautiful. However, Yang Tianchen has just offended Seraflu. If you dare to tell the truth and say that she is not as beautiful as Greffia." That consequence, Yang Tianchen didn't dare to think about it. For the sake of his own little life, Yang Tianchen immediately made a move and changed the topic of Dafa. Clapping his hands lightly, he made a cute and innocent expression, and his eyes lit up as he proposed. "Ah, ha, it seems that this is not the time to think about this problem, right? Why don't we talk about it later? Now find a way to save you. The most important thing is the most important thing. Is that right?" But Seraflu's answer immediately broke Yang Tianchen's idea of wanting to change the topic. Puffing out his bun face cutely, and glaring at Yang Tianchen angrily. With a threatening look in his eyes, he said coldly, No, I don't think so. I've been stuck here for a while anyway, and I'm getting used to it now. Save me, no rush. It's not too late for you to answer my question first, and then find a way to save me, and the answer to this question now the most. Feel, prosper, interesting, one, some. Say, which of the two is more beautiful? Hearing Seraflu say this, Yang Tianchen really cried to death. He sighed in his heart. I'll wipe it. I'll wipe his uncles. Sierra Carbon, really? It's really in vain that when I watch the original anime in my previous life, I still think that you are a very cute, a cute girl paper with no scheming. I can't think of it. Unexpectedly, I can't imagine that you forced me like this. You're forcing me to death. Are you going to force me to death? However, he didn't wait for Yang Tianchen to finish wailing in his heart. When he turned his head as if he felt something, when he looked to the side, his eyes saw Griffia's expression with a beautiful smile. Suddenly, my heart was giggling, and I jumped even more. The heart shouted, not good. It's a big mess. It suddenly made him feel in his heart, and what was even more deadly was even worse. Griffia on the side, I don't know what to think. Maybe it's really up, and Seraflu's desire to win. Or maybe you want to deliberately suppress Seraflu, and you can't see Seraflu's arrogance. Griffia even showed a very oppressive smile. She also deliberately showed a smile that seemed to be very gentle, but in fact, her smile was the kind of smile full of oppressive aura. Looking at Yang Tianchen, he asked, Yes, I'm also interested in the answer to this question. Tell me between the two of us who is more beautiful. Cough. This one, that one, forehead. By the way, His Highness Sazex, His Highness Achuka is also here. I can't decide the standard of beauty, right? I alone say that which of you is more beautiful, and it is not fair to you to think about it. After all, they are also nobles. It seems that they are more familiar with you. And they also have a set of aesthetic standards of the demon race. Right, and I am a natural humanoid dragon king, a dragon clan. Maybe my aesthetic standards are unfair to you two super beauties. Is it felling? Yes, that one. Is it felling? When he said this, Yang Tianchen also made a very embarrassed look, stretched out his finger and pointed to Sazex and Achuka next to him and said, Eileen, stinky boy, you're trying to pull us into the water. You're too immoral, aren't you? You too, it's so special, awesome. You're going to pull up 2 cushions when you die. After Achuka saw Yang Tianchen's unscrupulous behavior, he suddenly cursed in his heart. The expression on his face immediately became wonderful, and at the same time, he glared at Yang Tianchen fiercely. And Sazex didn't know if Yang Tianchen's approach poked his laughter. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he laughed, and the more he laughed, the louder he laughed. At the end of the laugh, Sazex actually laughed so hard that tears came out. In the end, he even had to cover his stomach with one hand and his mouth with the other, and smile more than happy. HMPH, humph ha ha. Interesting. It's so much fun. Tianchen, I can't imagine that you would be like this. You are really a wonderful person. It's so much fun. Hey ha ha ha. Yang Tianchen saw Sazex laughing at him like this, and actually laughing so happily, he couldn't help but secretly slander in his heart. Depend. Laugh what laugh. Is it that funny? Lao Tzu interesting. What's interesting about me? I'm funny, you Harry. Are you trying to say I'm afraid of women? Lying Groove, I look at you in the original book. It seems that there is nothing to be proud of. You in the original book are a wife who is strictly managed. In the original book, Griffia glared, didn't you just immediately provoke? Yang Tianchen thought of finding a reason for himself in his heart. There is no way. Yang Tianchen knows that whether it is Seraflu or Griffia, their future is not a simple woman. Seraflu's future is the only female demon king among the 4 demon kings. Greffia's future, if possible, Yang Tianchen wants to marry her home. These 2 women, one is the demon king of the world in the future, and the other is the wife he wants to marry in the future. Who is more beautiful than such 2 women? Do you dare to answer indiscriminately? If you say Seraflu is more beautiful, then what impression will it leave on Greffia? Will she still be able to catch her when she grows up in the future? Even if she catches it, as long as she remembers this memory in the future, it will be a proper black history. What if you say Griffia is more beautiful? All right. Greffia is happy, but will Sarah Flu's resentment against herself be deeper? And will she be more ruthless when she takes revenge on herself in the future? However, Yang Tianxin's great method of diverting attention is not useless. After Sazek laughed, it was Achuka who grabbed Yang Tianxin by the collar and shook him fiercely. Lie down. If you want to die yourself, forget it. Why drag me into the water? Eileen, the reason why Sarah Flu was hit by my body-fixing technique seems to be one of the original sins, right? If you want to say who should take off the water the most, it is you. If it weren't for your inexplicable pat on the shoulder, I wouldn't have jumped out. If I don't jump out, I won't. So, you said I should not let you into the water. Although he saw Achuka pinching Yang Tianxin's neck and shaking it very hard, Sarah Flu was still unmoved, just lightly rolled his eyes, and then snorted coldly. HMPH. Do you think that if you change the subject, I will let you go? Tianxin's proposal seems to be good. Achuka, says X, you can also evaluate together who is more beautiful than me and Greffia. Go ahead, I want to hear it. That's right, I also want to hear. None of the three of you want to escape. Let's talk about it, in your eyes. Who is more beautiful than me and Sarah Flu? Greffia's interest increased again, and she turned her seemingly gentle, beautiful smile. The oppressive force was full of aura, looking at Yang Tianxin, Sazek, and Achuka. Ugh, Sazek, you told me about that rice before. It seems that you want to discuss something with me. We seem to have time to have a good chat now. It's better then. Achuka suddenly pointed his index finger on his chin, as if remembering something important, and turned to look at Sazek and said. Sazek was also a smart and very cooperative one, so he leaned over and clapped his hands and said, Oh, you said that, didn't you bring it up first? Forgot. It is to upgrade some settings of the demon game, as well as the plan of supporting facilities. You said you wanted to promote the demon game in the future. Ooh, oh, yes, that's it. Achuka was also very cooperative, clapping her hands with a light in her eyes. Lie down. These two bastards, their ability to change the topic, are not much weaker than me. When Yang Tianxin saw these two people, he was suddenly very unrighteous, turned around and chatted together, and chatted very hotly, very hotly. Then Sarah Flu, who knew the nature of these two people, Greffiki rolled his eyes again, snorted coldly in disdain, and then stared at Yang Tianxin in unison. Yang Tianxin's heart sank inexplicably. He felt the crisis, the first time in his life, a big crisis of life and death. Can't say. This is a sending proposition, absolutely cannot say the evaluation. Whoever says that he is beautiful will offend another person at the same time. Will die. Yang Tianxin warned himself in his heart, so he immediately wanted to survive, and decided to use the enhanced version of the topic diversion DAFA again. He suddenly made a tearful expression, put his hands on Sarah Flu's shoulders, and cried out sadly, Woo, Sierra Carbon, I'm sorry for you. This time I really can't help it. I don't even know any magic right now. I can't unlock your body-fixing technique. I'm so useless. It's so useless. Woohoo. Ugh, what are you doing? You're here, all right. Stop crying. Okay. Let you tell me who is more beautiful than me and Greffia. Is it that difficult for you? Oops, sick of it. Don't cry. Good, no good. A man crying so much, what does it look like? I'm not forcing you, am I? Okay. Sarah Flu looked away and waved her hand repeatedly, but Yang Tianxin's crying scene did not mean to stop. Seeing that his crying scene was effective, he immediately looked at Greffia next to him with teary eyes. Greffia's heart also twitched, don't look over, and snorted coldly. What to see? What did you take me for? Sarah Flu doesn't care about the answer, and I'm too lazy to listen to you. Isn't it obvious which of the two of us is more beautiful, as long as that person's eyes are not blind? What do you say? Never mind. I'm not in the mood to think about you now, when I'm out of trouble. Sarah Flu heard Greffia say this, her eyes breathing fire angrily at Greffia and clenching her fists. HMPH, I'm afraid you won't come. I'm always waiting. Greffia replied coolly. I don't know why, as long as I saw Yang Tianxin's teary-eyed crying face, that originally good-looking and cute face, I cried like that. Sarah Flu and Greffia, I don't know why, they suddenly felt a very unpleasant feeling in their hearts, and a strange feeling rose, how inexplicably sad. Why do I want to cry along? So distressed. Yang Tianchen used this time is the one crying. 2 troubles and 3 hanging drama from watching TV in his previous life, who said that only women can use this kind of drama. As long as you are cute enough, boys can be used as well, and girls can be used for the same trials. Yes, change the topic DAFA Enhanced Edition. Succeed. In Yang Tianchen's heart, a Q version of him compared to a victory gesture. Croaked smiled. Groove, what is the situation? Is that okay? When Achuka saw Yang Tianchen, he actually escaped the fate of death with this trick, and exclaimed in his heart with his mouth open. Sazex on the side was also attracted by Yang Tianchen's sudden cry, and turned his head to look at the development. What did he see? He actually saw this spooky and magical development. When did these 2 women talk so well? Similar scenes and problems have happened before, but they don't seem to have let themselves go so easily. Can men cry and men's tears be used like this? Wasn't this a trick used by women before? I remember the last time I saw this trick. It was my mother, he. In fact, the use of this crying scene, men can also use. This is also Yang Tianchen in his previous life watching animation learned. Some male protagonists, isn't it by tears to conquer the female protagonist? All right, this is also Yang Tianchen is really forced to be anxious. Otherwise, he will not use this trick easily. It's just that what Yang Tianchen didn't expect was that he was addicted to crying just now. He suddenly cried with joy, shook his head, and tears flew up. Really? You really don't push me. Woohoo, that's great, that's great. What Yang Tianchen didn't notice was that maybe he was acting just now. He was too engaged. He cried too hard, and when he shook his head, a tear was accidentally thrown towards Seraflu. The good death did not die on the word seal on Seraflu's forehead, and the one who had been suppressing Seraflu before, even Achuka, Greffia, and even Sazex's destructive magic, could not be solved for a while. The mysterious seal on the forehead. The moment the tears dripped on the word seal, the word seal suddenly emitted a radiant colored light, and it twisted on her forehead very magically. This seal word seemed to come to life, and on Seraflu's forehead, she suddenly stood up. Jumping again, bouncing, suddenly jumped on top of Seraflu's head. Suddenly seeing such a strange scene, Achuka sharply rounded his eyes, pointed at the top of Seraph's head, and exclaimed, "Lie down! What is this thing? It's alive." What lived? Why are you looking at me like that? Seraflu saw Sazex, Achuka, Greffia, and Yang Tianchen all looking at herself with surprise, shock, or curiosity. More precisely, it's looking at the top of your head. She subconsciously raised her hands and touched the top of her head. It's good that Seraflu didn't move her hand. As soon as she moved her hand, the word sealed turned out to be, suddenly, he was like a frightened little beast. The word seal swayed left and right, and even trotted around, hiding around, and it turned out to be very accurate, avoiding the grasp of Sarah Carbon's small hand. This would, even Seraflu sensed a little thing, bouncing around her head. Groove Nima's, what is it? What the hell is it that dares to jump on top of my grandmother's head, looking for death? Look, I don't catch, belch. Groove, horizontal groove, groove, groove. Here's how, what's going on, I. How am I fixed again? Just after Seraflu was ready to go crazy and threatened to grab the word seal on the top of her head. The word seal on the top of her head suddenly emitted 1,000 rays of light, and as soon as the colored light was released, Seraflu's whole body was fixed again, and it became like a wooden man, fixed there, unable to move. After fixing Seraflu, the word seal on the top of her head seemed to be very arrogant, straightened her chest, raised her head, bent the word seal back a little, and swayed from side to side a few times. It's like saying hum, want to catch me? No way. I'll fix you, see how you still catch me. Poof, 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 hada, this little thing hada. Interesting, how interesting. When Achuka saw Seraflu deflated again, she happily pointed at Seraflu and laughed. The top of the word seal is also very humane, twisting left and right twice. It seems to be looking left and right at the surrounding situation. This Does this little thing seem to be really alive? Sazek's also felt curious, flew over, and reached over to touch the word seal. Bang. A burst of colorful light burst out. Sazek's finger had just touched the word seal, and suddenly felt an unparalleled force, which rebounded and shocked him out. Sazek's body was shocked and flew out, and something happened that shocked him. It was even fixed. The body stiffens and flies out upside down. It's just that this seal word, after all, was not applied to him, and the subconscious, destructive magic in his body burst out violently for a moment. Sazek's body only came out of the fixed state, and then the magic behind it pushed back hard and only stopped being shocked. Grefia had been watching the development of the situation in front of her, and when she saw the word seal, it could actually shake Sazek's into the air and fix his figure for a moment. Grefia's eyes flashed with silver light, and she thought to herself in her heart, Yang Tianxin's power, unexpectedly, is it so amazing? Yang Tianxin was also a little shocked. His hands had already left Seraflu's shoulders, and he turned to look at Sazek's, who flew back, and then looked at the word seal on the top of Seraflu's head. This is the power I played. No way, how powerful is it? However, in other words, what is this seal word? How is it like? It seems to have its own consciousness. Do you say? Its energy form is similar to the nine-tailed chakra in Naruto. Is it a conscious life energy? Yang Tianxin thought and speculated so in his heart, and when he saw the word sealed, he seemed to look up at himself. And then right above Seraph's head, very human, jumping and jumping. Yang Tianxin, suddenly, Fu Zhai's heart seemed to understand the meaning of little guy. Yang Tianxin stretched out his hands and made a gesture of holding something. The word seal was like a cute child, bouncing and moving little by little, and then jumped into Yang Tianxin's palm. After the word seal reached Yang Tianxin's palm, it was like a child who had returned home. So he lay down comfortably and lay in Yang Tianxin's palm. The word seal buzzed, and another burst of colored light flowed, and the body began to grow larger little by little, and the body also became flat. Until the end, it turned into a card the size of a bank card. Previously, the word seal that had been suppressing Seraflu was removed, and the moment it was removed, Seraflu's body was immediately free. The body that had been immobilized by the wall before could not be moved in any way, under the charge that she had instinctively wanted to leave the wall before. Using magic subconsciously, he wants to fly away from the wall, and the reaction force moves. Seraflu's body leaned forward subconsciously, the position under the foot, and just stepped on the ice leaf surface conjured by his own magic. The ice surface will slip, followed by the center of gravity of the body is not well controlled. Bang. So the lovely Sierra carbon is tragic, presenting a perfect large font. Pounce on the street. Pounce on the ice magic blade that rose earlier. What's more, Sarah Carbon's face also landed on the ground. The cute little nose seemed to be flattened, and the whole face was plastered to the ice. And Yang Tianxin at this time, because of his previous attention, all of them were on his palm, looking at the mysterious colored energy light point, transformed into a bank card-sized card. After he got this very, very magical card, Yang Tianxin subconsciously took a few steps back and went out, concentrating on observing the card in his hand with curiosity, and as a result, completely ignoring Seraflu's relationship. Therefore, when Seraflu fell forward and lay on the ice, Yang Tianxin didn't have time to rescue him. Oops, it hurts. My nose, it hurts. Looking at this in front of you, it is simply the most bloody, unexpected, and fun scene in the plot of the movie. Presented before the eyes of Achuka, Sazek's, Grifia, all three had schadenfreude smiles in their eyes, or open your mouth in surprise, or raise your eyebrows and smile, or your facial expression is still cool, but the corners of your mouth twitch unnaturally. Achuka was the first to not hold back, and even more unscrupulously made a shocking discovery, pointing at Seraflu who fluttered the street. Exclaimed, "Lie down, no way. Sierra Carbon, why are you so careless? I can't imagine that you can wrestle so creatively. Oh, no. I think someone is going to be unlucky. Oh my God, it's really not me saying you. You were so close to Seraflu just now. How could you not know to hold a handful of Seraflu? You look at the carbon that dropped our Sarah. So you're dead. Your boy is dead. It actually hurt our lovely Lord Sarah flew to wrestle. Now you're done. Stinky boy, woohoo ha 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 ha. This unscrupulous Achuka, who was still laughing at Sarah Flu's embarrassment just now, when he saw Sarah Flu raise his head and look at himself unkindly. So he immediately chose to betray Yang Tianchen without hesitation. The method of causing trouble was to deliberately pull the topic all at Yang Tianchen, trying to divert Sarah Flu's monstrous anger. As for Sazix, it can be said that among the 3 people who know Sarah Flu the most, he is the most calm. Although at the beginning, I was shocked and my eyes widened for a moment, but then immediately it turned into an expression of interest. The heart says, there is a good show to watch. What will Sarah Flu do next? Will you be embarrassed and want to kill people and kill people? Whether they thought these thoughts or exclaimed, in fact, it didn't take long, a total of a few seconds. A few seconds later, Sarah Flu also woke up from the brief pain just now. And then the ice blue magic around her body burst out with all her strength. Because of the public scandal, Sarah Flu seemed to be really embarrassed and angry, and her angry face turned red, and she roared loudly, you. You give me death, give me death, give me death. You bastard. Bang. Ugh. Yang Tianchen only felt his body. The whole body instantly seemed to be hit by a huge force. How to describe that feeling? By the way, I remember that more than a year ago, when I was still in the Demon World Forest. I once encountered a lion the size of a truck, and this is how it feels when the lion casually claws and hits himself. That powerful ice blue magic burst out, and when it hit Yang Tian, his whole person was like a cannonball, swooping and flying towards the ground. Then, with a bang, it smashed on the floor, smashing the floor with a loud bang. The surrounding ground was instantly covered by a human-shaped pit, and there were some dense spider web cracks. Nay, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Then I saw Yang Tianchen grinning, actually stood up from the ground, stretched out his hand behind his back and other positions on his body, touched here and there softly, and constantly shouted pain. That is Yang Tianchen. He has a strong Dragon Clan body. Such a huge force shook him off, and he smashed the hard ground, and he didn't even spit out half a mouthful of blood. Not only did he not vomit blood, he didn't even break half a bone, not a trace of internal injuries. At most, there is just some pain in the body, and after a while it will be fine. For such a small price, you can survive after the harm of Sarah Flu, after falling hard. It's really earned it, isn't it? After the slight pain passed, Yang Tianchen seemed to remember something, showing a smile that felt funny. He seemed to also remember that the Sierra carbon just now. When I wrestled just now, I saw the miserable situation out of the corner of my eye. This product was still at this fateful moment, accidentally laughing. Hey, just now it was Sierra carbon accidentally dropped a dog to gnaw mud. Hey ha. Forehead. Well, Yang Tianchen's guy who doesn't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. Doesn't he even know? No matter at any time, when you see some women embarrassed, can't you casually express schadenfreude? Especially Sarah Flu. Anger are at her personal maximum. And the best choice is to stay away from her, or not to act that irritates her. Besides, how can a beautiful woman like Sarah Flu be a beautiful woman who wants to lose face? How can she tolerate that after she is embarrassed? There are still people who dare to blatantly laugh at themselves. If you dare to laugh at her at this time, and still laugh at her in front of her, this makes Sarah Flu tear Yang Tianchen's mood. To be honest, all the people present today who witnessed her embarrassment, she couldn't wait to insert her hand into their brains, and then took out all the memories in their brains about the embarrassment she had just made, and then threw them on the ground and stepped on it. However, the most annoying thing for Sarah Flu is that you can laugh when you say you laugh. Just laugh twice when I just hit the street. It's like Achuka just now. Wrong. I just remembered now that Achuka was smiling happily just now. I wrote down this account and found time to clean him up later. However, just like Yang Tianchen, laugh like that and laugh endlessly. Again, in addition, as if under the drive of Yang Tianchen, the same body flew in the air, looking at his other 3, They actually began to laugh. Sazex's smiling gaze, Greffia's contemptuous sneer, and Echuca, who was full of meaningful, raised eyebrows and smiled at himself with a smile. Seraflu suddenly felt. I felt a feeling of humiliation that I had never felt so humiliated before. And then theirs. Her anger value began to explode again, only to feel that a nameless fire was almost reaching her throat. The beautiful and good-looking little eyebrows gradually stood upside down, the teeth crunched, and a cute bun face bulged, so angry that the red color on the face became more and more red and angry at Yang Tianchen. She doesn't care now, she doesn't care about anything, she just wants to beat people, especially laughing at herself, the happiest guy who laughs. She wants to be the first. Tear him first. As for the other people present today who have laughed at themselves, wait until I destroy Yang Tianchen first. Saw Seraflu suddenly raise her hand, aiming at Yang Tianchen's hateful smiling face, and exhaled cutely. Smile and smile, just no laugh. I make you laugh, I make you laugh. Since you like to laugh so much, then you give me death. Get stuff. Look at the old lady, I will bombard you to death. Ice Dragon Cannon. In her palm, with a buzz, a super huge ice blue magic array suddenly rose. However, when she was about to strike, still, Seraflu didn't know why. Maybe after seeing Yang Tianchen, his cute face, he couldn't bear to start. Still, when the output mana was about to finish, I adjusted the size of the output power. Although the mana output was slightly discounted, Seraflu's palm was open, and the oversized magic array still looked very scary and scary. The consequence of this is that it is somewhat similar to the effect of the tiger. The magic array looks big and can scare people, but the size of the ice magic attack beam it outputs, it doesn't look so scary. After all, although Yang Tianchen is hateful, he looks too cute. Although Seraflu is angry with himself for harming himself, he was fixed by spells and wrestled. But she didn't plan to really slaughter Yang Tianchen, but wanted to freeze him into an ice lump. Let that hateful Yang Tianchen calm down well. After seeing him calm, he dares to laugh at himself like that. And Yang Tianchen's experience of fighting with countless poisonous insects and beasts in the past few years, who was thrown into the demon world forest by Orpheus in the past few years, was not in vain. How strong the strength is exercised, Yang Tianchen himself is not very clear, but for his perception of danger, he is confident that he belongs to it, and the strong is not like the kind of person at all. The moment Seraflu's ice magic array aimed at him and released the ice magic attack, Yang Tianchen felt the danger coming for the first time. The sense of crisis in his heart broke out, which instantly made his whole body tremble subconsciously. Although he had a premonition of danger, the bombardment speed of the ice magic beam was too fast. Coupled with his previous patronizing giggle, he couldn't dodge at the first time, so he could only instinctively clench his fists and cross his arms in front of him, making a defensive posture. I don't know if it's a stimulus relationship. Still is. Yang Tianchen's certain ability was stimulated again under some coincidence circumstances. He had jumped down from Seraflu's body before, and the ice card transformed by the mysterious magic seal suddenly flew away from Yang Tianchen's palm automatically. The original ice blue card actually bloomed with colorful dazzling light, frantically mobilizing the ice magic elements in the surrounding air, and quickly gathered in front of Yang Tianchen. With that card as the origin, almost instantly, the condensed ice element turned into an ice blue semicircular enchantment, protecting Yang Tianchen in it. Then, the ice magic attack beam released by Seraflu arrived. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. The ice beam shot by Seraflu bombarded the semicircular enchantment of ice with a diameter of about 3 meters. And when it bombarded the enchantment in front of Yang Tianchen, it was not shattered. This magical phenomenon is not surprising if it is placed on Echuca or Sazek's Greffia. But if it is placed on Yang Tianchen's body, it is really strange. For no other reason, Yang Tianchen only came to the Demon World Noble High School today. Orpheus had also personally promised that before enrollment, the teachers of the Advanced Noble Academy had also personally checked Yang Tianchen. It has been confirmed again and again. This kid had not received any magic instruction before entering the academy. Even the magic belonging to the dragon race, Orpheus did not teach him a star and a half. Before Yang Tianchen enrolled today, at best, in the demon world forest, he learned some skills of fighting by relying on his physical body, by fighting fierce beasts, and fighting with the magic doppelganger released by Orpheus. To put it bluntly, Yang Tianchen at this time is equivalent to only fighting with his body, a humanoid dragon king with developed limbs and a fairly robust body. If he used his fist, smashed the ice beam with a punch, or used his physical body to resist, Seraflu would not have felt so surprised. But this is him, unexpectedly, condensed an enchantment in front of him, and it's still the enchantment of ice. You know, if you want to cast a decent enchantment, it is not something that ordinary people can easily do. Although enchantment is used in all kinds of magic, you want to successfully cast it and successfully resist the enemy's attacks. Not only do you need to be highly talented, but you also need to have enough magic and go through a period of rigorous training. It is absolutely impossible to learn it instantly. Even the talent and potential are so strong that they are very perverted Sazeks, Gryphia, Seraflu, Achuka they are. When learning to master the first enchantment, it took at least 1 to 2 days. But what about Yang Tianchen? Is this swollen? Seraflu's brows jumped slightly, and she came from a large family, and she quickly discovered some of them. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Yang Tianchen, where the flying card was shining with colorful light. At the same time, the card is still absorbing the ice magic elements in the surrounding air, and then converging into the card, and then transforming from the card, releasing the enchantment containing the ice magic power. Sarah narrowed his eyes and whispered in slight shock, "That is." Then he gritted his teeth and pressed the magic array in front of him with his palm, increasing the mana output. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Abominable. It turned out to be the card conjured up by the hateful word seal. What is that thing? It can even be transformed into a card, and it has obviously left the top of my head, but it can still absorb the ice attribute magic elements in the surrounding air as it absorbed my magic power before, and then gather together to resist my attack. But damn it, it's really abominable, unforgivable." Seraflu only needed to think of the pain that the word seal caused to herself, hurt herself to be stuck on the wall and couldn't move, and later hurt herself to fall so badly. So she became even more angry, while gritting her teeth and glaring angrily at the card and Yang Tianchen. While changing her hands forward, she increased the output of mana, making the magic array in front of her bigger, and bigger. The output ice magic beam also began to become larger and larger, and the terrifying ice magic contained in it became more and more terrifying. Achuka, who has been watching the play in the air, is also watching the excitement and smiled without heart and lungs. Hey. Wow, oh. It's getting more and more fun. Seraflu is going to be serious. Wah whoosh, Seraflu, come on. Boom that stinky boy. He hurt you so badly before, you definitely can't wrestle in vain. Up, come on. Wow, yeah, it's this momentum. This guy is really bad. Not only did he not help Yang Tianchen solve the siege, but he was still fanning the flames on the side, hoping that things would be getting bigger and bigger. Grephia's brows furrowed slightly as she watched from the side, and when she saw Seraflu fighting, she really became serious. Especially after she heard the incendiary words of Achuka on the side. The magic power output from her hand increased even more, as if it was the same card in front of Yang Tianchen to protect him. There is a posture that if the enchantment it has formed is not shattered, it will not give up. Rao is as smart as Gryphia, and he didn't think about why things were. Will it change into this? She flew through the air, leaned forward slightly, and took a small step under her feet, wanting to go up to stop Seraflu. After all, what if... Wait a minute, the magic power output by Seraflu is not well controlled, and while shattering that enchantment, it hurts Yang Tianchen. Even if the body of the dragon clan is naturally stronger than other creatures, Yang Tianchen is not perfect after all, and if he masters his own strength, he will not use the slightest bit of magic. However, Gryphia had only just taken a small step. Sazek suddenly reached out to stop her, showed a gentle smile and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry, that kid is safe now, and he doesn't need anyone's rescue." Greffia turned his head to look at Sazex, who was blocking him beside him, and then turned to look at Yang Tianchen, frowning and whispering, "Oh, is it?" Sazex saw Grafie, and you didn't want to continue flying, so he let go of her blockade, and then laughed at what was happening below. He smiled and said, "That's right, although I still haven't figured out what kind of power Tianchen just now was to suppress Seraflu. However, judging from the power it can resist my destructive magic, you should be able to imagine that with a little bit of mysterious energy the size of a baby's fist at most, it can become a sealed word, which can compete with my large amount of destructive magic. What's more, now that thing has transformed into a strange card after receiving Seraflu's power, right next to Yang Tianchen. Don't you want to see what else will happen? Are you not curious about the power of Tianchen at all? Why did the Okuto fancy him so much? Don't you want to know?" Graifia's beautiful and good-looking brows wrinkled and wrinkled after hearing Sazex's words. Finally, after repeated psychological games, the small fist was first clenched several times, and then finally let go. Finally took a deep breath, then nodded and said, "Okay. The mess between them, I can leave it alone for the time being and see how their situation develops." Then Greffia turned her head to look at Sazex and said with a serious face, "However, if you wait a minute, if Tianchen is in any danger, you have to work with me to stop Seraflu's fooling around and protect Tianchen from getting hurt. After all, Tianchen is Lord Orpheus, the young dragon king he fancy, although the dragon clan is naturally strong in the flesh. But after all, he is not perfect. He controls his own power, and his mastery of his own magical power seems to be inflexible from time to time. You know, there are some agreements between the Lucifer family and Lord Orpheus, which we don't know about. Lord Orpheus seems to be very fond of him if something happens to him in front of me. As one of the vassal family members of the Lucifer family, I will not be able to explain to the Lucifer family." "Huh, yes, I naturally know this, rest assured. I won't make it difficult for you. When necessary, I will not strike slower than you." In order to satisfy his curiosity, Sazex saw how far Yang Tianchen could persist, and what else he would cause when he faced the crazy Seraflu. He also fought awe. He dared to make such a guarantee in front of Greffia. You know how to describe pinching. Yang Tianchen's current status in the demon world belongs to that very, very special existence. Everyone knows that Orpheus is very fond of him, and seems to intend to cultivate him to become a strong existence like a demon king. According to how much Orpheus valued Yang Tianchen, he was equivalent to a closed disciple of a powerful person, or a prince with a status comparable to a kingdom. This kind of person, if something happens here, dies, or is injured, it will set off a huge wave in the demon world. It is likely to rise to the scene of confrontation between Orpheus and the high level of the demon realm. If that is the case, the problem is really big. However, fortunately, Yang Tianchen was busy now, and he was nervously looking at Seraflu, who was going crazy in front of him, and did not hear what Sazex said just now. Otherwise, I don't know if he will be depressed on the spot and cry and faint. When is it? Are you still in the mood to watch the excitement there? And don't let Greffia, my goddess, come and save me. You're really bad for me. What a good opportunity for beautiful women to save handsome guys. Just like that, it was ruined by you damn fellow. If Yang Tianchen knew about this, he would complain in his heart like this. However, the reality was that Yang Tianchen was nervous, watching everything that was happening in front of him, looking at the ice blue card that was floating in front of him, and then looking at not far from him, he was releasing Turtle Pie Qigong to himself. No, it is Seraflu of the ice magic beam. Nervous and speechless, he looked at Seraflu and tried to persuade. I said, Sarah Carbon, what are you doing? Can we not do this first? You calm down first. Why don't we sit down, have a cup of tea, and have a good chat? Imagine the beautiful life in the future. Why use knives and guns, fight and kill? It's not good to fight and kill. In order to make Seraflu give up her attack on him, Yang Tianchen unexpectedly unfolded shamelessly his revised Tang monk model. After several years of getting along with Orpheus, Yang Tianchen deeply grasped a new mastery of the world, that is, the speech offensive of the Tang monk model. After several years of getting along with Orpheus, Yang Tianchen profoundly mastered a new mastery of the world, that is, the speech offensive of the Tang monk model. Sometimes, as long as this is used well, Orpheus will agree to some of his requests. P.S. This is completely his own opinion. In fact, Orpheus was not persuaded by him at all, but was annoyed by him and couldn't stand it. In order to make his ears quieter, he would agree to him so cheerfully. Obviously, Yang Tianchen has not yet figured out his current situation. Tang monk mode is sometimes really useful for some strong people, but the premise is that that strong person does not have for you, without anger or aggression. It's like now, Sarah Flu is in the mood. The worst time you dare to use the Tang monk mode on her at this time. Then, you will only make her mood worse and more irritable. Thereupon, suddenly, Sarah Flu couldn't stand it, and the magic array in front of her hands not only did not disappear, but was broken by Yang Tianchen for a while. The hands that became very irritable hugged their cute little heads, rubbed and rubbed hard, rubbed and rubbed. The posture was very crazy, and then faced Yang Tianchen. His eyes turned red, and he roared, shut up. You annoying fellow, you shut up for me. Dare to say more to me, old lady, I will slaughter you. Sarah Flu's hands suddenly released her cute little head, pressed the magic array in front, and the magic array suddenly became 3 times larger, and the ice magic power output from the magic array was also. It has also become more powerful. Worst, it seems like. Something seems wrong. Did I just say something wrong and shouldn't? Yang Tianchen was also frightened by Sarah Flu's crazy demon state, and his frightened neck involuntarily shrunk, patting his chest, and said with some fear, "Bastard! Of course you're talking too much. It's okay, what are you stimulating that madwoman to do?" Achuka, who had already discovered the faint bad thing, immediately slapped the void and complained with a scared tone. "Not good. Will it go on like this?" Sazek also spotted bad signs. Gryphia was even more vigilant and unfolded a strong defensive magic array in front of him. She didn't have time to say anything now. Wait a while to rescue Yang Tianchen or something. It is already very good to be able to protect yourself from injury, because the development of the following battle situation seems to have become not very good. Because with Sarah Flu's crazy magic output, the ice blue card that had been protecting Yang Tianchen before actually flew away from that guardian enchantment, leaving the enchantment to continue to protect Yang's safety. The card itself flew out, blocking Sarah Flu's crazy mana output with itself, as if it was desperate. Then, the ice blue card, almost visible to the naked eye, became brighter and brighter, and dense spider web cracks began to appear on the card. Moreover, from those cracks, everyone can feel a very bad and dangerous atmosphere. In the end, even Sarah Flu stopped her magic output because of the bad and dangerous situation. However, it has only stopped now. It is already too late. Click, 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 bang. Eventually, the blue card exploded. The huge explosion power instantly exploded with that card as the center of the circle and spread out in all directions. Bang! A violent explosion exploded in Sarah Flu's home. The violent explosion power directly exploded the entire manor, and it danced like a few times. Sarah Flu's father, who was originally at home, watching the news of the Demon World newspaper and drinking tea at the same time, inexplicably felt a loud thunder sound in his ears. He bounced directly on the old man's seat, and his frightened hand shook violently, and the tea in the cup was instantly spilled. In the other room, who was inside the room, wearing makeup in front of the mirror and buying new cosmetics, Sarah Flu's mother, was also startled by the violent explosion. Originally, I was painting lipstick on my mouth, and with a bang, I snorted on my hand, and I directly drew the lipstick to the root of my ear. Something like that. Everyone in Sarah Flu's house was shaken by the sound of the explosion. The sound of ping-pong smashing utensils was simply resounding for a while. The picture turned back to Sarah Flu's side, and just when the blue card exploded, the 5 of them were not happy. Bang! A visible and powerful blast wave spread out in all directions. Whether it was Sazek, Greffia, or Achuka's defensive magic array that had long been unfolded. Still seeing something bad, he quickly wrapped himself in a thick ice ball Seraflu. There was even Yang Tianchen, who had defensive enchantment protection. When they faced the shock wave generated by the explosion of the blue card, their so-called defensive measures were simply like paper paste. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as instantly shattering and falling apart. 5 people, 5 different directions, were blown out by a huge shock wave. Bang bang. The originally hard special battle room was instantly blown to pieces, and 5 people were also blown out. I don't know how many rooms were shattered. Flowers and trees, mountain rockeries, and then passed out on the ground. And that super explosive power, I don't know if it's that blue card, what can't be said, weird ability or will at work. Right, its will. Its ability has indeed increased, and the explosive power of Seraflu's ice magic power has made the magic energy explosion power just now directly close to the explosive power of the forbidden art. However, this powerful explosive power, with more than 99.9% of its absolute power, was compressed and slammed straight into the air. If you were far away in Seraflu's house, observing the big explosion just now, you would only see an ultra-thick ice blue magic beam straight into the sky. Fortunately, there is the mysterious power of that card, which guides and controls. Otherwise, just now, there will be absolutely no one in the entire Seraflu family who can survive. The topic goes back to Seraflu's father when he was bombed forehead. No, it was shocked, frightened. Although the explosion just now was powerful, it did not spread, therefore. Rao is Seraflu's father. He is also a super nobleman of the demon world, a powerful superior demon, and he was also shocked by the big explosion just now. Rao is Seraflu's father. He is also a super nobleman of the demon world, a powerful superior demon, and he was also shocked by the violent explosion just now. Bang. Ouch. Seraflu's father fell to the ground with a somewhat embarrassed attitude. After a short period of confusion for 2 seconds, he bounced up from the ground and immediately broke through the roof of his room, looking left and right with a little panic. A nerve instantly tightened, shouting, "What's going on? What's going on? Who is it? What the hell is going on? Is it an enemy attack or where is the war fought? Yes, this is. What's going on? My home. When Seraflu's dad saw the location after the previous explosion, the battle room there, along with half of the surrounding manor, now it's almost in ruins, and there was still an icy blue patch everywhere. And the wreckage of the surrounding rooms, there was all frozen. From the surrounding ruins, from time to time, there were some subordinates, holding their hands and arms rubbing and rubbing. Their clothes were ragged. They were shivering with cold, and they crawled out with ice, slag, and white gas in their mouths. It's cold, it's so cold. What's going on? Yes, why would it be will explode? Just one after another. People came looking for voices, immediately launched an investigation, and asked those people in rags. Seraflu's mother, the adult, also flew out, looked around, and then suddenly saw the child and her father in the air. So he immediately rushed towards him and flew over. And when he went up, he grabbed his husband by the collar and shook it vigorously, I don't know how much. Furiously, he asked, "You old bastard, say. What happened to the explosion just now? Did you get something back? The powerful forbidden treasure went home, and it didn't keep it well and exploded. Look, you blew up our house. What has this all become? And that's not the most important. You look at my face. I just painted a good job of makeup. This is all a good thing you did. The painting is crooked. Did you see that? My lipstick is all crooked. Do you know what that means? Does it mean anything? My cosmetics are limited editions that money can't buy. Limited edition, Do you know how wasteful this is? My cosmetics are made in limited quantities by the masters of the demon realm. Even if it is just a little waste of fingernails, it is an unforgivable sin. Look, you look at my face, how much lipstick is wasted. Old bastard, you said. How are you going to compensate me? How to compensate me, Seraflu's mother, the more excited she became, she saved her husband's collar, shook it vigorously, and when she got to the back, She directly pinched her husband's neck with excitement and shook it fiercely. That guy, I really hate to grit my teeth. It seems like. It's like vowing not to give up if you don't strangle your husband. Ugh! You ahem, wife, old. Wife Sama, you calm down. I, loose pine, quickly let go again. Pinch it again, you will most likely, it is likely that he will be widowed. Ahem. Poor Father Saraflu, pinched by Saraflu's angry old mother. Her eyes rolled and white bubbles flowed out of her mouth. Seeing, it seems that he is going to see God. Oh, no, it's time to meet Satan. Hey, wrong, something seems to be wrong. This is the demon world of the demon high school. Saraflu's father may be, in the past, he was the subordinate of the great demon king, Lord Satan. So Lord Satan, he should, maybe already have seen it. To get back to the point, Saraflu's mother was just too angry for a moment to stand it. Need to find someone to vent, by the way, find a back pot, and pay for the cosmetic lipstick she just wasted. If she really wants to strangle her husband, she still can't get her hands off. Seeing that my husband seemed to be about to happen, he was probably really strangled by himself. Finally, Muyu endured the killer, threw away her husband, and turned his head over, humming cute, puffing out a beautiful bun face. With the queen's aura in the arrogance, the infinitely arrogant coldly snorted, HMPH, old bastard. Just strangle you. Hey, old bastard, I don't care. As my fair compensation, tomorrow's magic limit is another. Cosmetics auctions, as well as limited edition bags, clothing auctions, and a boutique limited edition jewelry auction in the evening. I have the cosmetics, bags, clothing, and that limited edition jewelry I want to buy. You give me ready to contribute your wallet. Originally, because Madam let go, she finally had a chance to breathe. And Saraflu's father, who was trying to breathe fresh air, suddenly heard Saraflu's mother's words. Suddenly, I only felt that it was dark in front of my eyes, so I was almost not choked by the air I was breathing, and I coughed violently. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yes, shrimp. Ahem. Contribute my wallet. Clap. Auction. Ahem. Oh my God, your cosmetics, clothes, bags, gold, and silver jewelry are almost full of a whole warehouse. You actually still want to buy. Saraflu's mother, seeing her husband's performance, swept her eyebrows coldly on the spot. The beautiful, peerless face was shrouded in frost, and under the gloomy complexion, there was a pair of murderous eyes. The corners of his mouth rose in dissatisfaction, staring at a pair of beautiful big eyes, looking at his husband, and in an undoubted tone, he said in a long tone, What do you mean by that? Is there any dissatisfaction with my hobbies? Ugh, that one. What is that? Not. No, Wife, you are happy, buy whatever you want, husband, I fully support. Tomorrow I will be your wife, your private wallet. What do you want to buy? Just buy it. No need to give me politeness, no need to save me money. He, hearing her husband say this, Saraflu's mother, only then nodded with satisfaction and said, That's pretty much it. I'll tell you, old bastard. Old lady, I spend so much money on dressing, clothes, cosmetics. In the end, I dressed up every day, and I was there for whom? It's not for you, this old immortal, to see. You still dare to complain to me here. What qualifications do you have to complain? That's pretty much it. I'll tell you, old bastard. Old lady, I spend so much money on dressing, clothes, cosmetics. In the end, I dressed up every day, and I was there for whom? It's not for you, this old immortal, to see. You still dare to complain to me here. What qualifications do you have to complain? Listening to Saraflu's mother Chan, Saraflu's father, although from the face, seemed to be smiling next to his wife. But in fact, his heart is dripping blood at this moment, and he is bleeding a lot. Usually his own wife is already a master who spends money and does not die. Right now. Now that he has such a good excuse, how much he will suffer tomorrow, forehead. No, it's his beloved little money, and it will be. How much will be scraped away? As long as he thought of this, Saraflu's father would feel the corners of his heart, and he would feel a twitching pain, and he would unconsciously hold his heart. It hurts. It's distressing. So distressed, at this moment, next to Saraflu's father, a man dressed as a guard suddenly flew over. When he flew in front of Saraflu's father, he saluted fiercely. "Report, Lord. Ugh. Oh hey. Aia, lie down your uncle, you have to scare me to death. Don't know how to be quieter. People are scary, people are scared." Syllable, saying that Saraflu's father, he gave the poor guard the head, and he slapped a few times, and the one that slapped was loud. The poor guard, who had already filmed, felt a burst of blackness in front of his eyes, and there were small stars in the sky, floating in front of his eyes. This is the vent of the red fruit. Unlucky guards. It has completely become his old man's punching bag. As soon as the guard saw the lady of the head of the family beside him, and then saw the ugly face of the head of the family, what could he say about Saraflu's house, who had already known certain things in the house? I can only bow my head and admit the plant, and hang my head to admit the mistake. Yes, it's a subordinate who is not good, and ask the master of the family to punish. Don't look at his mouth, although he said this, but in his heart he was frantically spitting. Lie in the groove. It's clear that your wife is making trouble for you, and I'm angry that Mao wants to catch me as a soldier. Who am I provoking? Your wife is strict and soft-boned, and if you have nothing to do, you will bully us inferiors. If you have the ability, you go to the lady of the household. Bully her back. P.S. Because of what this guard has to say next, there are really some, so it's not convenient for us to broadcast here, so let's not describe it. It can be omitted here. How many words are omitted? Saraflu's father, after alleviating his feelings, only then did he have the kung fu and ask the guards beside him, "Say, what's the matter? Have you found out the cause of the explosion?" The lady of the head of the family next to her snorted softly and pouted. "I actually want to shirk my responsibility. What else can be the reason for such a violent explosion? It's probably because you, an old bastard, didn't know where to get the forbidden scroll, or some dangerous treasure that shouldn't have exploded." Saraflu's father could only sigh helplessly and explain to his wife, "My dear lady, others don't know, don't you know yet? Wasn't those collections of mine last time because of your anger? They were all searched for me, and then destroyed humanely. Where else do I have any dangerous treasures? HMPH. There are still 3 caves for the rabbit, you old fox. Is there only one treasure hiding place? Do you think I will take your word for it?" Madame rolled her eyes, clasped her hands to her chest, and hummed beautifully. Boom. Saraflu's father's heart jumped again, and he almost didn't jump up in fright. He is also a character, although he was shocked in his heart, but he did not dare to change the slightest on his face. He still said hard, "How so? How dare I hide my privacy? Ahaha. Besides, even if I wanted to hide them, I wouldn't hide them there. It's Saraflu's private domain, our precious daughter's martial arts practice room. How dare I hide something dangerous there?" But what he thought in his heart was, nonsense. Of course I have to hide in a few more places. Those are the treasures I bought back a great price. You call them dangerous, but I just love collecting them. Powerful baby, it's fun. Seeing that the wife of the head of the family and the master of the family still seemed to have a tendency to continue arguing, that guard really didn't dare to wait any longer, because here's the news he wants to report. It's really, I can't wait any longer. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and raise his hand to report that. Those 2 adults, can you melt the villain to finish the report? And then, you too then, forehead. Again, Saraflu's mother, her beautiful brows wrinkled slightly, and then waved her hand at the guard. "Okay. All right. Don't talk about it, old bastard. The one over there who is who. You still don't hurry up to finish what you want to say. You can roll me when you're done." Oh, B. Yes. To be honest, he really felt like the corners of his mouth twitching now. But he didn't dare, trying to tighten his expression again, and did not dare to make a twitching action at the corner of his mouth. So he immediately lowered his head, clasped his hands into fists, resisted his facial expression, and said, Lord, Madam of the Lord, when we are searching and looking for the cause of the explosion. In the area around below, find, I don't know why, but it seems to have been shaken out by the previous explosion. Sazex, who has fallen to the ground and fallen into a coma. Master Gimonri at Shuka. Master Astart Greffia. Miss Lucifergus, Yang Tiantian, the new young head of the dragon god domain, and our young lady Sarah Flew. Miss City. Sarah Flew's parents closed their eyes at first, listening to name by name, and when the first 3 names were heard, they didn't have much reaction. After all, they are all family friends, and they are still very confident in the strength of those 3. Didn't they just faint? And he didn't suffer any serious injuries, so it should be a big deal. Even if they heard Yang Tiantian's name, they were not surprised. The 3 people in front of them all fainted, if he didn't pass out yet. Then he is also 2. It's so unsocial, ha. But when the 2 of them heard the last name, they unexpectedly. Even his own daughter fainted. That's worth it. Lie down. My precious daughter is in a coma. This is a big thing, and you can't be sloppy. Sarah Flew's mother finally couldn't bear it anymore, stretched out her good-looking little hand, and grabbed her husband's ears with 5 fingers. With a twist of the best effort, 180 degrees, 360 degrees of rotation, drag it in front of him, shouting into her husband's ear, "Hey, are you an old bastard? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my voice, old lady? I dare to hold the hand of the female doctor in front of the old lady and me." And there they were crying loudly. "Are you really an old lady and I am dead? You don't feel ashamed? I still feel ashamed." Sarah Flew's mother's little hand twisted hard, pulling his ears. Suddenly, Sarah Flew's father's bearded furry face began to look like that flower. It gathers, twists, and crumples together in an instant. He quickly released the small hand of the female doctor who had held her before to examine her daughter's injuries. Reaching out and gently patting his wife's little hand, he begged for mercy and said, "Ouch! Oops. Oh hey, whoops. Wife, I was wrong. Tap, 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 ear. The ears are going to fall out. HMPH. I told you to dare to ignore me just now. I see that you haven't been repaired these days. And your bones are itching again, right?" Sarah Flew's mother said that the jade hand that grabbed her husband's ear was twisted several times mercilessly, and if she said a word, she twisted it fiercely. The sour taste of being screwed ears, only by being twisted by a child's shoe like Sarah Flew's mother, a fierce woman, and twisting her ears. Can you understand the feeling that can make people feel like immortals? Oops, yes, yay, tap. Tap, nay. It's going to die, it's going to die. Wife, I was wrong. My dear wife, even if you want to clean me up, I'm cleaning up too. Here, so many people here are still watching. You're saving me some face. Nay, loosen. Let go, my dear Brittany wife. A group of subordinates around, guards, and other staff members who gave Sarah Flew's house. When they heard that the usually majestic lord of the family was so shameless at this moment, he said such a fleshy plea for mercy. They just felt a chill in their hearts at the same time, and they couldn't control the shiver of the spirit. At the same time, with a little grumbling in his heart, he said, Hey, good, it's disgusting. What a hemp. Mother Sarah Flew looked around at the way her men, the maids, and the guards were trying to hold back, tensing their faces. Only then did he snort coldly and loosen his grip on Sarah Flew's father's ears. HMPH. Now my daughter's injury is critical. Let's put it aside for the time being and go back to see how I clean you up. Yes. My fault, all my fault, my wife. How to clean me up when I go back. I am willing to be punished. Hey. If Yang Tiantian saw this scene, he would complain like this. Hey, unexpectedly, I can't imagine that Sarah Flew's mother is such a fierce woman. So royal. No wonder she can give birth to Sarah Flew's fierce, cute, and strong demon king daughter. However, it is a pity that he is in a coma at the moment and has not seen such a wonderful scene in front of him. You know, this is the parent of one of the 4 strongest demon kings in the future. One of the many wonderful slices of life. All right, don't mess around with this old thing of yours, excuse me, forehead. This female doctor, mister. Is my daughter really okay? There will be no sequelae, right? Mother Sarah Flew glanced at her baby daughter who was still lying on the carpet and watched her fall into a coma. As a mother full of maternal love, she was still a little uneasy, so she spoke to the female doctor in front of her and asked again to confirm it. Female doctors are also big-hearted. In fact, you only have to work in Sarah Flew's house for a while. I have seen and heard some interesting things about this family. and I can't think about it. Almost instantly, she forced herself to temporarily forget what Seraflu's father had just done. Just now, he was holding his little hand again, and he was crying again with a funny look. Towards Seraflu's mother, he showed her a reassuring smile and smiled. "Don't worry. Madam, I have repeatedly checked Lord Seraflu's body before, and using my healing magic, I have done a fairly systematic check on her, and Lord Seraflu is really fine. I can use my doctor's personality to vouch for the fact that my test results will never be wrong, and if you still don't believe it, you can ask the other female doctors present to examine Lord Seraflu a few more times." Seraflu's mother showed a gentle smile, took the small hand of the female doctor opposite, and patted the other party's small hand, laughing. "How come? I am quite at ease with your medical skills, ha ha ha." However, within a second of her words, her face changed rapidly, and she turned her head to sweep her gaze to the other beautiful doctors who were still standing on the side. He ordered, "Hey, I said you guys, what are you doing standing there? Our family spent money to train you. Did you stand there and watch the play? It's not too soon for the young lady to do a more and more detailed examination. If the young lady leaves any sequelae, old lady, I will throw you into the snake cave of the demon world to feed the snakes." Huh. Yes. When several beautiful doctors heard that they were going to throw them into the demon world snake cave, their faces suddenly changed in fright, and they hurriedly unfolded the magic to Seraflu to check their bodies, not daring to be sloppy. Seeing that these female doctors were moving quite quickly, Seraflu's mother turned her face again and looked at the female doctor who had used magic to examine Seraflu before she was holding her by the hand. The smile was very bright, and he smiled. "Oh, please don't get me wrong. I am also here to ensure my daughter's safety, which is foolproof and does not question your medical skills." Rao is this female doctor who was held by Seraflu's mother, holding her little hand. No matter how good her concentration and heart, she saw and heard what the head of the family said here. I also felt speechless for a while, and uncontrollably the corners of my mouth and eyes twitched, and I smiled with an embarrassed expression. B, is it? Mrs. Head, you can think of it this way, really, that's great. After repeated follow-up visits by several female doctors, magic examinations, Seraflu's mother repeatedly confirmed that her daughter was not seriously injured or left with sequelae. Mother Seraflu was truly relieved and let go of the small hand that had been holding the female doctor tightly before and lowered it to all the doctors present and the maid involved in the treatment assistance. "Very good. You have done a good job today. Go back to the butler and receive a year's reward as a reward for your hard work." Mother Seraflu was truly relieved and let go of the small hand that had been holding the female doctor tightly before and faced all the doctors present and the maids involved in the treatment assistance. "Very good. You have done a good job today. Go back to the butler and receive a year's reward as a reward for your hard work." How other people fall into a coma, Seraflu's mother cannot care. But as long as her daughter is okay, as a mother who spoils her daughter very much, she is very happy. For those who have been busy participating in the rescue of their daughters before, Mother Seraflu is really willing to spend money on rewards. You must know that the number of subordinates, doctors, maids, etc., who gathered around before and participated in the treatment of several young masters and young ladies was not 1,000 or 800. Don't be surprised that there will only be more people working for the nobles of the demon realm like the Seraflu family. And these people present are still few and fast. There are others who can't leave because they have other jobs or move slowly, so they know that it is useless to come, so they do not come. Otherwise, just this bounty, that's an astronomical amount. However, even if it is just to reward everyone present, a year's salary as a reward is a big number. When Seraflu's father heard his wife, he just waved his hand and moved his mouth. Just again, without blinking his eyelids, he spent a lot of money. Seraflu's father only felt his heart twitch, and he couldn't breathe for half a day and half a day, and he almost didn't jerk over. That tear in my heart, the heart says, "Woo, a wife, wife. You really don't know that firewood and rice are expensive. Woohoo. Your casual move of your mouth will make me lose a lot of small money. My heart, chill. Heartache, it hurts. It's all over the body. However, Sarah Flu's mother didn't care so much, just knelt down next to her daughter, gently lifted her unconscious daughter's little head, and then put it on her knees, gently conjured a silk scarf, and then carefully wiped it. Her daughter's little face was stained by smoke and dust after she hit the air just now because of the explosion of magical power. At the same time, she looked at her daughter who was in a coma and began her story. "It's fine. Okay. My cute little darling, watch out for your liver. It's great that you're okay. You know, the big movement of the magic explosion just now scared me to death. My mother's heart almost didn't jump out of the fright. I don't know. I was still wearing makeup just now, and then bang, and then yes, that's right, my face." Mother Sarah Flu said, suddenly something, her hand changed, and immediately there was an extra mirror, feeling that she was looking at the lipstick she had drawn crookedly before. Another burst of discoloration. Ah, really, this is true. What did this look like? It's just ugly to death. As an elegant lady, can you? So she immediately hurriedly put the silk scarf on her face again, wiped it with the magic of water, and wiped off the crooked lipstick on her face. The more I wiped it, the more I felt a little hot, and I finally wiped it clean and quickly made up a makeup, so that I had time to turn around and look at the leader of the guard beside him. With anger flashing in his eyes, he asked sharply, "Chief Davis Guard, say, you all investigated something, don't tell me. After so long, you haven't found anything at all. Okay, here, why did the magic explosion suddenly occur? Say, what if you can't tell why? Humph, you know the consequences." Sarah Flu's mother's mouth, when she said this, she still raised her eyebrows and fiercely glanced at Sarah Flu's father on the side, and she still thinks, the previous explosion, it must have been this old immortal from the outside. I don't know what was bought back, what kind of magical treasure, or dangerous items such as forbidden scrolls are back. Then it hid near here, and for unknown reasons, the thing exploded. The house and some surrounding buildings were bombed, and some of the surrounding people were injured or trivial. The key is that their precious daughters were blown up and fainted, which is unforgivable. Therefore, Mother Sarah Flu intends to severely punish this matter. If it is really found out that it is related to Sarah Flu's father, then she must be good. Let her husband increase his memory, and this punishment must definitely make him unforgettable for life. He was stared at so harshly by Sarah Flu's mother, the lady of the household, and the lord of the family next to him was also warning him with the same eyes. The eyes of the head of the family seemed to be saying, "Boy, talk well, what should not be said, what cannot be said, things that have not been clearly checked, do not talk nonsense. Otherwise, humph, Lao Tzu, I have a way to make you cool in the future." At the same time, facing the forced gaze of the two adults, to be honest, this poor guard chief is very stressed. It is simply Alexander. This chief guard called Davis, suddenly a cold sweat on his forehead, came out of his forehead, no matter how he wiped it clean. It was like turning on the tap on his head. Sweat is dripping down. Sweating like rain is probably to describe his current state, and his mood is nervous. I saw that he was generally stuttering, talking stumblingly, nervously holding his fists and reporting. Newspaper report. Report to the head of the family, the lady of the household, the customs of the customs about the magic of this time, the reason for the Big Bang, although it has not been fully checked, but from the scale of its explosion and the power of the explosion to speculate, it seems that some treasure item containing the ice forbidden spell magic, or scrolls, talismans, and other items have a high probability of exploding. As soon as he heard the chief guard say this, Sarah Flu's father couldn't sit still on the spot and rushed to the chief guard in a flash, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed the captain of the guard by the collar. Bringing it up in front of him, the bearded face of the furry man instantly approached, and his eyes were angry as he glared at the captain of the guard. "Boy, what did you say? Kind of repeat it to me. What is the virtue of the original Sarah Flu's father? What is his hobby?" Yang Tianxian didn't know, but this parallel world where Yang Tianxian came, Sarah Flu's father, is a treasure collection and control, and there is nothing wrong with it. His hobbies in this regard, like some collectors in the world, like to collect precious antiques. For some treasures full of power or mysterious power, Record dangerous information. Seraflu's father likes to collect this kind of treasure the most. Selivlu's father's hobbies are like some collectors in the world, who like to collect precious antiques. For some treasures full of power or mysterious power that record dangerous information. Seraflu's father likes to collect this type of treasure the most. Collect control. This is a term for some people who like to collect things. In this world, some people like to collect antiques, some people like to collect stamps, and some people like to collect impurities that are very modern or limited edition bags, clothing, etc. In the demon world, there are also some special collection controls with more special preferences. But the things that these demons like to collect are sometimes a little different from mortals in the world. According to what Yang Tianchen came, the world of demon colleges and universities is said to be ancient, that demons are usually very, very evil beings. They will take away the most important existence around humanity in the form of a demonic contract with humans. And when they fulfill their human wishes, they will take away the most important existence around them. Someone will lose a lover, someone will lose a child, someone will lose a soul, and even lose, in short. There will be many, many, many kinds to lose, and it is impossible to count. That is precisely because there are too many desires in the human world, and demons happen to have too long a long life, weak strength. And it is not a problem to live for hundreds of years. And what about those powerful superior demons? At every turn, it is at least tens of thousands of years of life, and even some of them are powerful to the perverted level of monsters. It can almost be said that he lives the same life as heaven and earth. So the question is, how can the devils spend such a long life and spend this long time? They are not like humans, with their eyes closed and their lives past. For powerful demons, as soon as their eyes are closed, hundreds of years have passed for them. It is simply like sleeping, and there is no effect. Therefore, these powerful and long-lived demons, in order to pass the boring time, began to develop various hobbies. Some demons like to travel the world, some demons like to eat, and some demons like to collect swords. Some demons like to invent and do magical research, while others like to collect beautiful women. There are also madmen like Grandfather Vali in the future, who specifically like to go to the world's various mythological system worlds to wreak havoc. In short, there are too many hobbies of demons. Seraflu's father is a collector who likes to collect all kinds of dangerous or valuable treasures full of magical energy. The reason why the chief guard of Davis, based on the results of various investigations, deduced that this was a magic treasure explosion, and the magic explosion caused by it was actually not wrong. Even if it is, even if the master of the family grabbed himself, his eyes were fierce and fierce, threatening to modify the results of his report. He still didn't dare to modify it. Why? First of all, of course, the cause of this big explosion. No matter how it is investigated, who will investigate will be this result. If you dare to conceal it, you will find someone outside to investigate. So, the consequences are certain, it's serious. If this explosion is really caused by the explosion of the master's collection magic treasure, saying his own inspection results, although he will offend the lord of the family, but he is doing business. Even if the head of the family wants to find his own trouble in the future, as long as he does things well and seriously. With the wife of the head of the family here, she will also keep herself an honest good boy. Otherwise, why should she, the lady living in the house, be able to deter the master of the household and manage him to obey? Secondly, that's it. Fundamentally, this magic explosion was really caused by explosions similar to mana treasures. Yang Tianchen previously punched out special energy to fix Seraflu's seal word, and then after coming down from her, it turned into an ice blue card. Actually, that's a kind of special magic power-ups. Yang Tianchen's special ability was activated, and a special item that fused Seraflu's power. Its big explosion is not an exaggeration to say that it is a big explosion caused by powerful magic treasures. After getting the official report of the Chief Davis Guard, Seraflu's mother directly raised her eyebrows and looked at her husband, showing a cold smile, and said, "Husband, you heard, even the Chief Davis Guard said this. What else do you say? And, husband, what are you doing by grabbing the collar of Davis Guard like this? looking at people with such fierce eyes. Are you trying to threaten him and make him change his mind? Saying that, her eyes flashed coldly again and said, "Do you think he can change his words? I won't find someone from outside to investigate. I won't transfer someone from my mother's house to check. You're trying to hide from me, There are no doors. When my baby daughter wakes up, when I look back to you to settle the account, there are you good looking." No way, wife Sama. I'm really wronged this time. There really isn't anything about me in this matter. I don't want it to look good. Please let it go. Wife Sama. As soon as Saraflu's father heard his wife say that he wanted to look good, he was immediately scared that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all entangled together. Because every time his wife says she wants to look good, it's definitely not kneeling on a washboard, it's so simple, or be hung up and whip dozens, hundreds of whips to finish, as a powerful demon, physical punishment, for him, still able to endure the beep. However, the most important and crucial thing is that once his wife really makes up her mind, punish herself. She's the most powerful. It is a cruel punishment that can hit your heart directly. It's spiritual destruction and devastation. Saraflu's father was pitiful, came to his wife's side, and first unfolded an enchantment magic to block the sight of all the subordinates outside from seeing inside. Then, with a pop, they all knelt down. The emotion is so exciting. Tears are in my face. Woohoo! Please believe me, there is really nothing for me in this incident. Even if there is one chance of flying here, it is my fault. I confessed my mistake. I'm mistaken, can't I? My wife, didn't we all say before we came here just now? Do you want to participate in any auction and buy everything you want? You. My wife, you can't talk without counting. You can't be so unreasonable. Wife Sama. However, Saraflu's mother was not moved at all, snorted coldly, and looked at Saraflu's father, quite arrogant and confident. What's wrong? I'm just not reasonable. Don't you know that arrogance and unreasonableness are the prerogative of our women? Besides, seeing my daughter's miserable coma now, I changed my mind. I want to punish you heavily. Doesn't it work? However, Saraflu's mother was not moved at all, snorted coldly, and looked at Saraflu's father, quite arrogant and confident. What's wrong? I'm just not reasonable. Don't you know that arrogance and unreasonableness are the prerogative of our women? Besides, seeing my daughter's miserable coma now, I changed my mind. I want to punish you heavily. Doesn't it work? Listening to Saraflu's mother say that, Saraflu's father was speechless on the spot, helplessly pulled down his head and said forcefully, all right. Okay. My wife, this reason you gave is so powerful that I am speechless. Count you winning. Because Saraflu's father knows that this is not the time to argue with his wife, and the more you fight with her at this time, the more painful the punishment you face later. Saraflu's father had to change his posture, sit next to Saraflu's mother, open the shielding enchantment set up before, and wait for his daughter to wake up. Maybe when your daughter wakes up, ask her why she was stunned by the magic explosion, and you can clear yourself of the wrong. Conjuring a fan in his hand, he carefully fanned for his wife and his daughter, who was lying on his wife's knee and fell into a coma. It's hard to imagine that a very rough-looking man like Saraflu's father could fan his wife and daughter so carefully. This may be the legendary thick and thin forehead, or maybe Mother Saraflu is really a good husband, and she has trained her husband very well. Just as Saraflu's parents were quietly together, waiting for their daughter to wake up, at the gate of their house, teleportation magic arrays suddenly began to shine one after another. Yikes! All of a sudden, many people came out of these magic arrays. Among them, the leaders may be dressed in different clothes, some gorgeous, some even wearing equestrian clothes when riding horses, and some even just wearing two clothes at random. But the temperament on each of them is full of powerful coercion. And at the same time, the bodyguards, guards, and the like who follow behind them are also each with an amazing aura. And among this group of people, the most conspicuous is a cute little girl wearing a purple dress, and the aura emanating from her. The most powerful, oppressive people with insufficient strength around her all have a feeling of difficulty breathing. As soon as he came here, next to a red-haired middle-aged man, A beautiful woman with long chestnut hair rushed to Sarah Flu's door with an anxious face. The destructive aura of one body was released, and he slapped it very domineeringly with one palm. Bang! Rumble! The tall iron gate of Sarah Flu's house is as straight as paper paste. Boom! The entire huge black iron gate, an iron door made of what material, turned into a point of light and was destroyed, and there was no slag left. And who is this woman? If there are acquaintances here, maybe you will recognize them immediately. She is one of the several women in the original book, this demon high school parallel world, one of the 4 demon kings in the future, the mother of Lord Sazex, and the mother of the future who has not yet been born, Silk, the great king of the Bar family, known as the extinct Lady of Flax, MS, Veneliana. As for the red-haired man beside her, it was her husband, the current head of the Gimonry domain, and the father of Sazex and the future Leas, Geotix. Gimonry. Venelana may usually be a lady with a rather elegant posture, a very graceful, noble lady of the demon world. However, when she heard that in Sarah Flu's house, her precious son turned out to be, unexpectedly fell into a coma, and a message from City's house said that it was involved in the magic explosion. You say, even if she has a good temper, her mood at the moment must be volcanic eruptions. So as soon as she arrived, she was furious. A palm slammed down the big iron gate of Sarah Flu's house, and he rushed towards the gate with great momentum. While rushing, he turned his head left and right to scan it, and said angrily, "What about my son? What about my precious son? What about people? Where are the people, say? Where is my son?" Facing the Sarah Flu family and the guards in front, it was a heaven-shaking roar. The sound is even stronger than the lion roar gong. It shook the ears of many people present, and it was a buzz. The destructive power that exuded a strong aura all over her body, coupled with her long chestnut hair that flew automatically without wind, had an angry lioness or tigress demeanor. The subordinates and guards of Sarah Flu's house withdrew several steps in unison, frightening them to turn pale. At this time, it is not the most fatal, the most frightening thing. Still behind Venelana, a cute-looking little girl in a purple dress with black hair walked out from behind her. She may not be as crazy as Venelana appeared, but she glanced at them indifferently and asked in a cold whisper, "Say, my family's heavens, where is it?" Just these few words spit out. The sound is not loud, but it can be heard clearly by all the people present, and it beats on their hearts like a twilight drum and morning bell. At the same time, the coercion emanating from her body was stronger than that of Venelana, and the purple magic aura of her body was emitted, and the oppression full of the feeling of death was emitted. It contains a powerful dragon power in it, and those in front of it are scared on the spot, and many of the subordinates and guards of the Sarah Flu family can't bear it on the spot. Frightened rolled his eyes, and he fainted one after another on the spot. And as for those who are stronger and did not pass out, their legs are shaking. I feel like my legs are like noodles, soft without a bit of strength. Originally, Venelana was already so frightened that they stammered, almost unable to speak. Well, now, with the addition of an infinite dragon god Orpheus, they were even more frightened and inarticulate, stretching out their hands and trembling and pointing in one direction. That, and that. You want to, what to find, people are ins. Although these guys were already too frightened to speak clearly, Orpheus, Veneliana, Geotix, the people who came to find their own families, instantly understood the meaning of these subordinates, and the powerful power burst out under his feet one by one, and he rushed over with a swish flash. These subordinates and guards of the Sarah Flu family only felt a flower in front of their eyes, and a gust of wind blew pain on their faces, and there was no more Orpheus, Venelana, Geotix in front of them, the figure of Gimonry, and the others.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.